They locked me underground and gave me 30 worthless magic stones. Said I was just a craftsman. That was the last mistake they ever made.
I died at 38 doing electrical work. A kid flipped a breaker I told him to leave alone, but before that, I was fixing a water pipe. The old man who owned the place leaned against the doorframe while I worked, watching me tighten a coupling beneath his kitchen sink. His wife had already set the bill on the counter. He cleared his throat the way people do when they have been thinking about something for too long. So, he said, "You ever gonna get married?" I slid the wrench another quarter turn, not planning on it. "That is ridiculous." He folded his arms. "A wife, children, that is what makes a man happy." I wiped my hands on the rag from my back pocket. My old man used to say that happiness is whatever you decide it is. Nobody else gets a vote. He shook his head, and I did not argue further. There was no point. I had heard the speech 100 times from 100 different people, and not one of them had ever changed my mind. My father earned the right to that advice. My mother left when I was small, took the cash, ran up debts, mailed divorce papers from somewhere none of us could find on a map. My grandfather paid it all off. He and my father rebuilt the shop into a handyman business and raised me together. My father never remarried. He never seemed unhappy about it. The night before he died, he told me the same thing he had said a dozen times. If you are happy, then you are happy. And anyone who argues you out of it is solving their own problem, not yours. I took that lesson and built a life around it. Motorcycles, camping alone, a clean apartment with nobody's shoes by the door but mine. That evening, I sat in my garden with a cold beer, and the world was exactly what I had made it. Tomorrow was my father's death anniversary. I had flowers to buy in the morning. I never bought them. The next day, I was up on a ladder, wiring a junction box in a half-finished kids' room. Standard renovation job. The breaker was off. I had checked it twice. The homeowner's son wandered through the site the way kids do when they have decided not to stay where they were told. I heard his footsteps, told him the panel was not a toy, and went back to stripping insulation. He flipped the breaker. The current hit me at the wrists and went through my chest. I remember the taste of copper and a sound like fabric tearing very fast. I did not feel myself fall. The fluorescent lights above me went white, then went dark, and that was it. 38 years. A water pipe in the morning. A funeral the day after tomorrow I would not attend. And a kid who did not know what a breaker does. That was the whole summary. I opened my eyes on cobblestones. The air was different, colder, damp in a way that did not smell like any city I had ever been in. I was lying on my side in what looked like a narrow alley between two brick warehouses, and the sky above me was not the sky I had died under. I sat up. My hands were my hands. My clothes were my clothes. The tool bag I carried to every job was still slung across my shoulder. My phone was in my pocket. I pulled it out. No signal, obviously. Across the alley, bolted to the brick, was a metal sign in a script I had never seen before. I read it without trying. Alexandrite Trading Company. I should not have been able to read it. The letters looked like nothing from any language I had studied, and I had not studied many. But the meaning landed clean and immediate, as if the words had been waiting for me to look. I was still staring at the sign when the first knight rounded the corner. Full plate armor, Western-style sword, and a posture that said he had used it before. He stopped when he saw me. Two more appeared behind him. One of them barked something that meant, "Do not move," and "Who are you?" in the same breath. I raised my hands slowly. Then the one on the left lunged. My father had insisted I learn Aikido when I was 14. I had not used it in years, but the body remembers what the mind forgets. I caught the guard's wrist, redirected his weight, and dropped him on his back, with his own sword clattering across the cobblestones. It was not impressive, it was reflex. The other two drew their weapons. 3 more came from around the corner. I put my hands back up. "Easy," I said. "I have no idea where I am." That was when she appeared. Sandra walked through her own guards like they were furniture. Silver blue hair, sharp eyes, a cigarette between her fingers that smelled like herbs instead of tobacco. She was 21 years old, and every guard in the corridor stepped aside as if she were 40. She looked at me. I looked at her. Neither of us spoke for about 3 seconds longer than was comfortable. "Who are you?" She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. "Adrian." I kept my hands visible. "I do not know how I got here." Her eyes dropped to my jacket pocket, where my lighter was clipped. She pointed at it. "What is that?" I unclipped the lighter, flicked it open, and struck the wheel. A clean orange flame jumped up in the torchlit hallway. Every guard flinched. Sandra did not. I held the lighter out toward her unlit cigarette. She leaned in, lit it, inhaled, and straightened up with an expression I would come to recognize over the next year. It was the look she wore when she had just calculated the value of something nobody else had seen yet. She took the lighter out of my hand without asking, turned it over, flicked it open, flicked it closed. "Come to my office," she said. "We're going to talk." Richard, her secretary, tried to object. Sandra did not turn around. Richard followed us anyway, because that was what Richard Richard did. In her office, I told her what I could, my name, that I had come from a place called Japan, that I could not explain how I had arrived, and would not insult her by inventing a story. She accepted this with the flat practicality of someone who weighed information by what it could produce, not by whether it made sense. She offered me a job, room, meals, and the chance to learn how this world worked. In exchange, I would help develop products for her company. I had no money, no contacts, no knowledge of anything outside this room. There was exactly one answer. Fine, I said. Sandra left for a few days on business. She assigned me to the company's underground workshop and told me to start developing a fire tool that anyone could use. Then she walked out with my lighter still in her pocket. The workshop was a low-ceilinged stone room full of tools I did not recognize and materials I could not name. I was examining a rack of colored crystals when the door slammed open and Elena walked in like she already owned the place. 18 years old, messy hair under a bandana, oversized goggles pushed up on her forehead, tank top, work gloves, and the energy of someone who had been the smartest person in every room since she was 12 and expected this room to be no different. You, she pointed at me. You are the one who impressed Sandra with some kind of fire trick? I lit a cigarette. I have 3 magic attributes. She held up 3 fingers: water, earth, and wind. I am the top magic tool developer in this company. Whatever you did, I can do better. I looked at her for a moment. Good, I said. Then you can teach me how magic works. That stopped her. She blinked. Her hand came down slowly. I asked her to explain the basics. She did, reluctantly at first, then with the unstoppable momentum of someone who genuinely loved what she knew. Everyone had mana. Mana had color, and color meant attribute. Earth was yellow, water was blue, fire was red, wind was green, light was white, dark was black. Most people were colorless. 1 attribute was normal, 2 was excellent, 3 was elite. She had 3. She made sure I understood that. Then she pulled out a small square of paper, the Alexandrite aptitude test, she called it. Sandra had developed the format herself, validated it against the Magic Association in a public contest judged by the royal family, and won. 1 drop of blood on the paper, and it showed your attributes and mana capacity. Elena pricked my finger and pressed it to the sheet. 6 colored lines appeared, all 6. Earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark. Elena's mouth opened. No sound came out. Then a 7th line appeared, purple, deep, vivid, unlike any of the others. Her hands were shaking. I do not know what that is. No one has 7. The great sage of the Magic Association has 5, and he is considered the strongest living mage. I looked at the purple line. I thought about the current that had killed me. Copper taste, fabric tearing. Lightning, I said. She stared at me. I asked her to channel her mana through me while I concentrated on the purple. She did. A thin arc of static crackled between my fingertips, jumped to a metal tool on the bench, and died. We both looked at the scorch mark on the workbench. Tell no one, I said. Elena swallowed. She nodded once, hard, the way people do when they understand that what they just witnessed is too valuable and too dangerous to share. Tell no one, she agreed. I folded the test paper and put it in my pocket. Then I asked her to be my teacher. She said yes before she remembered she was supposed to be annoyed at me. Over the next several days, I learned. Richard handled the world above ground. He explained the Edelstein Kingdom, its 100 million people, its guild-licensed fire shops where every household bought their daily flame. He showed me a map. He showed me the tax code. 10% annually, nothing else. I liked that. One evening, I showed Richard my 100 yen lighter, the cheap disposable kind you buy at any convenience store in Japan. He nearly dropped his drink. If this existed here, he said carefully, every fire shop in the kingdom would be out of business by spring. I cannot make lighters, I said. The fuel does not exist in this world. His face fell. But I can make matches. He did not know what a match was. I described it. A stick with a chemical head that ignites on friction. 20 seconds of flame, cheap enough to sell by the box. He put his drink down and leaned forward. Meanwhile, Elena had shown me something that changed everything. The magic script carved into tools was kanji. Not similar to kanji, not inspired by kanji, actual kanji. The character for heat carved into a magic stone made it produce warmth. The character for flame made it produce fire. I could read kanji. I could write kanji. Every magic tool developer in this world spent years learning to carve a single new character. Elena, a genius by any measure, could manage 3. I knew thousands. I carved the character for flame into a low-grade goblin magic stone and nearly set the workshop on fire. Elena hit me with a rag and called me 3 things I will not repeat, but the fragment that had broken off during carving still sparked when I struck it against stone. That was the answer. Crush the carved stone. Mix the powder with boiled slime, which hardened into a sticky, faintly luminous paste. Shape the paste onto wooden sticks. Coat a striking surface with dried slime. Strike. 20 seconds of clean, steady flame. The match worked. It used the cheapest possible materials. A goblin magic stone cost almost nothing. Slimes were everywhere. The wood was wood. Any workshop in the kingdom could produce these by the thousand. I made a box of 50. Elena watched me line them up, strike one, and hold it in the lamplight. She did not say anything for a long time. Sandra returned. I put the box on her desk. She opened it, picked up a match, looked at the coated side panel, struck it the way I showed her. The flame caught. She held it until it burned down to her fingers, then shook it out and reached for a cigarette. She lit a second match, touched it to the tip, and inhaled. "How much do these cost to make?" she asked. I told her. Her expression did not change, but something behind her eyes shifted into a gear I had not seen before. She was already calculating distribution before the cigarette smoke cleared. "I want to work for you for 1 year," I said. "Room, salary, and access to your network. At the end of the year, I leave and start my own magic tool business. You get first rights on everything I develop. Those are my terms." She looked at me for a long moment. The cigarette burned between her fingers. "You are negotiating your exit," she said, "before you have even started." "I have started. The match is on your desk." She took another drag, exhaled slowly through her nose. "Fine." We shook hands. I had been dead for less than 2 weeks, and I had just secured my own exit from the only organization keeping me alive. My father would have approved. Sandra moved fast. She gathered the kingdom's fire shop owners, sat them down in her warehouse, and told them the truth. Matches were coming. They were cheap, they were portable, and anyone who fought the change would be selling nothing by winter. The younger owners signed franchise contracts on the spot. The older ones resisted. Sandra did not raise her voice once. She explained that they could become match specialty stores under the Alexandrite banner and sell the company's full product line, or they could watch their customers walk next door to someone who had. Within weeks, fire shop signs across the castle town came down, and match shop signs went up. Adventurers carried boxes into the wilderness. The royal family received a presentation box, and Sandra came home with a connection to the Eiderstein crown she would leverage for the next decade. I spent the year learning materials, tools, guild commerce, the laws governing independent artisans. I took notes in Japanese. No one in this world could read them. Best encryption I had ever used. The year ended. Alexandrite Trading Company was the top-selling firm in the royal capital. Sandra had built an empire on a box of sticks I had invented in a basement. I collected my final pay, bought a small 2-story house on the edge of the noble district with a garden just big enough for a chair and a drink, and walked out of Sandra's company on the day my contract said I could. She had wanted me to stay. She had not said so out loud, but she had sent Richard to help me shop for houses, which was her way of saying she was watching and she cared, and she was not going to admit either. On my last morning, she leaned against her office doorframe with a cigarette and looked at me the way she had looked at the lighter a year ago. Calculating, not cold, just precise. "Whatever you build next," she said, "you bring it to me first." That was the deal. She held my gaze for one more second, then she nodded. "Good luck, Adrian." I walked out into the morning and did not look back. The house was clean. The workshop was empty. The sign above the door read, "Adrian's Magic Tool Works," which sounded unremarkable in any world. And that was the point. I had died doing a wiring job at 38. I had woken up in a world that sold fire from licensed shops and thought 5 magic attributes made you a legend. I had all 7, including one this world had never seen. And exactly 2 people knew about it. I had a one-man business, a notebook full of ideas written in a language nobody here could crack, and absolutely no intention of getting married. My father told me happiness was personal. He was right about that. He was right about everything that mattered. I put the kettle on and got to work. The sign went up on a Tuesday. I stood on the cobblestones across the street and watched a carpenter bolt the last screw into the bracket. The letters read, "Adrian's Magic Tool Works." My name, my building, my rules. Richard waited beside me with a leather satchel under his arm and a look on his face like he was delivering a child to its first day of school. "Sandra covered the building," he said. "First look rights on all products, plus a royalty percentage. She considers it an investment." I considered it a leash with a longer lead, but I kept that thought to myself. The building was good. Ground floor workshop, second floor office and spare bedroom, basement for materials, brick walls, high ceilings, a basement cool enough to store slime extract without it turning. I owed her. She knew I knew. That was the architecture of the deal. Richard handed me a box of tools, the same set I had used at Alexandrite for a year, right down to the carving picks I had ground to my own specifications. He had remembered which ones I preferred. I did not say thank you because he already knew. "She also sent wine," he said, and set 2 bottles on the workbench. "I don't need a secretary," I said. "But if I did?" He smiled. "I have sworn my service to the young lady." "I know." I pulled the cork on the first bottle. "That's why I asked." The ice maker almost beat me. The first prototype used goblin magic stones. I carved the Cold Wind script into one, sealed it inside a metal box the size of a cabinet, lined the door with slime rubber, and waited 2 hours. What I got was a film of frost so thin I could have breathed it off. The stone lacked the density for sustained cold. I knew that going in. I tried it anyway because confirming a failure is still data. The second prototype cracked the stone before the interior even reached freezing. Same result. I went to the Adventurer Guild for better materials. The clerk listed what they had and mentioned that a team of S-rank adventurers had brought in 20 Delicondor stones the day before. 3-star grade, Cold Wind attribute, exactly what I needed. I bought all 20. Back at the workshop, I carved the Cold Wind script into a fresh Delicondor stone, set it in the same box, sealed the door, and waited. 2 hours later, the tray had 8 cubes of solid ice. Clear, hard, clean. I picked one up and held it until my fingers ached. In my old life, ice was nothing. You opened a freezer. Here, ice was a season. It came in winter, cost a fortune by summer, and vanished by midsummer because the underground storage could not keep up. Every restaurant, every inn, every household with enough money to want cold drinks in the heat had exactly one option: do without. I had just ended that. Sandra arrived at the door that same evening. She had a way of finding me at the exact moment a product was finished, as if her business instincts had a proximity alarm. She picked up one of the ice cubes from the tray and stared at it like it had insulted her mother. "You made this in a single day." 2 days, the first 2 prototypes failed. Goblin stones cannot sustain the Cold Wind script long enough. I handed her the specification sheet. 3-star Delicondor, cheap for its grade. The cube tray divides into 8 sections. Freezing time is 2 hours. She read the entire sheet standing up, cigarette burning untouched between her fingers. When she finished, she looked at me with the expression she reserved for things that were about to make her very rich. Summer is 3 months away. Restaurants, inns, noble households, butcher shops for preservation. Her fingers tapped the edge of the page. The cost per unit will be high. Small shops cannot afford to buy outright. I thought about that. I slid a second sheet across the workbench. A lease system, monthly usage fee. The household pays a flat rate. Alexandrite maintains the stones. And if the unit breaks, your engineers repair it for an additional fee. Ice makers are useful in summer, but dead weight in winter. Nobody wants to buy a cabinet they use 6 months a year. Sandra looked at the second sheet. She looked at me. She looked at the ice cube melting slowly in her hand. For exactly 1 second, something crossed her face that was not calculation. Then it was gone. "You invented a financial product I had not thought of yet," she said. "I know." She grabbed Richard by the sleeve without turning around. "Register the Cold Wind script tomorrow. Take this prototype to Elena and the engineers. I want a production timeline by the end of the week. Target launch, beginning of summer, 3 months. Richard took the specifications and the prototype box. Sandra was already at the door. She turned back. "You did this on your first real day of operation." "Second day." Her mouth twitched. "I was right about you." She left. The door closed. The remaining ice cubes sat on the workbench, sweating quietly in the lantern light. I met them because of a tent. I was browsing materials at a magic tool supply shop near the guild hall when I heard 3 voices behind me arguing about canvas. One was loud and getting louder. One was calm and precise. One said almost nothing, but communicated disapproval through silence in a way that reminded me of an expensive appliance displaying an error code. The loud one was complaining that a monster had torn their expedition tent, and the replacement options were all 30-pound slabs of treated canvas with metal poles. I listened for about 30 seconds, turned around, and said, "The poles are your problem. Replace the metal frame with bone that flexes along natural seam points, and your weight drops by 90%. 3 women stared at me. The one in front had red hair pulled into twin tails and wore armor that I would describe as optimistic about coverage. The one behind her had long golden hair, a white robe that looked like a modified nun's habit, and a staff with something dried and brown on the tip. The third had short dark hair, wore a fitted blue outfit that a generous observer might call tactical, and was already evaluating me like I was a locked door she had not decided whether to pick. "You know tents," the red one said. It was not a question. "I fix things for a living. Come to my workshop. I will show you what I mean." They followed me home. I put on tea and laid out a schematic while they settled around the workshop like cats investigating a new room. Rosa immediately began touching things. Blanche studied the schematic with genuine interest. May was already sitting on the sofa when I turned around, which was unsettling because I had not seen her sit down. I built the tent in an afternoon. The frame was duralumin snake bone, one long piece per ring, no joints, flexible enough to fold flat and rigid enough to hold its shape when released. I heated the bone with fire magic, bent it into a circle, shaped a mold with earth, dried the frame with wind, and joined the seam with light magic like curing resin. 3 rings. Then I soaked wild frog leather in dead aqua slime to make it waterproof, stretched it over the frame, sewed the edges, added a strap. The whole thing weighed 3 pounds. It popped open from a flat disc into a full shelter in 2 seconds. Rosa threw it. It landed open, perfectly shaped, and she was inside it before the echo faded. "This is the greatest thing I have ever seen," she said from inside the tent. Blanche knelt beside it and ran her hand along the leather. "How did you waterproof this?" "Aqua slime. Kill it with a jolt. Soak the leather in the residue. Let it cure. The frog skin absorbs it naturally." May was staring at me from the sofa. She had not moved since she sat down, but something in her posture had shifted. "You use 6 attributes," she said. The room went quiet. I replayed the last hour in my head. Fire to heat the bone, earth for the mold, wind to dry it, water for the bucket, light to cure the seam, and lightning to kill the aqua slime. I had not thought about any of it while working. I used the tools the job required. Back home, I would have reached for a blowtorch, a jig, a heat gun, a bucket, an epoxy lamp, and a stun gun, in roughly the same order. It had never occurred to me that using 6 magic attributes in sequence was like juggling in front of people who could only hold 2 balls. "Don't tell anyone," I said. Rosa poked her head out of the tent. "Obviously." Blanche nodded once. "I have 3 attributes. That is considered exceptional." May looked at me for a long moment. "2, she said. Then she looked away, and the subject was closed. I made more tea. They tested the tent until dusk. When they left, Rosa asked how much it cost. I told her it was a prototype, and I wanted field reports instead of payment. She grinned like I had offered her a second birthday. We went camping. Blanche proposed it as a trade. They would take me to a lake they used as a rest stop between dungeon runs and guard me while I tested my outdoor gear. In exchange, I would build each of them a set. It was the best business deal I had made since the matches. The walk took 6 hours along a river that widened gradually until it opened into a lake ringed by low hills and tall grass. Rosa brought firewood before I asked. Blanche set up chairs and a folding table I had made from snake bone. May had already started fishing with a bamboo rod she carried everywhere, and her dog, a massive hound the size of a small horse, lay in the shade with its eyes half closed. I pitched my tent. 1-touch deployment, 3 seconds, waterproof floor. Then I set out the camp kit: fire pit, portable stove, coffee mill, folding chair, magic lantern. Rosa watched with an expression that evolved from curiosity to envy to open longing over about 45 seconds. "You built all of this," she said. "Most of it. The lantern uses a standard magic stone." I ground the coffee beans, set the pot on the stove, and waited. Rosa came closer, smelled the coffee, and retreated like it had bitten her. "That is medicine," she said. "That is the greatest drink ever created by civilization. Your civilization was wrong." I drank my coffee alone, which was fine. Back home, I had drunk my coffee alone for 15 years. Some rituals do not need company. They need consistency. May approached with her bamboo rod and a look on her face that said she wanted something but would rather be attacked by a dungeon boss than ask for it directly. "Your rod," she said, pointing at my telescoping fishing rod with its spinning reel. "What is that mechanism?" I showed her the reel. She watched the handle spin, the line spool, the drag adjust. Her eyes did something I had not seen them do before, which was widen. "I want one," she said. "I will make you one." She looked at me. "Thank you." The word came out like she was diffusing a bomb, careful and slightly stunned by her own sincerity. We fished until sunset. She caught a 30-centimeter mackerel. I caught a red fish nearly twice that size. Neither of us talked about anything that mattered, and that was why it mattered. That evening, I cooked the fish. Butter sauté, salt-grilled filets, a clear bone broth that Blanche asked me to teach her. Rosa ate most of the butter sauté before anyone else could reach it. May fed scraps to her dog and said nothing, but she sat closer to the fire than she usually sat to anything. Then I saw what was in the dog's food bowl. Small white grains, round, familiar. "What is that?" I said, and my voice did something I had not authorized. Blanche looked at the bowl. "Coarse grain, a wheat variant they use for livestock feed. It is called rough wheat." I picked up a handful, felt it between my fingers, smelled it. It was rice. Not the kind my grandfather would have recognized, but close enough that the distance did not matter. I asked Blanche if I could have some. She looked puzzled, but said yes. I cooked it the next morning, boiled it for 15 minutes, steamed it for 10, served it with grilled fish. When I ate the first bite, I did not cry. That is what I told myself then, and that is what I will say now. But I did sit quietly for a long time with the bowl in my lap and the morning sun on my face. And when Rosa asked if I was okay, I said, "Yeah, I just remembered something." Richard told me about Sandra while I was drafting the refrigerator blueprint. He came to pick up the improved tent specifications and stayed longer than he needed to. I could tell because he kept adjusting his hat, which he only did when he was building up to something. She was born into the Iolite family, he said. Minor nobility. Good name, modest means. When she was 16, she was engaged to a man named Barry Jasper, heir to the Peridot Trading Company. It was considered an excellent match. I kept drawing. What happened? He broke the engagement publicly, said he had found true love elsewhere. The scandal was enough to get Sandra's family disowned. She was expelled from the Magic Academy. Her father lost his title. By the time the dust settled, she was 17 and had nothing. Richard paused. I did not look up. I could hear him deciding how much more to say. She built Alexandrite from the ground. No family money, no connections, no second chances from anyone who had known her before. She invented the magic aptitude paper, sold it, reinvested everything, and 3 years later, she was sitting in the Commercial Guild Federation across the table from the man who destroyed her family. I put my pen down. Barry runs Peridot now, I said. He does. And he has been expanding into her territory. Beauty products, fashion accessories, magic tools for women. He came to a guild meeting recently and offered her a rose. I looked at Richard. He offered her a rose. She did not accept it. I picked up my pen and went back to the refrigerator. Richard stood there for another few seconds. I am telling you this, he said, because you will encounter him. And when you do, I want you to understand why she reacts the way she does. I understand. Will you continue to be a good friend to her? I thought about the word friend. I thought about the word good. I thought about a 21-year-old woman who had been publicly humiliated, stripped of her family, expelled from school, and had rebuilt herself into the sharpest merchant I had ever met, and who still flinched at a name I had not heard until 30 seconds ago. Tell her if she needs to drink, I know a good stall, I said. The guild paper came the next morning. Peridot Trading Company had announced a summer beauty product line, new moisturizing tools, new styling accessories, aggressive pricing. The article used words like revolutionary and unmatched. I read it twice and put it down. Sandra had not asked me for help yet. She would. Through brandy and anger at a food stall the week before, she had told me about Barry's proposal to absorb Alexandrite into Peridot. She had challenged him to a sales competition instead. Summer theme, beauty magic tools. Winner takes the other company's independence. I understood why she had done it. She would rather gamble everything than let him have a single thing he did not earn. That was the wound talking, and the wound had better business instincts than most people's best days. I opened my notebook to the page of beauty product ideas: moisturizing cream, hair treatment tools, skincare applicators, things I had seen in drugstores back home and never thought twice about, things that did not exist here. I got to work. Barry came in person. The carriage was the first sign. Lacquered wood, gold trim, pulled by 2 horses that looked like they had been groomed by a team. The man who stepped out of it matched the carriage. Tall, blonde, well-dressed in a way that suggested the clothes had been fitted that morning. He smiled when he walked through my door, and the smile was the kind that had practice behind it. He introduced himself as the head of Peridot Trading Company and said he admired my work. He mentioned the matches, the ice maker, the tent. Then he laid out a proposal: joint venture, his distribution network, my inventions, shared royalties, a seat at his table. I listened to the whole pitch because cutting someone off before they finish tells them which part bothered you. When he was done, I said, "No." He tilted his head. "May I ask why?" "I have everything I need." He smiled again. This one was different from the first. It had patience in it, the way a cat has patience with a mouse that does not know it is being watched. He told me the offer would remain open, mentioned that he looked forward to the summer competition, and left. The carriage pulled away without a sound. Sandra appeared 10 minutes later. She must have seen the carriage from her office. She stood in my doorway and looked at the chair Barry had sat in. She did not ask what he wanted. She did not ask what I said. She already knew the answer to both. "The refrigerator blueprints are done," I said, "and I have some ideas for the beauty line." She looked at me. Something behind her eyes loosened by a fraction. "Good," she said. "Show me." Sandra wanted product intelligence. She did not say that. She said she wanted me to understand the market, which was the same thing spoken sideways. Elena and I walked into Barry's shop arm in arm because she told me a man alone in a cosmetics store drew stares and a couple browsing drew nothing. She was right. The clerk smiled at us before we hit the second aisle. The layout was better than I expected. 4 sections arranged in a diamond: cosmetics left, magic tools right, tea in the back, accessories in the center. Each section had its own staff, uniformed, polished, trained. The face powder alone came in over 100 varieties. Crushed shells, plant pigments, mineral blends. I picked up a compact and turned it over. The construction was clean. Not inspired, but clean. Elena dragged me to the magic tools section and tried on a vibrating face mask before I could stop her. It attached to her cheeks and started pulsing, and she made a sound that belonged nowhere in public. I laughed. She stomped on my foot hard enough that I felt it through the boot. Fair. The rest of the tools were what I expected. A belt that vibrated against the stomach, armbands, a bust enhancement device that I declined to let Elena test, which earned me a different kind of stomp. Every piece was competent. None of them were surprising. Then Barry walked in. He came through the front like a stage entrance, blonde hair catching the light, telling a woman near the door that her beauty was blinding and he might need to close his eyes to walk past. 2 clerks laughed. One customer actually blushed. He saw me across the room and his smile sharpened into something specific. He said something about Sandra's magic tool technician doing some shopping and asked if I was spying. He kept it light, the kind of light that has weight behind it. Good store, I said. My new products will be better. I walked out before he could answer. Elena followed. I heard him laughing behind us, pleasant and controlled. The laugh of a man who believed the conversation had gone exactly the way he wanted it to. It had not. The moisturizing cream took me a week to get wrong. That is not what I told myself at the time. At the time, I thought I was being cautious. I mixed herbal extracts with a base compound I adapted from memory, the kind of thing you would find in any drugstore back home. I tested it on shaved rats. No reaction. I tested it on my own forearm. Smooth, effective. The skin felt better after 20 minutes than it had all day. But something nagged. I was not a chemist. I was not a pharmacist. I was a handyman who happened to remember what moisturizer felt like. The base compound worked. The stabilizer ratio felt right. But felt right and was right were not the same thing, and I did not have the equipment or the training to know which one I was looking at. I left the prototype on my workbench with the specification sheet, a small jar of white cream, and 3 pages of notes. I told myself I would come back to it after the competition products were done. Sandra came by that afternoon. I showed her the hair iron first. Elena had spent the previous night finishing some technical work, and her hair was a disaster, so she made a perfect test subject. The iron glided through, smoothed everything flat, left it shining. Sandra watched without blinking. Then the mist generator, a glass orb with a small propeller, fine holes along the nozzle, water and crushed herbs inside. You turned it on, and it filled the room with cool scented mist. Sandra held it at arm's length, let the mist settle on her face, and said 2 words I had learned to recognize as the highest possible praise from her. I'll take both. She left with Richard and the specifications. Elena fell asleep on my workbench before they reached the door. I cleaned up, locked the 2nd floor, and came back down. The cream was gone. The specification sheet was gone. The jar, the notes, the small tray I had left them on. All of it. I stood there looking at the empty space on the bench for a long time. Then I went upstairs, made dinner, and did not mention it to anyone. Barry sent the thugs 3 days before the competition started. I was at my bench when they walked in. 2 of them, built like dock workers, the kind of men whose muscles came from hitting things rather than lifting them. One had a mohawk, the other had nothing on his head at all. They delivered Barry's final offer with the practiced boredom of men who had done this before. Double my current income, full creative control, a private workshop twice the size of this one. I said no. The mohawk cracked his knuckles. Then 3 things happened very fast. Rosa came through the door behind them, grabbed the bald one by the collar, and threw him through my window. Blanche caught the mohawk mid-swing and redirected him after his partner. May materialized behind the space where both men had been standing and held her wrist blade an inch from nothing, because there was no one left to hold it against. The window was broken. Glass and 2 unconscious men decorated the alley below. Rosa dusted off her hands. "You all right?" She grinned like she had just returned a library book. Barry sent the same offer in writing the next day. Better numbers. I sent it back unsigned. Sandra called a meeting that evening and told me Barry had proposed a formal sales competition. 1 week, beauty products only. 2 tax inspectors from the Commerce Guild to keep the count honest. She had already accepted on behalf of Alexandrite. "You accepted?" I said, without asking me. She looked at me the way she looked at people who stated obvious things. She had already moved past the part where I might have an opinion. I helped anyway. Of course I did. Elena and I went back to Barry's shop on the 2nd day of the competition to see what he was actually selling. The storefront had changed. New banners, new displays. A line of customers that stretched around the corner. The centerpiece was a matched set. A sunscreen cream paired with a moisturizing cream, packaged together in a compact with a mirror. The sunscreen was his. The moisturizer was mine. I knew the moment I saw it. The jar shape. the color, the consistency when a clerk opened a sample and spread it on a customer's wrist. Barry's people had added some herbs to the base, adjusted the scent, put it in better packaging, but the formula was the same one that had disappeared from my workbench. Elena did not notice. She was examining the sunscreen, talking about the emulsion technique, how the water-based formula had better coverage than last year's version. I picked up the moisturizer sample and turned it in the light. The texture was slightly different from mine, thicker. That meant the stabilizer ratio had been adjusted wrong, or adjusted right in a way I could not verify without equipment I did not have. The question that mattered was not whether Barry had stolen my formula. He had. The question was whether his version was safe. I could not answer that, not with certainty. What I knew was this: I had shelved the original because my instincts told me to stop. Barry's chemists had taken that same formula and changed the balance without knowing why I had stopped. If the stabilizer was too concentrated, prolonged use could cause inflammation, redness, swelling, the kind of damage that showed up on day 3 or day 4, not day 1. If I put the sample back on the shelf, Elena asked if I was ready to go. I said yes. I did not tell Sandra. I did not tell Richard. I did not report it to the guild. I walked back to my workshop, sat down at my bench, and started working on production notes for the hair iron. The cold part of me, the part that assessed problems the way I assessed a broken circuit, had already done the math. If the cream was safe, Barry would win the competition on distribution alone, and Sandra would lose. If the cream was dangerous, it would destroy him more completely than anything I could build. Either way, reporting it required explaining how I knew the formula was unstable. It required proving theft without evidence. It required trusting institutions I did not understand in a world I had lived in for 5 months. And underneath all of that, in the place I did not examine too carefully, was this: Barry had taken something from my bench. He knew what he was taking. He knew he had not finished the work. He chose to sell it anyway. I went back to the hair iron specifications. The first day's numbers came in at sundown. 2 tax inspectors walked into my workshop with Sandra, Richard, and Barry's escort. Formal, clipped. They read the totals like court verdicts. Alexandrite, 47 million Cedor. Peridot, 57 million Cedor. Barry led by 10 million on day 1. Barry had pre-positioned product across every partner shop in his network before the competition started. His distribution was already seeded. Sandra had sold only through her main store and 2 branches. She had played the game assuming both sides would start from 0. Barry had been running since before the starting gun. He said something pleasant about the first day's margin and asked Sandra if she wanted to reconsider. She did not change expression. He left. His cologne lingered. Sandra stood in my workshop and stared at the wall. Richard stood behind her, perfectly still. Nobody spoke for a while. "We expand distribution tomorrow," she said. "Every partner shop we have. Temporary bonuses for their staff." Richard nodded once and left to make it happen. Sandra stayed. She lit a cigarette and smoked it standing up. One arm crossed beneath the other, looking at nothing. I went back to my bench. Days 2 through 5 followed the same pattern. Sandra closed the gap. The hair iron moved well. The mist generator was a genuine hit in the summer heat, but Barry's cream and sunscreen set was a consumable, the kind of product women bought, used up in 2 weeks, and bought again. Our tools were durable goods. You bought a hair iron once. You bought moisturizer every month. By the 5th evening, the gap had not closed. Barry led by 8 million Cedor. The tax inspectors read the numbers with the same flat tone they had used on day 1. Barry left with the same pleasant expression. Sandra stood in the same spot and smoked the same brand of cigarette. That night, I lay on my back in my apartment and stared at the ceiling. I thought about the cream. I thought about the stabilizer ratio. I thought about the women lining up at Peridot's counter every morning, spreading that cream on their faces, going home satisfied. Day 3 of use. Day 4, day 5. I did not sleep particularly well. Day 6 started with coffee. I had found a source for beans through Richard, bought them from a pharmacy that sold them as medicinal herbs, and ground them by hand that morning. I made 4 cups of cafe au lait with sugar and milk and ice. Because the summer heat had turned my workshop into a slow cooker, and because Rosa, Blanche, and May had been guarding me for a week and deserved something better than water. Rosa drank hers in 3 gulps and asked for another. May held her cup with both hands, took small sips, and said nothing. Blanche tasted it, set it down, picked it up again, tasted it again, and said it was the best thing she had ever had in her mouth, which I chose not to examine too carefully. Richard arrived at noon. He was not smiling. The complaints had started arriving at Peridot's partner shops that morning. Not returns, not requests, complaints. Women who had used the moisturizing cream for more than 3 days were coming in with inflamed skin, redness around the cheeks and jaw, swelling in some cases, dark patches in others. The partner shops had no answers. Peridot's main store was already surrounded. I put my coffee down. I looked at the back of my hands. On the inside of my left forearm, where I had tested my own prototype weeks ago, there was a faint rash I had been ignoring. Small, barely visible. I had told myself it was the summer heat. It was not the summer heat. By day 7, it was over. The guild received a formal damage report before noon. Peridot's partners pulled their contracts within hours. Not gradually, not with negotiation, the way you might expect from businesses protecting their bottom line. They pulled them the way you pull your hand from a hot stove, all at once, because the alternative was burning with it. The final count came that evening. The tax inspectors read the numbers in the same flat voice, but the room was different now. Alexandrite had won by a margin that did not capture how complete the destruction actually was. Peridot had not just lost. Peridot had ceased to exist as a functional entity between dawn and dusk on the 7th day. Barry burst into my workshop before the inspectors finished. He was not smiling anymore. His hair was disheveled and his coat was unbuttoned, and he came through the door saying things I will not repeat, most of them directed at me, most of them structured around the question of what I had done. Rosa drew her sword. May's blade appeared at her wrist. I held up a hand and they waited. I rolled up my left sleeve and showed him the rash. Small, contained, already fading because I had only applied the cream once, weeks ago. Did you test it? I said. How many people tried it before you sold it? Did you check for reactions past day 3? He did not answer. He did not need to. We both knew. Barry's father arrived the next morning, the Marcus, a tall man with the same blonde hair gone gray and a posture that said he had been straightening other people's messes for decades. He apologized to Sandra personally, formally, with the weight of a man who understood that his son had endangered people who used the royal family's preferred shops, and that the political math of that mistake was worse than the commercial one. Barry lost his title. The Marquis dissolved Peridot's operations and assumed personal responsibility for compensation. Blanche volunteered to lead the healing effort, which meant every woman who had suffered skin damage received treatment from the kingdom's finest healer. It was more than they deserved from Barry. It was exactly what they deserved from the situation. Barry was sentenced to 10 years of court-assigned service work, the lowest grade. The Commerce Guild, with the particular cruelty of institutions that feel embarrassed by their own failures of oversight, assigned his first posting to the facilities maintained by Alexandrite Trading Company, which included my workshop. He arrived on a Tuesday. I knew because I had checked the schedule. I did not want to be surprised. I did not want to walk downstairs and find him there without having decided what my face would do. He looked different. The blonde hair was cropped short, almost shaved. The tailored coat was gone, replaced by a rough gray work tunic that hung wrong on his frame because it was not made for someone who had worn fitted clothes his entire life. He carried a mop and a bucket. He did not look up when he heard me on the stairs. He started in the corner by the door, methodical. The mop moved in even strokes across the stone floor. Dip, ring, push. Dip, ring, push. The rhythm of a man who had been shown how to do this once and was following the instructions exactly because following instructions was all he had left. I watched for a moment from the landing. Then I went to my bench and started working. He mopped for 40 minutes. He did not speak. I did not speak. The only sounds were the mop on stone, the water in the bucket, and the scratch of my pen on specification paper. When he finished, he emptied the bucket in the drain, rinsed the mop, put both by the door, and left. The floor was clean. He had done a thorough job. I sat at my bench and looked at the wet stone drying in the morning light. I tried to feel the thing I had expected to feel. Satisfaction, maybe. Justice served. The man who stole my formula and sold it knowing it was unfinished, who sent thugs to my door, who tried to buy me and then break me, now mopping my floor with his title stripped and his name worth less than the bucket he carried. It was not satisfaction. It was not guilt either, not exactly. It was something flatter than both. The particular quiet of a thing that went exactly where you aimed it and still left a residue you could not wash off the way he had washed my floor. I had known. I had known the cream was dangerous, and I had not said anything, and the cream had done what dangerous things do. Barry made the choice. Barry sold the product. Barry earned every stroke of that mop. All of that was true, and none of it changed the fact that women had walked into Peridot's shops trusting what they bought, and I could have stopped it, and I did not. I put it away, the way I always put things away. Filed it in the part of me that held the things I would not examine in daylight, next to my father's advice, and the sound of a breaker flipping, and the specific silence of an apartment where nobody was waiting. Sandra came by that evening. She did not knock. She never knocked. She walked in, saw me at the table with a glass of something amber, sat down across from me, and lit a cigarette. I poured her a glass without asking. We sat in the lamplight. The smoke curled up toward the ceiling and flattened against the beams. Outside, the street was quiet, the way streets are quiet when something large has just finished happening nearby, and everyone is still deciding what it meant. She did not ask about Barry. She did not ask about the cream. She did not ask about the week or the numbers, or the margin of victory that the guild would publish tomorrow in language so measured it would make the collapse sound like an administrative adjustment. "We won," she said. "We did." The silence after that held several things. The weight of what winning had cost, not to us, but to the women who bought a cream. The knowledge, shared and unspoken, that Sandra's victory was built partly on a disaster she had not caused, but had benefited from completely. The fact that neither of us would name what we were to each other, because naming it would require examining a structure we had both decided was load-bearing and could not be opened for inspection. She finished her cigarette. She finished her drink. She stood up and adjusted her jacket, the same precise motion she used when leaving a business meeting. And for a moment, I saw the girl she must have been at 16. Before the broken engagement, before the disowning, before she learned to carry everything the way she carried it now, which was alone and forward and without looking back. "Good night, Adrian." "Good night." She left. I sat at the table. The glass was empty. The workshop below me was clean. The floor still faintly damp from a mop I had not asked for, pushed by a man who had earned every minute of his sentence and who I would see again next Tuesday and the Tuesday after that for the next 10 years. I did not feel the way I had expected to feel. I noted that, and I put it away. The road south was the first time I had been still in months. Sandra told me not to come back broke. I told her I would try. Then I climbed into the most absurd vehicle I had ever seen in any world. A 2-story sleeper carriage with a kitchen, 3 beds, and a sofa, I claimed immediately. Rosa's war dog pulled the whole thing at a pace that made the countryside blur. I made coffee on the second morning while Blanche read a novel, and Rosa complained from upstairs that the smell was ruining her nap. May accepted a cup, drank it without comment, and went back to watching the window. The hills outside had turned green. The air was warmer than anything I had felt since arriving in this world. We stopped for lunch by a river. Rosa waded in barefoot. A creature that looked like a scaled dog fired an arrow at her from across the bank. She caught it between 2 fingers without turning around, glared at the thing until it ran, and came back to finish her sandwich. "You are not even a little worried," I said. She wiped mustard off her chin. "About what?" "That was the trip. 4 days of that." The ocean hit me on the afternoon of the 4th day. The road crested a hill covered in white wildflowers, and then the world opened. Blue that went to the edge of everything. A castle port made of pale stone sat at the bottom of the cliff, with fishing boats rocking in its harbor and a long stone breakwater stretching into the water like an arm. The air changed. It tasted like salt and sun-warmed rock, and something I had not smelled since my old life. I stood at the railing of the carriage's upper deck and did not move. Rosa came up behind me. I expected her to say something loud and cheerful. She looked at the water, looked at me, and said nothing. She went back downstairs. I heard her tell Blanche to give me a minute. I had grown up in a landlocked prefecture. My father took me to the ocean exactly once, a weekend trip with my grandfather. They argued the entire drive about who would teach me to surf. Neither of them knew how. We ate grilled fish on the sand, and my grandfather fell asleep in a folding chair, and my father sat next to him drinking beer and watching the waves like he was trying to memorize them. I was 38 years old when I died. I had not been back to the ocean since that weekend. I stayed at the railing until the carriage reached the city gate. Xanadu was cleaner than any city I had seen in this world. Stone-paved streets, magic lamps, designated smoking areas. I obeyed with mild annoyance. The king spent every tax coin on making his country pleasant for tourists, and it worked. Rosa's party was recognized on sight. We checked into a seaside inn they used every summer, 5 stories tall with a balcony that looked straight out over the harbor. My room had a bed softer than anything I had slept on in either life, and a coconut shell ashtray on the windowsill. I sat on the balcony with fruit water and a cigarette and watched the sky turn orange, then deep red, then purple over the water. I thought about my father and my grandfather again. Then I stopped. There was nothing useful in that direction, and I had a villa to buy in the morning. The real estate guild had 3 properties that matched what I wanted. 2 were wrong. The third was a 2-story former inn with a private beach, an underground room with windows into the sea, and a price that was half what it should have been. The agent looked apologetic. The building was haunted. A ghost-type monster had killed the previous owner. Every exorcist who tried to clear it had failed. I looked at Blanche. Blanche looked at the building. Her eyes lit up the way most people's do not when they hear the word haunted. "How many?" she asked. The agent stammered. Blanche was already walking toward the front door. She reached behind her back and produced a silver hammer that was taller than she was. I had not previously been aware she was carrying it. She was inside for 20 minutes. I heard a sound like a cathedral bell rung once. Light poured out of every window. Then silence. Blanche came back out, adjusted her hair, and told me the infestation was resolved. 80% on the initial pass, the rest by hand. She had placed her own seals on the walls. May negotiated 20% off the listed price. I paid and received the keys before lunch. The villa had 6 bedrooms upstairs, a full kitchen, a wood deck overlooking the private beach, and an underground workshop with windows that looked straight into the ocean. I stood in that workshop for a long time, watching fish drift past the glass, and felt the kind of satisfaction that has nothing to do with money. I found them on my 3rd evening in Xanadu. I had gone to the bar district alone. The stalls were packed with grilled fish and fried dumplings, and things I could not name that smelled extraordinary. I was thinking about ramen. Specifically, I was thinking about whether this world had the ingredients to make a proper tonkotsu broth, and whether I cared enough to find out when something tugged the hem of my shorts. A small girl with white hair and cat ears stared up at me. She was maybe 3 years old. Her clothes had holes. Her face was dirty. She said something that sounded like a cat's meow and pulled harder. I let her lead me. She brought me to a handcart at the edge of the district. Behind it stood a woman who shared the girl's white hair and cat ears. Older, early 20s, wearing a faded dress that had been mended too many times. She was selling roasted sweet potatoes from a heating element that was visibly cracked. The prices written on her sign were too low to cover the cost of the potatoes themselves. The woman saw me, and her face went through 3 expressions in a second: hope, embarrassment, apology. She pulled the girl close and bowed. Her name was Elise. The girl was Lily. Elise's husband had been a merchant with 12 wives. She was the 7th. When he died, his relatives took the business, the money, and the house. The wives got nothing. Elise got Lily and a broken heating cart. She explained this without self-pity. She stated facts. The potatoes were not selling. Lily had been trying to attract customers on her own, which was dangerous, and which Elise had told her not to do. She apologized for the trouble. I bought everything on the cart. I did not bargain. Then I crouched down next to the heating element and looked at it. The element was cracked, but the housing was good. I had 2 magic stones and a piece of wire in my pocket, because I always had 2 magic stones and a piece of wire in my pocket. I fixed it in the street. It took 4 minutes. I handed it back. Elise held it like I had given her something much heavier than a repaired stove component. "Come to my workshop tomorrow," I said. "Bring sweet potatoes. I will build you something better, and you can test it for a fair daily rate." She looked at me for a long moment. Then she nodded once, carefully, the way someone does when they cannot afford to be overwhelmed. Lily tugged my shorts again. She held up a small pink shell and offered it to me. I took it. Elise came the next morning with a basket of sweet potatoes, and Lily riding on her hip. I had already built the thing I had been thinking about since seeing her cart. It was an oven toaster. I had salvaged the firebox from a broken magic stove in Rosa's beach villa, added iron plates for even heat distribution, installed a temperature regulator using a mid-grade firestone, and fitted it with a simple latch door. It was not elegant. It worked. I showed Elise how to use it. We mashed potatoes with sugar, milk, butter, and egg, shaped them into small rounds, and baked them golden. Lily sat on a stool and watched with the focus of a surgeon. When the first batch came out, she ate 3 before anyone could speak. Rosa appeared in a red bikini, declared the smell unbearable in the best possible way, and ate 4. Blanche followed in a white one piece, and ate 2 with the composure of someone who was not going to acknowledge how fast they vanished. May took one, sat on the deck railing, and ate it watching the waves. I paid Elise $500,000 for the first month of product testing. She tried to refuse. I told her it was a standard monitor fee, and that I needed weekly reports on heat distribution, cooking time, and customer feedback. The job was real. The money was real. I was not giving her charity. I was giving her work, which does not run out the way charity does. She thanked me with the careful dignity of someone who had learned exactly how much gratitude she could afford to show. Lily fell asleep on the living room sofa after lunch. Elise sat next to her and stroked her hair. I went to the deck and smoked, and did not think about anything in particular. That afternoon, Blanche announced she had formally hired Elise and Lily into the adventurer party's household as live-in staff for their base back in the capital: cleaning, cooking, general upkeep. Elise would start when the vacation ended. I had not asked for that. Blanche had simply done it because it was the correct thing to do, and Blanche did correct things the way other people breathed, 3 days into the vacation, I stopped pretending. I had installed air conditioning in every room. I had built a ceiling fan for the living room, a portable cooler with a shoulder strap for the beach, and 4 underwater scooters, 1 in each of their colors. I had tried sitting on the beach with a book and lasted 45 minutes before my hands started itching for tools. So I went to the workshop. The underground room had windows that looked directly into the ocean. Fish drifted past the glass in the blue-green dark. I spread my sketches across the workbench and sat there watching the fishing boats work the headland through the surface shimmer above. I thought about outboard motors, not the magic stone propulsion I had used for the scooters. Those were toys. I was thinking about something that could push a hull through open water at real speed. The frame would need to handle sustained torque without cracking, which meant I needed a material denser and more resilient than anything the regular market offered: metal oak, a monster species whose bones had a density comparable to titanium alloy back home. The bones were structural grade, and magic stone integration was possible at the molecular level if you carved the rune channels before the bone cured. I had seen metal oak femurs in the market that morning and spent 20 minutes turning one over in my hands while the vendor watched me like I was strange. I started sketching: a propulsion housing, a drive shaft, a cooling loop using water attribute stones to prevent overheating. The shape of the thing was clear in my head, the way shapes always were when I stopped fighting them. Rosa found me at midnight. She did not tell me I was supposed to be on vacation. She brought me a cup of tea, set it on the edge of the workbench, and leaned against the doorframe. "What is it this time?" I showed her the sketches: a motor for a boat, something that could cross open water without sails. She studied the drawings with more attention than I expected. Then she looked at me. "You need metal oak bones for that frame." I was going to ask about sourcing them from the market. She grinned. It was the grin she used before volunteering for something no one had asked her to do. "Forget the market. We will hunt them. The forest above the North Cliff has a whole colony. Blanche has been wanting to go up there anyway." I did not ask for that. I know. She picked up the tea, took a sip of it herself, put it back, and went upstairs. I heard her footsteps on the deck, then nothing. I turned back to the sketches. The motor was going to work. I did not know yet what it would become, but I knew it was going to work. The ocean moved outside the glass. The fish did not care what I was building. I liked that about them. Sandra arrived on the 6th day because Sandra always arrived. I was on the deck reading a newspaper I had subscribed to for the summer when I heard her boots on the boardwalk. Richard was 2 steps behind her, carrying her traveling case. She looked at the villa, looked at the ocean, looked at me sitting in a deck chair with a cigarette and a glass of cold ale, and shook her head. Not bad for a haunted house. The ghost problem resolved itself. Blanche resolved it. She sat down across from me and lit a cigarette of her own. Richard set down the case and stood at the railing. I watched him notice the interior of the house, the kitchen, the bedrooms upstairs. Then I watched him notice Elise, who had come out of the kitchen with a tray of fruit water. He stopped moving entirely for about 3 seconds. Sandra told me she was opening a branch of Alexandrite in Xanadu. She had already found a building. She wanted to talk about the underwater scooters, which she had somehow already heard about despite having been 200 miles away when I built them. I told her I was on vacation. She told me she would wear a swimsuit if I listened. I told her that was not the negotiation tool she thought it was. She smiled in a way that said she knew exactly what kind of tool it was. We went to dinner instead, a restaurant in the harbor district with walls of glass aquariums and fish so fresh the chef sliced them at the table. They had sashimi. They had rice wine. I had not seen either since my old life. I ate until I could not move and drank until Sandra and Richard were both laughing, which was worth more than the wine. She brought up the Alexandrite branch again over dessert. I gave her the scooter specifications and told her she could sell them through the new shop. She took the papers, folded them neatly, and put them in her coat. "Thank you. You were going to take them anyway." Her smile did not deny it. Richard poured me another glass. Outside, the harbor lights reflected on the water in long, trembling lines. The wine was warm in my chest. The ocean was still there in the morning. Everything I needed was either in this room or in the workshop below the waves. It was, I decided, a very good vacation, even if I had spent most of it working. The engine caught on the 3rd try. I had been up since 4, running through the ignition sequence in my head while the sky went from black to gray. The propulsion housing sat where I had mounted it the night before, bolted to the transom with metal oak brackets that weighed almost nothing and held like structural steel. Drive shaft, pinion gear, propeller, magic operation tiller with 2 handles for forward and reverse. everything I had drawn on that workbench a week ago, built from the bones of a monster I had never seen alive. I fed mana into the rotation stone and felt the propeller kick. The boat lurched forward about 2 feet and stopped. I adjusted the flow rate, fed it again. This time, the propeller hummed, clean and steady, and the boat began to move. May was standing on the beach with her arms crossed. She had been there since I dragged the boat down. "Get in," I said. She climbed over the gunwale without a word, sat on the bench behind me, and wrapped one hand around the rail. I pushed the tiller forward. The boat accelerated out of the cove, smooth at first, then faster than anything I had built in this world had ever moved. The water split clean. The hull barely shook. I brought it along the coastline at what I guessed was about 40. May's hair was horizontal behind her. She did not tell me to slow down. I brought it back to the cove, cut the engine, and sat on the hull for a minute with my hands on my knees. The silence after the engine died was enormous. "It needs a rudder adjustment," I said. May said nothing. She was looking at the water where the wake was still flattening out. I went back inside and spent an hour recalibrating the steering stone. The magic script that governed the trim was pulling too much lateral force at high speed, which meant the boat wanted to nose up instead of cutting forward. I redrew the script, tested the flow on the bench, carried it back out. The second run was worse, or better, depending on how you define those words. I pushed it to maximum, past 100, easy, and the hull lifted, not a little. The entire boat left the water. We were airborne for what felt like 3 years, but was probably 2 seconds. The ocean dropped away below us like a floor someone had pulled out. May raised one hand. A column of water rose underneath the hull and caught us, lowering the boat back to the surface as gently as setting down a glass. I sat there with both hands on the tiller and my heart somewhere near my throat. "I did not intend that," I said. "I know." She was almost smiling. Almost. I adjusted the trim. The boat was a success. It was also, possibly, trying to kill me. I could work with that. Rosa slid the contract across the table without ceremony. It was a formal document, guild witnessed, with the blood-red camellia seal at the bottom. 2 signatures already, Rosa and Blanche. A third line waited for May, who had been the one to write it. I read it carefully. The terms were simple. They provide protection and combat support when I need it. I provide gear, tools, and preferential repair services. Either party can end it with 30 days notice. No exclusivity clause. I could still take other clients. They could still take other guild requests. I looked up. "What if your party is on a job and I need muscle?" "We designate a substitute from the guild," Rosa said. "It is in section 4. I looked at section 4. It was. "And if I build something for someone else while you are in the field, that is your business." May's voice was flat and certain. She had thought about this. "The contract covers protection, not ownership." I picked up the pen. The ink was dark red, the same shade as Rosa's hair, which I suspected was not a coincidence. I signed. Nobody made a speech. Rosa opened a bottle of wine. Blanche set out plates. May sat with her elbows on the table and watched me pour, and for a moment, I thought she was going to say something important. She reached for the bread instead. We ate dinner. The food was fish that Elise had grilled with herbs from the market, and it was excellent. The contract sat on the table between us, drying. "We have been thinking about it since the tent," Rosa said, halfway through the second bottle. The tent was the camping trip. Phase 2, the lake. The fish she caught with her bare hands, and the argument about whether fire magic counted as cheating when grilling. "I know," I said. She grinned. That was enough. Rosa kicked my door open 2 days later at 5 in the morning. I was already awake. I had been lying there listening to the gulls argue about something on the beach, which is a sound that becomes familiar faster than you would expect. "2 fishing boats went down yesterday," she said. Her armor was on. The sword was across her back. She was not smiling. "A kraken, north of the harbor. The survivors said it is still out there." I sat up. "How bad?" "The fishing fleet is grounded. The harbor master sealed the north channel. If it stays, the poison spreads. The fishermen say the water goes dead for 30 years around a kraken feeding site." She was talking fast, the way she did when she had already made a decision and was waiting for everyone else to catch up. Xanadu does not have a navy. They have tourist boats, nothing fast enough to reach it before it moves. I understood what she was not saying. "My boat," I said. "Your boat?" She looked at me with an expression I had not seen from her before. It was not fear. It was the face of someone asking for something she knew she had no right to ask for. "We need a driver. You are the only person who knows how to operate it." I got out of bed. I pulled on my work shirt, my trousers, my boots. I picked up the life jacket I had made from beast hide, water repellent, with an air expansion magic stone sewn into the lining. I grabbed the harpoon that was leaning against the wall by the door. I had built it for spearfishing. It was not designed for a kraken. "Fine," I said. "Let us go." May and Blanche were already on the beach. May had a bow across her back and a quiver of long arrows I had never seen her carry before. Blanche had her staff and 3 purification talismans pinned to her robe. "You are sure?" May asked me. "No," I said. Get in. They climbed into the boat. Rosa took the bow, Blanche and May the stern. I stood at the tiller, fed mana into the rotation stone, and the propeller caught clean. The boat shot out of the cove and turned north. The water was flat and black, no wind. The dawn was coming up behind us, gold on the edge of the world, and ahead of us, the ocean was dark. I lit a cigarette. It was a stupid thing to do on a boat heading toward a sea monster at 60 an hour, but my hands needed something to hold besides the tiller. Rosa pointed. Past the reef line. The survivors said it hit them about 3 miles out. 3 miles. At this speed, 3 minutes. I pushed the tiller forward and the boat accelerated. The 3 of them stood in the hull behind me like they had been born on this water, which they had not. But S-rank adventurers adapt to surfaces the way cats adapt to ledges. They did not hold the rails. They did not sway. They watched the water ahead with the focused silence of people who kill things professionally. 2 minutes out, we passed debris, a broken mast, a section of hull planking with barnacles still on the underside, fishing net tangled in the wreckage like hair. May put one hand flat on the gunnel and closed her eyes, her water sensing. She could feel vibrations through the hull. It is here, she said. Below us. Moving east. Her eyes opened. Accelerate. The first tentacle came up 60 feet to starboard. It was white, thicker than the mast of the fishing boat it had sunk. It rose out of the water like a tree growing sideways and slammed down where we had been a half second earlier because I had already thrown the tiller hard to port. Rosa did not wait. She drew the crimson sword and the blade caught fire. Not decorative fire, not a glow, but actual flame that rolled off the steel like it was breathing. She swung once. The tentacle separated from the body somewhere below the waterline, and the severed piece hit the surface like a falling building. Go around, she said. Give me the left side. I circled the boat. More tentacles. 3, 4, 5, rising and slamming in patterns that made no sense until I realized the Kraken was trying to hurt us, push us into a pocket of dead water where the current would hold the boat still. I reversed. The propeller screamed. The boat shot backward through a gap between 2 tentacles and came out the other side facing the main body. The Kraken was enormous. Its head, mantle, whatever the correct word is for the dome-shaped top of something that should not exist, sat half above the waterline like a pale island. 9 tentacles radiated from it, each one moving independently, each one capable of snapping the boat in half. Rosa went to work. She stood on the bow rail and cut them. 1, 2, 3. Each swing was a different angle, a different fire pattern. She was painting the air with arcs of flame that cauterized the stumps before they could regenerate. Blanche fired arrows from the stern, each one trailing white light that punched through tentacle flesh and left clean holes. May directed water, columns of it rising from the ocean surface to push tentacles away from the hull when they got too close. I drove. That was my job. Keep the boat positioned. Ride the pattern. Do not get hit. Do not get in the way. The 3 of them were operating at a level I could observe but not participate in, and that was exactly correct. I was the driver. They were the weapon. Rosa cut the 7th tentacle. Then her boot slipped on the wet deck and she dropped to one knee. The 8th tentacle swept the bow. I threw the tiller hard right. The boat spun. The tentacle missed Rosa by a margin I could measure in inches. She was up again before the spray settled, sword raised, but the tentacle was coming back around, and the harpoon was in my hands. I did not remember picking it up. It was the spearfishing harpoon, mounted to the frame by a release clip that I had installed in case of exactly this, in theory. Though the theory had been more about large fish than about sea monsters the size of buildings. The harpoon had a magic stone in the shaft, the same stone I used for the motor. I had not recalibrated it for a weapon. It was still matched to the propulsion circuit, which drew more current than a calibrated weapon stone ever would. I did not think about that. I pointed it at the dome and fired. The stone discharged, lightning, purple, forked, loud in a way that sound should not be on open water, traveled down the harpoon shaft and into the Kraken's body. The strike hit somewhere near the center of the mantle, the neural cluster, the place where a Kraken's distributed nervous system converges into something like a brain. The tentacles stopped, all of them, at once. The 8th tentacle, which had been mid-swing toward Rosa, froze in the air and then fell into the water with a sound like a collapsing bridge. The Kraken sank, not slowly, not dramatically. It simply stopped being buoyant and dropped straight down, trailing the harpoon line behind it until the line snapped. The ocean went flat. Rosa was standing on the bow rail with her sword on fire. Blanche had an arrow knocked and drawn. May had both hands raised with 2 columns of water held suspended beside the boat. All 3 of them were mid-strike. They looked at me. I looked at my hands. The harpoon launcher was still smoking. The discharge had left a scorch mark on the tiller housing. I may have miscalibrated the harpoon, I said. Nobody disagreed. Blanche lowered her bow first. She walked to the side of the boat, leaned over, and touched the water. White light spread from her fingertips across the surface. Purification. The Kraken's poison was already in the water column, and she was pulling it out. "It is dead," she said. "Your strike hit the primary neural cluster. Functional decapitation." "I was aiming at the big part," I said. Rosa sheathed her sword. The flame died. She sat down on the deck with her back against the gunwale and laughed. Not her usual laugh, the booming one that filled rooms and startled horses. This was quieter, exhaustion and relief, and something I could not name. "You killed it," she said. "The harpoon killed it. You fired the harpoon. The stone was miscalibrated. The current was supposed to be a distraction, not a kill shot." "Adrian." She was looking at me with an expression that was half disbelief and half something warmer. "You killed a kraken with a fishing harpoon from the driver's seat." May cut a piece of tentacle from the water with her knife and wrapped it in oilcloth, proof for the guild. She moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this 100 times, and she did not look at me while she worked, and that was its own kind of acknowledgement. I turned the boat south. The engine started clean. The water was calm. Behind us, the dawn finished arriving, and the ocean turned from black to blue to the particular shade of green that Xanadu's waters carried in the morning light. My hands were shaking. I did not mention it. The harbor knew before we docked. I do not know how. Word travels in port towns the way electricity travels through copper, along the path of least resistance, instantaneously, to everywhere. The fishing crews were on the piers. The dock workers had stopped unloading. The merchant factors were standing in their doorways with their hands on their hips, watching the motorboat come in. Rosa stood at the bow and waved. She accepted it the way she accepted everything, openly, loudly, without self-consciousness. This was her job. She was good at it. The crowd loved her and she loved them back, and that was a transaction I had no interest in joining. I brought the boat in, tied it off, and stayed on board. The crowd thinned after an hour. Rosa went with Blanche and May to the guild to file the report. They did not mention my name. I had asked them not to, and they honored it without argument, which was a kindness I did not entirely deserve, but accepted anyway. I sat on the boat and recalibrated the harpoon. The magic stone needed reseating. The discharge had cracked the mounting bracket. I filed the bracket smooth, replaced the stone with a lower rated one that would not blow through the housing next time, and tested the mechanism until it clicked clean. The work was good. It always was. My hands stopped shaking somewhere around the third bracket adjustment, and I did not track the exact moment, because tracking it would mean admitting they had been shaking in the first place. A week passed. The underwater scooters I had designed were the talk of the kingdom. Sandra had the Alexandrite branch running pre-orders with a reservation system that Richard had built from her specifications, and the demand was matching projections. The motorboat engine specifications were in production review. The canal development plan that I had suggested to the Aquarius witch over drinks was apparently becoming real, which meant I had accidentally helped redesign a country's infrastructure during what was supposed to be a vacation. I made pancakes for Lily one morning when Elise was busy. The girl sat on a stool in the kitchen and watched me flip them with the concentration of a scientist observing an experiment. When I put the plate in front of her, she said the cat sound she always said, and ate 3. Sandra came by the villa alone one afternoon. She wore a black swimsuit and brought a bottle of wine and a financial report. We sat on the deck and read. She read the numbers. I read a technical manual on propulsion geometry that I had written myself and was already finding errors in. We ate fried rice for lunch. She told me I was like a mirror to her. Comfortable because I reflected what she actually was instead of what she was supposed to be. I told her the rice needed more salt. The vacation ended the way vacations do. Sandra left first, then Richard, then the Alexandrite staff. Rosa's party finished their last guild requests. Elise packed Lily's things. I arranged property management for the villa through the local guild. Cleaning, security, someone to check the seals on the underground workshop. On the last evening, I stood on the deck and looked at the ocean. The sun was going down behind the western headland, turning the water the color of honey. Somewhere out there, 3 miles north, a kraken was dissolving on the ocean floor because I had pointed a spearfishing harpoon at it, and the math had been wrong in my favor. I thought about my father, not the conversation, not the words about happiness being personal and nobody else getting a vote, just him, standing in the kitchen of our old apartment, drying dishes, humming something I could never remember the melody of. The road led north. Autumn was coming in the Edelstein kingdom. I had ideas for heating systems and insulated clothing and a portable stove that could fold flat. The sea would still be here. So would everything it had produced. I picked up my bag and turned away from the water. The workshop smelled like dust and old flux. 6 weeks of nothing will do that to a room. I set my bag on the bench and ran a finger across the surface. The line it left was sharp enough to read. Everything else was exactly where I had left it. The ice maker prototypes, the half-finished schematic for a portable stove, the box of Delicondor stones sorted by grade. The property guild had kept the place locked and dry. They had not kept it alive. I opened the window. Cold air pushed the dust sideways. Autumn had come while I was away, and the capital smelled like it. Wood smoke, fallen leaves, something sharp underneath that I had never identified. Not unpleasant, just different from salt air and grilled fish. The repair requests had backed up. Richard had left a stack of them on the front table. 23 tickets, sorted by urgency, each one in his careful handwriting. Broken heating stones, a cracked ice maker someone had dropped, a restaurant lamp that flickered during dinner service. The ordinary problems of a city that had gotten used to magic tools and now could not function without them. I worked through them in 2 days. Not because they were easy, but because they were familiar. Hands knew what to do. Mind could wander. It wandered to one place in particular. I stopped by the base on the 3rd morning to check on Elise and Lily. Rosa had offered them rooms during the Xanadu trip, and somewhere between the offer and my return, the arrangement had become permanent. The base was cleaner than I had ever seen it. The common room smelled like bread and herbal tea. A row of wildflowers sat in a jar on the windowsill that had held nothing but dust since the party moved in. Elise had done this. She had a way of making a space feel like someone cared about it without rearranging a single piece of furniture. Lily was on the floor with a picture book, sounding out words I could not hear. When she saw me, she stood up, walked over, and grabbed my trouser leg with both hands. "Uncle," she said. Just that. Then she went back to her book. Elise brought me tea without asking. We sat at the common table, and she told me the girls had been taking Lily out for rides on the dog. Rosa, Blanche, May, all 3 of them, apparently, had decided that a 3-year-old cat girl was their shared responsibility. Permission had been given. Schedules had been negotiated. Snacks had been procured. "They are very kind," Elise said. She said it carefully, the way she said everything, like she was still learning whether she was allowed to have this. Richard arrived with morning reports. He spread a set of papers across the table, walked me through Sandra's latest distribution numbers, and mentioned the Kotatsu prototypes had cleared their product review. Then, almost as an afterthought, he said something about Elise's work at the base, how the adventurers' meals had improved, how Lily had started greeting him by name. He said it to me, not to her, but his eyes went to the window where she had put the flowers. I filed that away and said nothing. I found Barry on a Tuesday. He was outside the guild hall with a mop and a tin bucket, working a patch of stone that was already clean. His hair was gone, cropped to the scalp. His cheeks had hollowed since the sentencing. The gray work tunic hung on his frame like it had been sized for someone who ate. He had not been eating. I watched him for about a minute from across the street. He worked methodically, wringing the mop with both hands, applying it in straight parallel lines. No wasted motion. He was cleaning the way a person cleans when the alternative is standing still and thinking. I crossed the street. "Barry," he stopped. The mop handle stayed in both hands. He looked at me the way you look at a door you expect to open onto something unpleasant. "If you came to gloat," he said, "you are about 3 months too late." I did not come to gloat. He waited. I had maybe 10 seconds of his attention before he went back to mopping. He had gotten very good at mopping. The patch behind him was spotless. "Your service contract," I said. "It ends in a few days." Something shifted in his face. Not hope, the opposite. The sentence had been the last structure his life had. Without it, he was a man standing in an empty room. "And then what?" he said. It was not a question. I had seen this before. My father's worst year, after my mother left. The way he sat in the kitchen at 4 in the morning, staring at nothing. Not because he was thinking, but because he had run out of reasons to stand up. My grandfather pulled him out, not with sympathy, with a project. "I have a business idea," I said, "and I need someone who knows how guilds work to run it." Barry looked at me for a long time. His hands did not move on the mop handle. "Why me?" "Because you are good at operations. Because you understand contracts, supply chains, staffing, and client management. Because the last thing you ran generated revenue faster than anything Sandra had seen in 5 years. The product was stolen and the execution was criminal, but the operational structure was sound." He blinked. I do not think anyone had said something true about him in months. "What are the terms?" he said. I brought him to the workshop. Sandra was already there, which I had not planned. She had come to discuss the Kotatsu distribution schedule. She saw Barry in the doorway and stopped mid-sentence. The silence lasted about 4 seconds. Sandra looked at him the way you look at a photograph of someone you knew, recognizing the features, but not the person behind them. "Sit down," I said. to both of them. Barry sat in the chair I pointed at. Sandra leaned against the wall near the door. She did not sit. She also did not leave. I laid out the plan. The Beastman families, the ones whose businesses had collapsed when the cream scandal destroyed Peridot's subcontractor network. A tiger beastman named Marcus, whose trading company had gone under. Honest workers, good with their hands, no work. A wolf beast woman and a fox beast woman, whose children played with Lily now because their families had ended up in the same neighborhood as people who had lost everything. There are dozens of families like this, I said. They can do physical work, cleaning, maintenance, groundskeeping. The capital has no commercial cleaning service. Every shop owner mops their own floors. Every warehouse hires day labor. I pulled the prototypes from the bench. A magic stone vacuum unit I had built the week before, a floor polisher, an air duster, tools that made professional cleaning faster and more consistent than anything available. The company needs someone who can manage schedules, negotiate contracts, handle accounts, and deal with guild registration. Someone who has run an operation before. I looked at Barry. That is you. He stared at the prototypes on the bench. His hands were in his lap. They were trembling slightly. Sandra had not moved from the wall. Her expression was unreadable. She watched Barry the way you watch weather, tracking something that might go in any direction. Barry spoke without looking up. His voice was small, smaller than I had ever heard it, and I had heard it at its most theatrical. The people you are describing, he said. The Beastman families. Their businesses collapsed because of me. Yes, and you want me to manage them. I want you to work for them. The room went quiet again. Barry's hands stopped trembling. He looked at me, and for the first time since I had known him, through the charm, through the theft, through the trial, through the sentencing, his face had nothing on it. No performance, no defense. Just a man hearing something he had not expected. When do I start? He said. Sandra exhaled. It was quiet enough that she probably thought no one heard it. I heard it. Tomorrow, I said. Richard will bring the registration papers. The company will be called Amethyst Cleaning. You pick the staff. I fund the startup. Sandra provides the first contracts. Sandra straightened from the wall. She looked at me, not at Barry. I will arrange after-hours cleaning for the Alexandrite stores, she said. Her voice was clipped and professional, the way it got when she was feeling something she did not want to name. And someone will need to make sure he eats. He looks like he has been living on bread crusts. She walked out before Barry could respond. Richard followed her after a brief nod. Barry sat in the chair for another minute. Then he stood up, looked at the vacuum unit on the bench, and picked it up. He turned it over in his hands, checking the weight and the balance, the way someone who has managed inventory does instinctively. This is well built, he said. I know. He set it down. He did not say thank you. I did not need him to. A week later, Richard told me the numbers. 72 employees. Every one of them a beastman, except Barry. Marcus had brought his entire former crew, muscular, meticulous, used to physical work. The Wolf and Fox families had come through with their own networks. Word spread the way it does in tight communities. Someone is offering real work, steady pay, and a manager who bows to you before he assigns your shift. Barry had bowed to every one of them. He had stood in a rented warehouse with 71 beastmen and beastwomen who had lost their livelihoods because of his stolen cream, and he had apologized. Not the theatrical kind, not the courtroom kind, the kind where you say what you did, and you say you are sorry, and then you shut up and wait for them to decide. They decided to stay. Amethyst Cleaning launched on a Thursday. By the following Wednesday, it was the most reliable cleaning service in the commercial district. The vacuum units and floor polishers gave them an edge no competitor could match. No one else had the tools. The beastmen had the stamina and the precision. Barry had the operational instinct to schedule them, route them, price them, and keep every client satisfied. He also mopped the Alexandrite main store himself every evening. Sandra found him there after hours, on his hands and knees with a rag, working a section of floor that his employees had already cleaned. She told him he was the head of a trading company and should not be mopping. He told her this section was his responsibility. He wanted to do it carefully with his own hands. She asked if he considered this a fresh start. He looked up from the floor. His face was thinner than she remembered. His eyes were clear. He told her there was no restart in life. This was not a new beginning. It was atonement. He was still on the same road he had been on since the cream destroyed those families. He would be on it until he died, and that was the correct thing. Sandra asked about his wife, the woman he had loved enough to break their engagement for, the child. Barry went back to mopping. He said he had no face to show them. He hoped they would forget him. Sandra watched him work for another minute. Then she turned to Richard, who was standing in the doorway, and told him to assign Barry a secretary, someone who would make sure he rested and ate, even if they had to be forceful about it. She said this with the same clipped efficiency she used for supply orders. Richard nodded and led Barry out. I heard the report that evening. I was alone in the workshop, sketching heating coils for the winter line. Barry had showed up before his employees every morning that week. He left after all of them. The Beastman families had started referring to him by name instead of by his old title. One of Marcus's daughters, the little wolf girl, had brought him a rice ball at lunch on the second day, and he had eaten it at his desk without stopping work. The company was going to survive. It was going to grow. The capital needed this and had not known it. I set down the pencil and looked at the prototype stove on the corner of the bench. The workshop was quiet. The street outside was quiet. Somewhere across the district, Barry was probably still mopping something. I had not done this because I was kind. I had done it because the situation was an obvious problem with an obvious solution, and leaving it unsolved would have been worse than the effort of solving it. The Beastman families needed work. Barry needed purpose. The market needed a cleaning service. 3 lines that crossed at a single point. That is what I told myself. It was also true that I had walked across a street I did not need to cross, said a man's name I did not need to say, and offered a chance no one had asked me to offer. And the reason I did it, the real reason, underneath the efficiency argument, was that I had stood in a kitchen at 4 in the morning once, watching my father stare at nothing, and I knew what it looked like when a person was deciding whether to keep going. I did not want to see that twice. I picked up the pencil and went back to the heating coils. The stove was not going to design itself. I closed the shop on a Tuesday, nailed a sign to the door that said closed until mid-January, and spent 3 days packing winter gear I had never needed before. Wool-lined boots, a heavy coat Sandra had sent over with a note that read, "Do not freeze to death. It is bad for quarterly revenue." Heating coils for the wagon. Enough coffee beans to survive a month in the mountains. The girls arrived at dawn with their beast mount pulling a reinforced wagon. Rosa was already yelling before the cart stopped rolling. May showed the beast a map of the route, tracing the path with her finger. First stop, the mining town of Dodorado. Second stop, the hot spring town of Larador. 1 week of travel if the roads held. Blanche settled into the second floor of the wagon with a stack of books and a blanket. May took the front bench and watched the road with the focus of someone who regarded relaxation as a tactical exercise. Rosa claimed the kitchen corner and immediately started frying something I did not ask about. I sat on the first floor sofa with a cup of coffee, watched the snow thicken on the road ahead, and told myself this was a vacation, an actual vacation. No clients, no prototypes, no Sandra appearing at my door with a new crisis and a cigarette. Just hot springs, cold sake, and a month of doing absolutely nothing useful. The road north climbed steadily. The kingdom of Snowdene had only 6 towns outside its capital, and the highways connecting them were maintained by dedicated snow clearing crews who kept the routes passable through winter. Blanche explained this while reading. May confirmed it while watching the road. Rosa contributed nothing to the geography lesson because she was eating. By the 3rd day, the landscape had gone white. Not patches of snow on brown hills, but a complete erasure. White road, white fields, white sky pressing down like a low ceiling. The air smelled different up here, cleaner, thinner. I stood at the wagon flap and breathed it in and felt something loosen in my chest that I had not realized was tight. We crossed the border into Snowdene on the 5th day and arrived in Dodorado by evening. It was a mining town built from brown brick, full of smithies and dwarves, and the kind of practical architecture that said nobody here had time for decoration. The inn was a 3-story brick building that looked like a small fortress. I got a single room with a fireplace that actually worked. Rosa dragged me to a tavern that night. May and Blanche went to eat somewhere quieter, which was their way of saying they did not want to babysit Rosa's drinking. The tavern was open air, despite the cold, packed with miners who drank like the concept of tomorrow was theoretical. We ordered cold ale, charcoal grilled steak, and dried nuts, and I was halfway through my second drink when the voice arrived. She came with a theatrical entrance, green curly hair, a flamboyant dress, a hat that belonged on a stage, and 2 black-clad attendants who materialized behind her like they had been waiting in the shadows for a cue. She announced herself to the entire tavern with the confidence of someone who had never once considered that the tavern might not care. Rosa went stiff, not angry, not hostile, just stiff. The way you go stiff when someone from a part of your life you thought was closed walks back into the room. The woman noticed. Her voice stayed loud, but something behind her eyes shifted. She covered it immediately, turning to me with a declaration that I should remember her name, followed by a laugh that was slightly too bright. I looked at Rosa. Rosa looked at her ale. The silence between them had a specific texture, like a conversation they had been refusing to have for years. I offered the woman a seat and a drink. She accepted both. Her name was Vera. She was the 7th of the 7 rainbow adventurers, the same rank as Rosa and the others. She ordered her drink drink and sat with the careful posture of someone who knew she was not entirely welcome and was determined not to show it. Rosa did not leave. She did not say anything either. She just kept drinking, and the space between them stayed exactly the width it was. 2 nights later, I found Vera outside the wagon, sitting on a flat rock by the road with a cup of tea that had gone cold. The fire was low. Everyone else was asleep inside. Snow was falling in that slow, heavy way that makes the world quieter than it should be. I made her a better cup from the caravan kit. Hot water, a wedge of citrus fruit, a spoonful of honey. She took it without comment and held it in both hands like she was trying to absorb the warmth through her palms. I sat down on a second rock and said nothing for a while. The snow kept falling. The wagon creaked once in the wind. Somewhere behind us, the beast snored. "You want to apologize to them," I said. She did not look at me. Her jaw tightened, and for a moment, I thought she would deny it. "It is not that simple." Probably not. "I insulted their charitable work, their hometowns, the things they care about most." Her voice was quiet and precise, the formal edge stripped away. "Rosa sends money back to her village. May funds an orphanage. Blanche donates to the church and provides study materials to children. And I stood in the guild hall and called all of it a waste of time and resources." She paused. "Then Rosa and I fought. We destroyed part of the guild building. People were injured, and you never apologized." I kept acting as if nothing had happened. Every time I saw them, I performed the same arrogant routine, as though enough confidence could replace the words I owed them. She looked into her tea. "I thought if I was impressive enough, they would simply move past it." "They did move past it," I said. "That is the problem." She looked at me. "The opposite of love is not hate," I said. "It is indifference. And right now, they are indifferent to you. They do not mention your name when you are not around. They do not argue about you. They do not react. You are furniture in the room they happen to be standing in." Vera's hands tightened around the cup. "But here is the thing," I said. "They are still reacting to you. Rosa went stiff when she saw you in that tavern. She did not leave. She did not fight, but she went stiff. That is not indifference. That is someone who still has a position on you, which means the road back exists." She was quiet for a long time. "That is a strange thing," she said, "for a man who refuses all relationships to say." I never said I was good at them. She almost smiled. Not quite, but almost. I stood up, brushed snow off my coat, and went back inside. She stayed by the road with her tea. I heard her come in about an hour later. We saw Larador from the ridge 2 days later, and I nearly fell out of the wagon. Steam was rising from the center of the town like the earth itself was breathing. The buildings were dark brown wood, stained by decades of sulfur, and the streets were paved with flat gray stone that gleamed wet in the cold air. The smell hit us before the town did. Sulfur, sharp and mineral and absolute. "Hot springs," I said, and I said it with more feeling than I had put into any sentence since arriving in this world. Rosa looked at me like I had lost my mind. May said nothing, which was her way of agreeing with Rosa. Blanche smiled and said I looked happy, which was her way of being kind about the fact that I was practically vibrating. We checked into a high-end inn, 3 rooms. Rosa paired with Vera, which was either a coincidence or a deliberate test that no one acknowledged. May and Blanche shared. I got a single room. The room had tatami mats, a tea set, hot spring buns wrapped in paper on the table, a futon folded in the closet. The floor was warm under my feet. I stood in the middle of that room and breathed in the sulfur and felt something in my chest that I had not felt since the day I died. It was not nostalgia exactly. It was the recognition of a pattern. My father had taken me to a hot spring once, when I was 9. We had won a small lottery, and my grandfather came along, and we stayed in a room almost exactly like this one. Tatami, tea, buns, the 3 of us in a room that smelled like eggs, and nobody needed to say anything, and that was enough. I put on a robe and went to the public bath. The water was thick with minerals, hot enough to burn at first, and then perfect. I sank in up to my shoulders and watched the steam rise into the cold air and decided with absolute certainty that I was buying a house in this town. The real estate guild had exactly what I needed, a former inn, converted and empty. 7 minutes from downtown, hidden behind a screen of trees. Outdoor bath, indoor bath, sauna. A garden with a pond and a stone lantern. A basement I could convert into a workshop. Tatami rooms upstairs. A kitchen with magic appliances. A fireplace that drew properly. The price was 12 billion seedal. I had 15 billion saved. I put my bank card on the table before the real estate agent finished his sentence. May said I was rich and that this was my second villa. I told her a man needed options. Blanche reminded everyone that she was also looking for a property, and the agent started on hers. Rosa was asleep in the corner, or pretending to be. Her eyes were half open, watching me and Vera. I leaned over to Vera and whispered that I would invite the girls to my villa for hot springs and dinner. A relaxed setting, a chance. She looked at me with an expression I had not seen on her face before, something between fear and gratitude. We moved into the villa that afternoon. The place came with a cat, a white cat, round-faced and calm, who had apparently been living on the property for 40 years. May explained that it was a century cat, a species that lived as long as the name suggested and only gave birth once in its lifetime. The cat was pregnant. I introduced myself to the cat. She purred, sniffed my hand, and went back to sleep on the bench in the garden. I decided her name was Snowball. The evening sun caught the steam rising from the outdoor bath and turned it gold, and the cat slept in the last of the light. And I stood in the doorway of a house I had owned for 4 hours and felt something I rarely allowed myself to feel. Content. Actually, genuinely content. The Hot Pot restaurant was halfway up the commercial street, past a row of souvenir shops and a Tory-style gate that marked the dining district. We took a private room, 4 pots on a single magic-heated table, each one a different local specialty. Rosa ordered the bear meat. May and Blanche shared a fish and crab pot. Vera pointed at the same thing Rosa ordered, then changed her mind, then changed it back. I got the house special, which turned out to be a massive stew pot, big enough to feed 5 people by itself. The sock was called grain wine, brewed from a mix of mountain cereals. It tasted close enough to what I remembered from home that I had to set down my cup for a moment. We drank. Rosa drank fast. Blanche drank carefully, and then stopped and focused on the food. May had fruit water because she did not drink, but she ate enough crab to put a fishing boat out of business. Vera's attendants, who had been standing at the edges of the room like professional shadows, finally sat down when Vera told them to. Miles turned out to know more about grain wine than anyone at the table. Shubin turned out to drink like a man who had been waiting for permission for a decade. Rosa got drunk first. She leaned across the table, grabbed my arm, and told me she wanted to live in my villa forever. I told her I was not getting married. She told me that was not what she asked. I told her it was close enough. Then Vera got drunk, and when Vera got drunk, the armor came off. It did not happen gracefully. She was mid-sentence about something unrelated when her voice cracked. Her cup was in both hands and her eyes were wet, and she was looking at Rosa with an expression that had nothing theatrical in it at all. I was wrong, she said. The table went quiet, not the comfortable quiet of people eating, the rigid quiet of people who understand that something real is happening. I insulted the things you care about, your hometowns, your charities, the work you do for people who cannot do it for themselves. Her voice was thick and slightly slurred and completely honest. I said it was a waste. I said it because I was jealous of how easily you gave and how hard it was for me to give anything. And then I fought you instead of apologizing. And then I pretended nothing happened. And every year that went by made it harder to say what I should have said the first day. She wiped her face with her sleeve. It was not elegant. Her nose was running. Her curls were in her face. She did not look like a noble or an adventurer or the seventh of anything. She looked like a woman who had been carrying something too heavy for too long and had finally set it down in the wrong place at the wrong time, in the wrong way. And it was exactly right because of that. I was wrong, and it was cruel, and I am sorry. Rosa did not move. The pot between them bubbled. Steam curled up toward the ceiling. I watched Rosa's face cycle through something I could not name, something that was not anger or forgiveness, but the space between the two where a person decides which direction to walk. I know, Rosa said. 2 words, that was it. Not, I forgive you. Not, it is fine. Just, I know. And somehow, that was bigger than either of those would have been, because it meant she had known all along. She had been waiting for Vera to say it, and now Vera had said it, and the waiting was over. Blanche picked up the sake bottle and refilled every cup at the table without saying a word. May reached across the table, took the ladle from the communal pot, and said, "Pass the broth." The evening continued. Nobody mentioned it again. Vera cried for another 5 minutes, and then stopped and ate 3 bowls of stew and drank until she could not stand. Rosa carried her back to the villa in a fireman's lift over one shoulder, complaining the entire walk about how heavy she was. And it was the most affectionate complaint I had ever heard. Back at the villa, I stood in the garden while the others got the drunk ones to bed. Miles found me there and bowed. He said thank you. I told him I had not done anything. He said he knew that was not true, but he would not argue with me about it. May appeared at my elbow after Miles went inside. She was holding a cup of tea and looking at the stars. The snow had stopped and the sky was clear and cold and vast. We had already decided, she said. I looked at her. If she apologized properly, we were going to accept it. Her voice was quiet and even, the way it always was when she was saying something that mattered. We talked about it months ago. Rosa said if she ever just says it straight, then it is done. You could have told her that. No. May took a sip of her tea. She needed to get there herself. If we told her we were ready to forgive, the apology would have been for us. It needed to be for her. She went inside. I stayed in the garden. The sentry cat was asleep on the porch, and at some point during the evening, she had given birth. 3 kittens, no bigger than my palm, pressed against her belly in the cold air. She looked at me, blinked once, and went back to sleep. New arrivals. Everything slightly different from the night before. I found the elf witch by accident, or she found me. I was coming out of the merchant guild with a receipt for building materials when a tall woman with silver hair cut short over one eye walked directly into my path, looked down at me with gold eyes, and said my name. Her name was Arya. She was the Taurus witch, one of the 12 zodiac witches, the legendary magic artisans who had shaped this world's infrastructure over 2,000 years. She had invented the magic script for heat. She had developed the hot springs. She had founded the Snowdine Kingdom itself. She was also the kind of person who settled arguments by taking you to her favorite yakitori bar and ordering warm sake before you had agreed to anything. We sat at the counter. The skewers were grilled over charcoal right in front of us, and the sake was heated in a ceramic flask and served in small cups that kept it exactly the right temperature. It tasted like the sake my father used to buy from the corner shop on Friday evenings. I held the cup and let that thought exist without chasing it. Arya pulled a pocket watch from her coat. It was old, 2,000 years old, she said. It had belonged to a woman named Atsuko, one of the previous visitors from my world, and no witch in the kingdom had been able to open it because the case was sealed with rust that resisted every magic they tried. She set it on the counter between our plates. I looked at it. The rust was surface level, built up over centuries, but not structural. I used a minor purification spell, the same one I had adapted for cleaning teeth, and ran it across the case. The rust flaked away in sheets. Underneath, the metal was clean. Arya stared at the watch. Then she stared at me. Then she ordered another round of sake. She offered me 10 billion seedol for the repair. I told her that was insane. She told me she did not negotiate downward. I accepted because I had just spent 12 billion on a house, and my saving situation was becoming genuinely concerning. Then she told me about the bathhouse, a large-scale public hot spring facility in the northern mountains, the kind of project that could transform Snowdine's economy. She had 3 problems. An SS rank monster called the King Rock Titan was blocking the construction site. No settlers were willing to relocate to the area, and she had no concept for the facility itself, no design that would make it worth the journey. I asked 2 questions. What was the water source temperature, and what was the average visitor count she was projecting? She answered both. I finished my sake, set the cup down, and said I would have something for her by morning. "You are supposed to be on vacation," she said. "I am on vacation. This is what vacation looks like for me," she laughed. It was a clean sound, older than the building we were sitting in, and it carried no irony at all. By morning, I had 3 partial solutions and a concept for the facility that drew on every public bathhouse I had ever visited back home. Arya read my notes over breakfast, approved the concept on the spot, and asked when I could start. I told her 2 conditions. First, the adventurers handled the Titan. Second, I designed everything myself. No committee, no review board, no zodiac witch looking over my shoulder, telling me the water pipes should go somewhere else. She agreed to both. We shook hands over the last of the sake, and I walked back to my villa through the snow, carrying a pocket watch that was 2,000 years old and a project I had not come here planning to build. Rosa was sitting on the porch with Vera when I arrived. Not talking, just sitting. Vera had a cup of tea. Rosa had her feet up on the railing. The sentry cat was between them with her kittens, and none of the 5 of them moved when I walked past. I went inside, set the watch on my workbench, and started sketching heating pipe layouts for a facility I had agreed to design in a country I had arrived in 6 days ago for a vacation I was already failing to take. Some things do not change between worlds. I was still the man who could not resist an interesting problem. My father would have laughed at me. He would have also started drawing pipe schematics within the hour. The villa had a room underneath the main floor that I had been ignoring since we arrived. Stone walls, low ceiling, a single workbench built into the rock. The previous owner must have used it for storage. I cleaned it out on day 1 and turned it into the best workshop I had ever worked in. 10 days. That was how long the Super Cento project took from first line to final specification. I started with the water. The hot spring vein ran between the Snowdine Kingdom and the Edelstein Kingdom at a depth that Arya had mapped for me, and the first problem was routing. Back home, a public bathhouse pulled water from one source and heated it centrally. Here, I had 7 distinct mineral compositions, feeding from the same aquifer at different temperatures, and each one needed its own intake, its own filtration, and its own drainage. I drew the pipe map first, then I drew it again because the first version crossed 3 lines that would have frozen in winter. The main hall would seat over 100, herbal bath in the east wing, sauna and cold plunge on the north side, an outdoor rock bath facing the mountain. I added a bubble bath system using agitation stones tuned to pulse at 2-second intervals. A food court on the second floor with a view of the valley. Private villa annexes connected by covered walkways so guests could walk between them in winter without freezing. Then the stairs problem. I had been watching the older visitors in Larador struggle with the hillside paths for weeks, and the bathhouse was built into a slope, 3 levels. No elderly visitor was going to climb 70 steps to reach the outdoor bath, so I designed an elevator. The concept was simple, a counterweight system using magic stone pulleys. One car goes up, the other comes down. The weight difference is compensated by a small sustained flow stone at the top that adjusts tension based on passenger load. I had never built one, but the mechanical principles were identical to the freight elevators I had serviced in warehouses back home, and the magic stone substitution for electric motors was a problem I had already solved 6 different ways. On day 6, I realized I was enjoying myself more than I had on any project since the motorboat. The bathhouse was big enough to be genuinely complex, but not so big that the complexity became political. Nobody was asking me to compromise. Nobody was telling me what the market wanted. Arya had said, build something unprecedented, so I did. I sent the blueprints to Richard, who forwarded them to Sandra. Sandra sent back a royalty offer. I sent back a counteroffer. We settled somewhere in the middle, which meant I got what I wanted, and she got to feel like she had negotiated. Arya reviewed the full scope, walked through every section, and said the construction would take 2 months. I told her that was the construction team's problem. I had done my part. Arya came by the afternoon I finished the last specification sheet. She sat at the kotatsu, accepted tea, and spread the final blueprint across the table without asking. The elevator is not something I requested, she said. You did not request the bubble bath either. She looked at me over the top of the blueprint, 2,000 years old, and she still had a way of raising one eyebrow that made you feel like a student who had turned in extra homework. The construction team will need guidance on the counterweight calibration, she said. I assume you have written that into the specifications. I had. Page 14, Appendix C. I told her so. She folded the blueprint, tucked it under her arm, and stood. At the door, she paused. 2 months, she said. I will have it finished in 2 months. When you return, bring something interesting. I always do. She left. I sat at the kotatsu with the cat on my lap and realized I had nothing left to design. The feeling lasted about 4 seconds before I started sketching heating pipe layouts for the snowmelt road that would connect the bathhouse to the main highway. The King Rock Titan was the last obstacle. Arya had explained it plainly. The creature lived directly above the hot spring vein, territorial across the entire proposed construction site. SS rank, stone armored, the size of a 3-story building. No construction crew would go near it. I did not go near it either. Rosa and Vera went up the mountain. Blanche and May went with them for support. I stayed at the tree line with Richard and a flask of coffee. This was not cowardice. This was resource allocation. I had 4 of the 7 Rainbow Adventurers under a mutual protection contract, and the King Rock Titan was a combat problem. I had combat assets. Using them correctly was the job. Richard poured himself a cup from my flask without asking. We stood there in the snow, watching the tree line, listening. How long do you think it will take? He asked. Depends on whether there is 1 or 2. There were 2. We heard it before we saw it. A sound like a mountain splitting, followed by a second crack half a breath later. Snow cascaded off the upper ridge. Birds erupted from the trees in every direction. Then silence. 3 hours after they left, Rosa came back down. Vera came down from a different path. Both of them were breathing hard, covered in rock dust and grinning. Mine was bigger, Rosa said. Vera wiped stone fragments from her hair. Absolutely not. The argument started immediately and showed no signs of stopping. Rosa insisted her Titan had been at least 30 meters tall. Vera said hers had been wider. Rosa said width did not count. Vera said it absolutely counted because mass was the relevant metric, not height. Rosa said she did not care about mass. She cared about which one would have been scarier to fight, and hers was scarier. Vera said that was subjective and therefore inadmissible. I drank my coffee. Richard drank his coffee. We could measure the rubble, I offered. They both looked at me like I had suggested something reasonable, which apparently was offensive. The heads are pulverized, Rosa said. You cannot measure pulverized heads. Then the match is void, I said. Neither of them accepted this. The argument continued through the walk back down the mountain, through dinner, and into the next morning. Rosa drew a diagram on a napkin. Vera drew a competing diagram on the back of the same napkin. The diagrams contradicted each other in every dimension. It was still going 3 days later when Sandra arrived to inspect the cleared construction site. She listened to both sides for approximately 90 seconds, examined the rubble field, and declared the match officially invalid on the grounds that both Titans' heads were too destroyed to compare. Rosa and Vera reluctantly accepted this ruling from the only person whose judgment they both trusted in matters of objective measurement. The argument was never truly settled. It surfaced again every few weeks for the rest of the year, usually after the second drink. Sandra had come north for two reasons. The first was to finalize the commercial structure for the bathhouse. The second was to test a prototype I had been building in the basement for 4 days. The massage chair was not complicated in theory. A reclining frame with padded surfaces, an internal array of smooth rolling stones mounted on rotating shafts, and a set of vibration-tuned magic stones calibrated to the resonant frequency of muscle tissue under sustained tension. The rolling stones pressed upward through layered padding in waves that followed the curve of the spine. Back home, massage chairs were in every shopping mall. The engineering was ancient. The adaptation to magic stones was the interesting part, and I had solved it by the second day. The third and fourth days were refinement, getting the pressure curve right so it did not feel mechanical. I needed a test subject. Sandra was the nearest available person. She was also the most skeptical, which made her the best data point. If the chair worked on someone who approached relaxation the way most people approached hostile negotiations, it worked on everyone. "Sit down," I said. She looked at the chair. She looked at me. She sat down. I activated the first setting. The stones began their rotation along her lower back, pressing upward through the padding in slow, deliberate waves. The vibration stones hummed at a frequency just below audible range. Sandra's expression changed. It did not change gradually. It changed the way a dam breaks. Her shoulders dropped, her jaw unclenched. Her eyes, which I had never once seen fully close in my presence, closed. A sound came out of her that I will not attempt to describe because she would find me and end my career if I did. It lasted about 5 seconds. Then her eyes opened. Her posture returned. Her expression reassembled itself into something that could chair a board meeting. She stood up, smoothed her jacket, and looked at me with the particular calm of someone who has just been caught off guard and is deciding whether to acknowledge it. "Build 30, she said. "I will need a larger magic stone order." She had already pulled out the purchase form. We left Larador 3 days after the new year. The road back was different from the road in. Aria's construction crew had finished the first section of what I was privately calling the Super Cento route, a paved highway with heating pipes embedded underneath, fed by hot spring water, so the surface stayed clear of ice even in deep winter. The asphalt equivalent was a magic-hardened soil composite that Aria's elves had developed from my specifications. I had not asked them to build the road. I had mentioned the concept once, offhand, while explaining how snowmelt systems worked in cold regions back home. Aria had apparently taken notes. The carriage rolled smoothly. Rosa and Vera sat across from each other, still arguing about the Titans in low voices that they thought I could not hear. I could hear every word. Rosa's Titan had apparently grown 2 meters since the last time she described it. In the back of the carriage, underneath a blanket I had laid out for warmth, a white cat was having kittens. I did not notice immediately. Richard noticed. He tapped my shoulder and pointed without saying a word. The cat, a stray who had apparently been living in the villa since before we arrived, had crawled into the carriage sometime during loading and found the warmest spot available. 3 kittens. White, small, eyes still closed. Rosa stopped arguing mid-sentence and leaned over the seat. Her voice dropped to a whisper, which was remarkable because I was not sure Rosa could whisper. "Oh," she said. "Oh, they are tiny." Vera leaned over from the other side. For the first time since the Titan argument began, they agreed on something. "We are not disturbing them," Vera said. "Obviously, we are not disturbing them." We rearranged the carriage. Rosa moved the luggage. Vera folded a second blanket into a nest. I sat in the corner trying to take up as little space as possible, while a cat I had never formally met nursed 3 kittens on my spare coat. I named the mother Snowball. The kittens did not get names yet. They were too small and too new, and I had learned from experience that you name things after they survived the first week. A week later, we crossed back into Edelstein. The temperature changed like walking through a door. 1 hour of road and the snow was gone, replaced by something that felt like early spring. The sky opened up. The carriage windows came down. Even the giant wolf pulling us seemed to walk faster. The workshop was exactly as I had left it, dusty, quiet, the tools hanging where I had put them. I carried the cats inside, one at a time, and set them up in a corner of the office with a blanket and a dish of water. Snowball watched me arrange everything, then settled in and began feeding the kittens as if she had always lived here. The older cat, the century cat from the villa, walked straight past the workshop, climbed the stairs to the office, and fell asleep on the sofa. He had already decided this was home. I stood in the doorway of the workshop and looked at the tools, the benches, the half-finished projects I had left behind weeks ago. The Super Cento was designed and under contract. The King Rock Titan was rubble. The massage chair was already in production, 30 units on order. purchase form signed before the prototype was cold. I had new cats, a new road between two kingdoms, and a winter's worth of ideas I had not started yet. Outside, the sun was going down. The capital streets were quiet in that way they got in early evening before the pubs filled up. Somewhere in this city, Sandra was already at her desk writing the next quarter's projections. Rosa was probably at the guild hall, telling someone about her Titan. Vera was probably telling someone about hers. I closed the door. Tomorrow, I would rest. The day after, I would start building a motorcycle, but that is a different story. 3 months. That was how long it took. I had been thinking about a motorcycle since Larador, not in the way I thought about business or inventions. Those were problems someone brought me, puzzles I solved because solving them was what I did. The motorcycle was different. Nobody asked for it. Nobody needed it. I wanted it, and that was enough. The frame came first. Metal orc bones, denser than steel, flexible enough to absorb road vibration without cracking. I bent them using earth magic transmutation, shaping each tube by hand because I did not trust the process to anything less than direct contact. The tolerances were the hardest problem. Too rigid and the frame would snap on rough terrain. Too flexible and the whole thing would shimmy at speed. I spent 2 weeks on the frame alone, testing joints and rebending tubes until the flex matched what I remembered from the old moped I used to ride back in Japan. The engine casing was a hollow 4-cylinder shell, which meant nothing in a world without combustion engines, but I built it that way because the shape was right. Inside, 2 magic stones, one carved with a rotation rune, one with a stop rune. The rotation stone fed mana into the rear wheel. The stop stone killed the flow, throttle and brake, reduced to their most honest components. I used a 10-star stone for the rotation rune because I did not want to hold back on this one. Not on this. Elena helped with the tire compound, old rubber cobra skin, aged past its elastic peak so it gripped instead of bounced, cut into treads with grooves I copied from memory. She did not ask why I was particular about the tread pattern. She just ran the tests until the numbers matched what I wanted, and then she ran them again to make sure. The seat was mama sheep wool over a shaped frame. The tank was decorative. There was no fuel, just a magic stone cartridge system I designed so the stones could be swapped without tools. The key was a small metal rod with an embedded magic stone that opened and closed the mana path. No key, no start. I was unreasonably proud of that detail. I bought the vacant lot next to the workshop from the real estate guild and hired a carpenter to build a small garage, 4 tatami mats, a metal shutter, a lock I made myself. The motorcycle needed a home. I was not going to leave it in the rain. I painted it black, everything. Frame, tank, engine casing, fenders, black. I named it. I will not repeat what I named it because saying it out loud made me feel like a teenager, but I named it and the name was right. Some things do not need to be explained. The first test ride was at dawn, outside the West Gate. Rosa, May, Blanche, and Vera came along on the bicycles I had built them. Red, blue, white, and green frames, because I had made one for each of them during the weeks I was finishing the motorcycle, and somehow forgotten to make one for Vera until she pointed it out. She rode on Rosa's Warhound instead, and did not let me forget it. I had built the protective gear the week before, chest pad, back pad, elbow and knee guards, shoulder reinforcements, all sewn into a black leather jacket and trousers by a tailor who did not ask questions. The helmet was my favorite piece. Plastiwyvern scales molded into a full face shell with a gel slime shock absorber lining the interior, a sponge layer for sweat, air holes along the crown, and a movable visor tinted from sunglass material. It weighed almost nothing. It looked like something from another world, which it was. I rolled the motorcycle out of the garage, pulled on the jacket, the gloves, the boots, the helmet. I looked ridiculous. I felt perfect. The key went in. The monopath opened. The rear wheel caught. There was no engine sound, no roar, no rumble. Just a low hum from the rotation stone and the soft crunch of tread on packed earth. I eased the throttle forward and the motorcycle moved. And for the first time since I had died in a house in Japan with a breaker box and a kid who did not listen, I felt something I could only call joy. I hit 70% throttle on the straight road past the gate. The grass flattened on both sides. Vera's Warhound was running full speed and falling behind. I felt the front wheel lift, just barely, just enough to send my stomach into my throat, and I backed off immediately. 150 kilometers per hour. At 70%, I pulled over. My hands were shaking, not from cold, from the kind of adrenaline that sits behind your ribs and does not leave for an hour. I took off the helmet and sat on the grass and stared at what I had built. It sat there on its kickstand, black and low, and impossibly still after what it had just done. The morning light caught the tank. The tread marks stretched behind me in a straight line through the dew. I had built a lot of things in this world. Ice makers, motorboats, match franchises. None of them were mine. They all became products, became someone else's business, became infrastructure for a company or a kingdom. The motorcycle was the first thing I had built in this world purely because I wanted it, and it worked, and nobody was going to take it from me. Never going full throttle, I said to nobody, ever. The girls caught up a few minutes later. Rosa was out of breath and yelling something about wanting to ride it. I said no. She asked if we could use it for adventures. I said maybe. She took that as a yes. Vera arrived last, windblown and annoyed, and told me I owed her a bicycle with extra features for the indignity of riding a warhound while everyone else had wheels. By the time I got back to the workshop, 6 neighborhood children were waiting. They had seen the bicycles. They wanted their own. I built 3 tricycles that afternoon and did not think about it twice. This was the part I never planned for. The things I built for myself kept becoming things other people wanted. The motorcycle was mine. The bicycles were already everybody else's. She came on a Tuesday. A lacquered carriage pulled up outside my workshop, the kind with gold fittings and curtains in the windows. 2 guards stepped out first, then a young man with a calm, careful posture, then her, Michaela Klein, head of the Klein Magic Trading Company, one of the 4 great merchant guilds. She employed 40% of the magic tool artisans in the kingdom. She had built that empire in 3 years. She introduced herself with the precise formality of someone who expected every door to open. She told me she had come in person because a letter would have been insufficient. She called me by name and waited for me to invite her inside, which I did because I was a shopkeeper, and shopkeepers do not turn people away at the door. Her pitch was professional. She spoke about a joint development partnership, defensive applications, adventurer equipment, guild security systems. She framed everything as protection. She used the word defensive 4 times. She did not once say the word weapon. I listened to the entire proposal. She was thorough. She had clearly studied my work, the ice makers, the motorboat engine, the match franchise. She understood what I built, and she understood what I was capable of building. That was the problem. No, I said. She asked why. Her voice did not change. Nothing about her changed. I told her. Tools are chosen by their users. A hammer can build a house or break a skull, but the hammer does not care. The decision belongs to the hand. A weapon is different. A weapon has one intended application. It does not pretend to be neutral. I had tested an explosion rune on a gauntlet once, outside the west gate, and I had watched it turn a boulder into gravel at 40% of the user's strength. I destroyed the rune stones the same day with my own hands. She said she disagreed with my distinction. She said tools with offensive capability already existed in my catalog, and that drawing the line at explicit weapons was philosophical convenience, not principle. She was not entirely wrong. That did not change my answer. Then we disagree, I said. She stood. She thanked me for my time. The door closed behind her so quietly, I almost did not hear it. I went back to work. I noted, to myself and to nobody else, that she would come back. Richard told me that evening. We were at the stand-up bar I had found in the cheap drinking district, a place with no name and no menu, just whatever the owner had grilled that day, and a bottomless jar of grain liquor. Elena had been with us earlier, but left after the second round. Richard stayed. He had something on his mind, and he was working up to it. He started by saying Sandra had not been well. Not sick, just off. Since Michaela's name had come up during the Larador trip, Sandra had been smoking more and sleeping less. Richard had worked for her long enough to know what that looked like. Then he told me the rest. He spoke slowly, the way you speak when you are delivering information that cannot be unheard. Sandra was 20 when it happened. She was still a noble then, not powerful, not wealthy, but titled. She had an engagement to a man named Barry. She had a family business with credit lines and partnerships built over generations. She had a plan for her life, and the plan was working. Michaela had a different plan. Richard spoke carefully, the way he always did, but the facts did not need embellishment. Michaela had identified Sandra's family's credit exposure, which lenders, which terms, which partners were load-bearing. She approached those partners independently. She did not threaten them. She offered them better terms, better volume, better margins. One by one, they moved their business to Klein. Sandra's family did not notice until the credit calls started coming. The engagement collapsed in the same week. Barry, the same Barry who later stole my cream formula and destroyed his own company, broke it off when Sandra's family lost their standing. Michaela did not arrange that directly. She did not need to. She had simply made it inevitable and waited. Sandra was 20 years old. She lost her title, her family's standing, and the person she had planned to build her life alongside, all in the same week. None of it was illegal. None of it left fingerprints. It was business, executed with the precision of a surgical instrument by someone who had been planning it for 2 years. And then Michaela came to Sandra and offered to take take her in, to fold the Alexandrite Trading Company under Klein's umbrella, to make Sandra her subordinate. She framed it as generosity, a helping hand extended from someone who just happened to be standing on the rubble she had created. And she brought Abel with her, Sandra's first love from before Barry, from before any of this. Abel was at Michaela's side, not as a hostage, as her companion. Richard said that part quietly. He did not editorialize. He did not need to. I did not say anything for a while. The bar was loud around us, other people's laughter, other people's problems. Richard drank his liquor and stared at the grain of the wood and let the silence sit where it belonged. Sandra refused Michaela's offer. She rebuilt from nothing. She met me. She turned matches into a franchise and an ice maker into a commercial revolution. She clawed her way back one product at a time, and she did it without ever telling me any of this. I finished my drink. I put the cup down. I am going to the workshop, I said. Richard nodded. He did not ask why. He knew what I knew, that the workshop was where I went when I needed to think, and that thinking was all I could do about something that had happened years before I arrived in this world. I walked back in the cold. The streets were empty. The workshop smelled like flux and magic stone dust, the way it always did, the way it would smell tomorrow and the day after. I sat at the bench and did not pick up a single tool. I did not sketch. I did not plan. I thought about Sandra walking into my workshop for the first time, back when I was nobody, an artisan with no shop and no name and a box of magic stones. She had looked at my matches and seen a franchise. She had looked at my ice maker and seen a revolution. She had never once mentioned the woman who had taken everything from her, or the week that burned her life to the foundation, or the fact that she had rebuilt it brick by brick without asking a single person to understand what it cost. The workshop was quiet. The cats slept upstairs. I sat there with the weight of someone else's worst year pressing down on the room, and I did not move for a long time. She came back 4 days later, this time with Abel and 2 additional guards. The carriage was the same. The formality was the same. The pitch was different. She sat across from me and laid out a new argument. Not adventurer protection this time, national defense. She talked about what would happen when other kingdoms developed magic tools with offensive capability. And they would, she said, because the 7th attribute had been discovered and the knowledge was spreading. She talked about ethical oversight, about centralized development under responsible hands, about the cost of letting fragmented, unregulated artisans build weapons without standards or accountability. The argument was better than the first one. Structurally, it was almost impossible to refuse. She had thought about my objection, and she had built a case around it, and if I had been someone whose refusal was based on the quality of the argument, she would have won. But that was not where my refusal lived. I listened to all of it. I let her finish. No, I said. She looked at me for a long moment. Her expression did not change. Nothing about her ever changed. She told me I understood what I was declining. I said I did. She said this conversation was not finished. Yes, it is, I said. I stood up and opened the workshop door. She left. The guards followed. Abel paused at the doorway. He looked at me with an expression I could not quite read. Not apology, not warning. Something caught between the two. Then he turned and followed her out. I closed the door. I locked it. I went back to the bench and picked up the wrench I had been holding before she arrived. The motorcycle sat in the garage next door, black and silent, and entirely mine. I had built it because I wanted to. I would not build weapons because I did not want to. The distinction was not philosophical. It was the simplest thing in the world. Outside, the carriage wheels faded down the street. Somewhere in this city, Sandra was running her company, and Michaela was running hers. And the distance between what those 2 women wanted from me was a line I had drawn in the dirt and would not cross. The workshop was quiet. The cats slept on the office sofa upstairs. I picked up where I had left off. I found out the world was about to change because of a newspaper. It was a quiet morning. The cat was on my lap. I had coffee in one hand and the guild paper in the other, and the headline took up half the front page. Discovery, 7th attribute confirmed. Klein Magic Company announces lightning. I read it twice, not because I did not understand it, but because I wanted to see how they described it. The article credited Michaela's researchers with isolating the lightning effect from charm stones mined in fairy territory. They had rubbed 2 stones together and produced a spark. They named the attribute. They filed the claim. The paper called it the discovery of the century. I put it down, took a sip of coffee, and looked at the cat. The cat looked at me. Neither of us said anything. I already knew. I had known since my 2nd week in this world, when I carved the word for lightning onto a 1-star goblin stone and watched it spark purple. The rune was not the hard part. Any decent artisan who understood the relationship between script characters and elemental resonance could get there eventually. The hard part was storage. lightning energy bled out of magic stones in minutes. A 10-star stone could hold a charge for less than 5. A 1-star stone would burst if you forced too much into it. I had the storage rune too. I had tested it in my basement weeks ago. One character carved into the stone's reverse face, and the charge held for hours. A single 1-star stone with that inscription could run a refrigerator for a full day. I destroyed the test stone afterward and threw the fragments in the trash. No one knew. Not Sandra, not Elena, not Rosa. I poured myself a second cup and thought about telling someone. The thought lasted about 3 seconds. Releasing the storage solution now would immediately reveal how deep my understanding of lightning went. It would make me the center of every conversation in every guild hall in the kingdom. It would put me exactly where I had spent my entire life, in 2 worlds now, refusing to stand. I picked the paper back up and read the rest. Michaela's team had tested dozens of artisans for lightning aptitude. None found. The 4 saints of the Magic Guild had examined the charm stones and confirmed the attribute classification, but could not replicate the effect reliably. The Klein Company was offering 20 billion Seedal and a capital workshop to anyone who could discover the lightning rune. 20 billion. I finished my coffee and went to work. The Klein workshop was the largest building I had seen in this world. It sat in the industrial district like an aircraft hangar dropped into a medieval street. 5,000 employees moving through its corridors in shifts. Sandra came with me. So did Vera, who was already trailing the group as informal security without being asked. Rosa's girls took positions around us as guards. A Bale met us at the entrance with a polite smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He walked us through the design floor first. Over 100 people sat at drafting tables, producing variations of Michaela's designs. The scale was staggering. I had a workshop with 1 bench and 1 cat. This was a factory disguised as a guild hall. Then the artisan's room. 30 people, bloodshot eyes, scattered parchment, half-eaten meals pushed to the edges of workbenches. Every one of them was trying to find the lightning rune. The 20 billion Seedal bounty and a first-class workshop in the capital had turned the room into a pressure cooker. Documents covered the floor. No one was talking. The scratch of chisels on stone was the only sound. When Abel mentioned that I was the visiting craftsman, all 30 of them stopped and turned, synchronized, like a single organism lifting its head. The silence was worse than noise. Rosa physically shifted closer to me. Vera's hand moved to her hip. Abel pulled a purple stone from his coat. A charm stone, he said, mined from fairy territory. He held 2 of them together and rubbed. A thin arc of purple electricity crackled between the surfaces. The fairy tribes believed the stones housed a god. Michaela and Abel had found something more practical inside. He explained the plan while we stood there. Michaela had discovered that lightning could serve as a rechargeable energy source. Instead of magic stones that cracked and needed replacement, a lightning charged stone could be depleted and recharged indefinitely. It would make every existing magic tool obsolete. It would make the company that controlled the technology the single most powerful entity in the industry. Sandra's cigarette went still between her fingers. She understood what this meant before Abel finished saying it. 1 company, 1 energy source. Every artisan in the kingdom dependent on Klein for the stones that powered their tools. Every independent shop, including mine, rendered unnecessary. She asked the question directly. Abel did not deny it. Michaela was waiting in the reception room. Peach hair, peach dress, the kind of smile that never moved regardless of what she was saying. She sat across from us with Abel beside her and laid the whole thing out without pretense. She told Sandra that the goal was unification. Every magic tool artisan and every magic tool company operating under 1 framework, powered by 1 energy source, managed by Klein. She said it plainly, as if the scale of the ambition made the ambition honest. Sandra asked if that was not simply monopoly by a different name. Michaela said it was efficiency. Sandra said it was control. I let them talk. I was watching the room, the chandelier, the thick carpet, the furniture that cost more than most artisans made in a year. A refrigerator hummed in the corner, powered by a standard magic stone. I wondered how long before she replaced it with one of her own lightning-powered models. Michaela had built all of this from the same ruthlessness that had dismantled Sandra's family, and the room was designed to remind you of it. Then Michaela turned to me. She said the real request was simple. She believed I understood lightning better than anyone in this world. She wanted the rune. She wanted me to help her engineers find what they could not find on their own. Abel sat beside her with that careful expression of his, watching my reaction the way a jeweler watches a scale. I told her I loved my life. I came to work when I wanted. I built the tools I wanted. I fixed the old man's refrigerator next door and chatted with him while the solder cooled. I cleaned up at sunset and went home. That was the life I had chosen, and I was not going to cooperate with any plan that ended with one person deciding what every artisan in the kingdom could or could not build. She said that was not a practical answer. I said neither was hers. She said that was not a practical answer. The world does not wait for consensus. Someone will control this technology. If not her, then someone worse. I looked at her for a long time. She was not lying. That was the problem. She genuinely believed that centralization under her control was the safest outcome, and she was not entirely wrong. Unregulated lightning development in the hands of every backyard artisan in the kingdom would produce weapons, accidents, and exploitation faster than any guild could contain. But I had seen what happened when one entity controlled a utility. Back home, in a different life, in a different world. It did not matter who held the center. The center was the problem. Then I told her something else. I told her I suspected her lightning power had a flaw, a structural problem that her engineers had not found yet because they were moving too fast. I did not explain what it was. I told her to decide for herself whether to believe me. Her expression shifted for the first time, not anger, uncertainty. The kind of uncertainty that comes when someone who has always been right encounters the possibility that she is not. I stood up and walked out. Sandra followed. Vera was already at the door. 2 days later, I was alone in the shop. Vera was outside running her wind sense sweep. The morning had been normal. 2 mist sprayer repairs and a refrigerator stone replacement for the cafe down the street. Routine work, the kind I like. A man walked in around mid-morning wearing work clothes and asked about a refrigerator repair. He said he had been referred by a neighbor. I checked the appointment book. Nothing. I started asking the standard questions. Model, malfunction, age of the stone. He answered all of them correctly, which should have been fine. Then he asked something that did not belong in a repair conversation. He asked whether I had made any progress on the lightning storage problem. The question was specific, not casual, briefed. I was still processing that when he pulled the blade. He was fast. The knife came out low, angled toward my side, and he closed the distance in 2 steps. He said not to worry. He said he would not kill me. He just needed me to come with him. I stumbled backward into my workbench. My hand landed on the stun arm prototype. I had built it over the past month because Sandra told me engineers were getting targeted. The gauntlet was rough, a 10-star stone with convergent discharge carved into it, wrapped in rubber cobra skin for insulation. I had tested it once on a wooden post. It left a scorch mark. The man lunged again. I swung my arm up, and the prototype fired on contact. A burst of concentrated lightning hit him in the chest. He dropped like someone had cut his strings, foaming, convulsing, still breathing, but not getting up. I stood over him with the gauntlet still sparking, and my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Vera came through the door 3 seconds later, blade drawn, eyes already reading the room. She saw the man on the floor and looked at me. I handled it, I said. She checked his pulse, his pockets, his boots. She found a second blade strapped to his calf and a folded note with a meeting location. She did not touch it. She called the guards. The guards took him. Sandra came within the hour. Elena arrived not long after, out of breath, having heard from Richard that something had happened at the shop. Sandra sat on the edge of my desk and lit a cigarette. She already knew the name. The interrogation had yielded it fast. Kuron, a criminal organization that specialized in acquiring magic tool engineers by force. They monitored who was making breakthroughs, who refused corporate contracts, who worked independently. Then they took them. The attacker had been carrying instructions, a meeting point, and enough Seadoll for a carriage to the border. She told me Kuron had been operating for years in the border regions. Recently, they had moved closer to the capital. The reason was the lightning announcement. Every independent engineer who might crack the storage problem was now a target. I was not just a target. I was the target. The man who had publicly refused Michaela. The man who had hinted he understood the flaw. To Kuron, that meant I was close to the answer, and I could not be bought, which meant I could only be taken. Elena stood by the window with her arms crossed. She did not say anything for a long time. Then she asked how many engineers had been taken. Sandra said the number was unclear, at least a dozen in the past 2 months. None recovered. The word hung in the room like smoke. I looked at the stun arm on the workbench. The stone was cracked from the discharge. Single use. Not good enough. Sandra said something I had already been thinking. Kuron did not attack adventurers. They targeted engineers because engineers could not fight back. As long as Vera or Rosa's group was with me, they would not try again directly. But the moment I was alone, I was exposed. I nodded. I had already decided. That evening, I went to Rosa's villa and asked Vera directly. I told her I needed a bodyguard, not as a favor, under the mutual protection contract paid, with the same terms the group used for escort missions, 3 meals and snacks. She did not ask why. She had been watching the situation for weeks. She accepted before I finished the sentence. I figured you would ask eventually, she said. She was already already standing by the door with her blade strapped on. Her attendant had packed a travel bag. Her terms were simple. She would stay at my house. She would run a 200-meter wind sense perimeter around the workshop during business hours. She could sustain it for about half the day before the drain got to her, so she would alternate between active sensing and visual patrol. If anything moved wrong, she would feel it before it arrived. I asked if the range was really 200 meters. She said it was conservative. On a good day, 300. On a bad day, 150. She would know if someone approached the workshop with intent before they reached the front door. I thanked her. She told me not to thank her. She told me to finish whatever armor I was building, because even she could not be in two places at once. I went back to the basement and laid out everything I had. The inner suit was orichalcum, light, flexible, strong enough to stop a blade. I had finished it weeks ago, but never worn it outside the workshop. The outer shells would be Earthsite metal dragon plates. Whenever Rosa's group came back from the hunt, they had left to kill one of the 12 impossible-to-subdue monsters and had not returned yet. Before the attack, the armor was a hobby, a man's romance, as I kept calling it. After the attack, it was the only thing standing between me and whatever Kuran sent next. The gauntlets had the stun discharge built in, but I needed the stones to survive more than one firing. The cracked stone from the afternoon was proof that a single discharge destroyed the mechanism. I needed convergence control, tighter pattern, less stone stress, more shots before failure. The boots had windjet stones for propulsion. I had tested them once and shot myself several hundred meters into the air before cutting power and falling. Vera caught me that time with her air cushion spell. I would not count on that happening again, but the flight system worked. If someone grabbed me, I could get away. If someone cornered me, I could go up. I carved a new stone for the right gauntlet, better convergence pattern, tighter discharge. I tested it against the wooden training dummy in the corner. The dummy's shoulder cracked and split. Good enough, not great. I also had the magnetic rune stones from earlier experiments, pairs of stones that attracted each other from 10 meters away. I was not sure how to use them yet, but the principle was sound. Remote activation, recall, the kind of technology that turned a suit of armor into something more than metal plates. Upstairs, Vera was doing a perimeter sweep. I could feel the faint vibration of her wind magic through the floorboards, a barely perceptible hum, like the house was breathing. I was not building weapons. I was building the opposite. I was building the thing that would let me stay what I was, a craftsman who fixed refrigerators and built motorcycles, and refused to fight anyone else's war, even when the war came to his front door. The stun arm was for defense. The flight was for escape. The armor was for survival. But I was building faster now. Sandra's words sat in the back of my mind like a stone I could not swallow. Kuran targets engineers, not adventurers. They will not come at you while Vera is present, which meant they were waiting. And the next time they came, it would not be one man with a kitchen knife. I worked until 2 in the morning. Vera knocked once to tell me the perimeter was clear. I thanked her through the door and kept working. Outside, the city was quiet. The kind of quiet that comes before something breaks. Vera and I were walking to the workshop the next morning when I started thinking about washing machines. The current model used a water attribute magic stone and a hand crank. Primitive. I could replace the crank with a rotation stone, add a heat element for drying, maybe even a timer circuit using a sequence of delayed activation runes. A full automatic unit. I was sketching the drum housing in my head when Vera stopped. We are surrounded. Her voice did not change pitch. 20, roughly. They have been matching our pace since the second intersection. I looked up. The street had emptied. Shutters closed on both sides. That was not coincidence. Someone had cleared the block. A man stepped out of the alley directly ahead of us. Slim build, braided queue hanging over one shoulder, hands clasped in front of him like a host at a restaurant. He smiled. He said my name and suggested politely that I come with them. He called himself a representative of an organization, nothing more. He was enjoying himself. Vera's hand was on her blade. She shifted her weight and the air around us tightened. I could feel the wind spiraling at her feet. Then 3 of his men stepped out from a doorway to our left. Each one held a child. Lily, one of the Beastman children from the neighborhood, and a third I recognized from the market square, a small bare-eared boy who liked to watch me work through the window. Knives, held loosely, casually, the way a man holds a tool he expects to use. Vera, I kept my voice level. Stand down. Her jaw tightened. She told me she could end every one of them without a scratch on the children. I believed her. She was probably right. Not in front of them, I said. The braided man's smile widened. He told me all he needed was my cooperation, my tools, my knowledge, my time. He gestured toward the alley. A covered carriage waited behind it. I looked at the children. Lily's eyes were enormous, her small cat ears pressed flat against her head. She was not crying. She was too scared to cry. I took off my tool belt and handed it to the braided man. I walked toward the carriage. Behind me, Vera was silent, and I knew that silence was costing her more than anything she could have said. This is a solvable problem, I told myself as the carriage door closed. I just did not have enough information to solve it yet. I woke up on a stone floor with a headache and the taste of iron in my mouth. The braided man had hit me somewhere between the carriage and wherever this was. Professional strike, clean and fast. My grandfather would have respected the technique, though not the man. The cell was underground. Stone walls, iron-barred door, no windows. Torches burning in brackets along a corridor I could not see the end of. The air smelled like damp rock and old sweat. About a dozen men sat against the walls, most of them staring at nothing. One of them walked over to me, blonde hair slicked back, built like a man who had done physical work his entire life. He crouched down and offered me a blanket. "You are new," he said. He kept his voice low. "My name is Holland. I'm supposed to explain the rules." Holland was a magic weapon craftsman. He had been here 11 months. His wife and his daughter Jessica were held in a separate facility upstairs, in the mansion's residential wing. The children and families of every artisan in this cell were held the same way. Work or your family suffers. Produce results or your rations get cut. Try to escape, and someone you love pays the price. There were roughly 100 forced laborers in the facility. The prison held the ones who had not yet proven useful enough to earn dormitory access. The work area was a warehouse level, where the artisans developed magic runes and built weapons that Kurin sold through underground channels. "How many children?" I asked. Holland hesitated. 20, maybe more, in a separate room on the mansion level. The guards call it the nursery. I closed my eyes. Thought about the layout. Thought about what I had, which was nothing except the knowledge in my head and whatever materials I could get my hands on in the workshop. "I need 31-star magic stones," I said, "and 3 days." Holland stared at me. He asked what I planned to do with garbage-grade stones that could barely power a nightlight. "Get everyone out." He was quiet for a long time. Then he sat down beside me and knocked his fist against my shoulder. "I am confident in these," he said, holding up both hands. "Tell me what you need from me." We shook on it. In the dark, with 12 men listening, I started explaining how to ruin a magic stone on purpose so that the guards would issue replacement stock from the workshop supply. Over the next 2 days, Holland and the other prisoners fed me stones 3 at a time. The guards never noticed. 1-star stones were considered disposable, barely worth counting. Every failure in the workshop meant 3 fresh stones issued as replacements. The artisans had been failing on purpose for years, just to skim materials. Nobody had ever had a reason to use them. I had a reason. Each stone could hold 1 rune if the inscription was simple enough. I carved them at night, working by feel in the dark. Using a sharpened nail Holland had smuggled from the work floor. 20 of the 30 got invisibility runes. Each one lasted roughly 3 minutes before the stone cracked and went dead. Disposable cover, 3 minutes per unit, 60 minutes of invisible movement if I spaced them right. The other 10 got something different. I split them between 2 effects, a cold rune and a fire rune, each one set to discharge simultaneously on activation. When you drop the temperature and raise it at the same time in the same enclosed space, you get rapid condensation. Dense white fog, the kind of fog that fills a room in seconds and does not clear for several minutes. I called it ghost mist because it was the kind of thing I would have named at age 12, and I saw no reason to be more dignified about it at 38. On the second night, the braided man came down to check on us. His name, I had learned from Holland, was Jasper. He served a different branch head than the one who ran this facility. He was here as an observer, not a commander. He moved like someone who had trained since childhood, and his accent carried something Eastern I could not place. That distinction mattered. He leaned against the bars and asked me, smiling, if I was settling in. I asked to see the children. Not permitted, he said. Visits were once a month. I told him that was a shame. I told him I was looking forward to destroying his organization, and I hoped his branch head would not mind. He laughed. Then he left. I was not joking, but he did not need to believe me yet. Day 3. Holland and I sat at adjacent workbenches in the warehouse. 100 artisans around us, heads down, carving runes into weapon blanks. Guards at both doors. A single iron door on the far wall led to a corridor that connected to the mansion's upper levels, where the families were kept. I caught Holland's eye. He reached under his bench and palmed the stone I had given him. The mist came first. Holland cracked the stone against his bench edge. The dual discharge hit the air, and the entire workshop level whited out in 3 seconds. Dense, cold, clinging fog that killed visibility past arm's length. Guards shouted, I heard bodies hitting the floor as artisans dropped flat, the way Holland had told them to. The guards' first instinct was containment, not pursuit. They held their positions at the doors and waited for the mist to clear. I did not wait. I activated the first invisibility stone and moved. 3 minutes. Through the chaos, past the guards who were shouting into white nothing, to the iron door on the far wall. The door had a simple latch lock. I opened it, slipped through, and let it close behind me. The corridor was narrow, stone-walled, and lit by a single torch every 10 paces. I moved fast, burning through invisibility stones every 3 minutes, following the layout Holland had described from his monthly visits. Left at the junction, up one flight of stairs, through a wooden door that opened onto the mansion's ground floor. The mansion smelled different, incense and something floral. Iron-barred windows let in morning light. I was in the residential wing. I found Jessica in the third room I checked, 16, blonde like her father, blue eyes that went wide when she saw me materialize out of nothing. A guard was on the floor behind me, twitching from the stun discharge I had put through his neck. I had 8 invisibility stones left. "Your father's name is Holland," I said, before she could scream. "He sent me. We are leaving." Her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. She told me the children's room was 2 floors up, at the end of the east corridor. She told me this was the 4th district of the capital, which meant we were in the worst part of the city, surrounded by criminal territory. She told me the mansion had roughly 200 guards. I asked if she could gather the families into the dining hall. She said yes, if she used Jasper's name. The household staff knew his authority. "Use it," I said. "Every family member in the dining hall. Lock the doors behind you. I will get the children." She moved. I went up. The children's room held 23 children of various ages. Beastman kids, mostly. Bear ears, dog ears, rabbit ears. They were sitting on small cots or on the floor, quiet the way children get when they have been quiet for too long. Lily was in the corner. She looked up when I walked in and her ears lifted. "Uncle," she said. Then 2 more of the Beastman children I recognized from the neighborhood said the same thing, and suddenly all 3 of them were attached to my legs. I knelt down. Lily's face was dirty and her dress was the same one she had been wearing 3 days ago. She was not hurt. None of them were hurt. That was the only thing that mattered for the next 15 minutes. "We're going home," I told them. "But I need everyone to be very brave and very quiet. Can you do that?" 23 small heads nodded. One of the older children, a rabbit-eared girl of maybe 10, started organizing the younger ones without being asked. I led them down the corridor toward the dining hall, burning my last invisibility stones to scout ahead at each turn, knocking out one more guard with a stun discharge before he could raise an alarm. We made it to the dining hall. Jessica had gathered the families, over 100 people, women and children, and a few elderly men, packed into a room meant for 40. The door was barricaded. I stepped back into the corridor and sealed the door behind me. I did not make it 30 steps before the plan fell apart. The courtyard was open to the sky, ringed by high stone walls. Archers lined the walls, 100 of them at least. And in the center, standing with his arms folded and a cigar between his teeth, was the man Holland had told me about. The leader of this branch, broad, muscular, built like he had been carved from the same stone as the walls. He had all the hostages in the courtyard, every family member. They were kneeling in rows behind him, surrounded by armed guards. He addressed me through a long speech about expectations and consequences. He said he admired my initiative. He said the ghost mist was clever. He said my skills were exactly what he needed and that we could still come to an arrangement. Then he told me to hand over the armor. He meant my hidden armor, the one I had summoned from my workshop's underground vault. It had launched through my ceiling, crossed the city, and punched through the mansion's roof to reach me. I was wearing it. The full orichalcum scale mail, black and gleaming. The stun gauntlets powered and humming. I looked at the hostages. I looked at the archers. I looked at the children on their knees. I took off the armor. He smiled. He picked up the armor pieces and handed them to his men. Then he reached into the crowd of kneeling hostages and pulled out a child, a small boy, maybe 4, bare ears flat against his head, whimpering. The leader said this was the penalty for making him look bad. I started calculating. Distance to the child, number of archers with a clear shot, time to cross the courtyard. None of the numbers worked. Then May came through the ceiling. I did not see her move. I am not sure anyone did. One moment, the leader was holding the boy. The next moment, May was standing 6 paces to the left, the boy cradled against her chest, and the leader was looking at the stumps where his hands had been. She had been moving for 18 minutes, from wherever she had received my signal, across the 4th district, through the mansion, to this courtyard. She had not waited for Rosa. She had not coordinated. She had seen a child in danger and she had done the math the same way I had, and her math worked. The leader screamed. He staggered backward, staring at his wrists. He did not understand what had happened. Blood hit the dust. May did not look at him. She looked at the boy in her arms. She patted his head very gently and said something quiet that I could not hear. The signal. I should explain the signal. On the morning of day 3, before the ghost mist, I had done something I had never done before. I had used the 7th attribute, lightning, not as a weapon or a tool, but as a message. A directional pulse sent along the city's magic script infrastructure, aimed at the one person I thought might feel it. May was the most sensitive to energy signatures among the 3. Her ninja training from Azuma gave her a precision of perception that Rosa's raw power and Blanche's spiritual focus could not match. It had cost me my last charged stone. The pulse was weak, barely a whisper across the city's mana grid. I had sent it and hoped. She heard it. She came. Rosa and Vera arrived 40 seconds later. Rosa came through the main gate. She did not open it. The gate opened for her, which is the polite way of saying it was no longer attached to its hinges. Blanche was beside her. Wind walls materialized around the kneeling hostages. Vera's work, invisible barriers that deflected the first volley of arrows before they reached anyone. Rosa surveyed the courtyard, archers on the walls, guards in the yard, a bleeding man on his knees, and me standing in the middle of it without my armor. She grinned. It was not a friendly expression. "Everyone," she said, "go wild." The Kuran organization had made a specific error. They had calculated that a craftsman was the easiest target they could take. They had watched Vera's schedule, timed their operation to a 30-minute gap, grabbed children as leverage, and brought me underground. All of that was competent. What they had not calculated was that the craftsman had a mutual protection contract with 3 S-rank adventurers, a former noble warrior who took personal offense at the kidnapping, and a trading company head who had spent the last 3 days feeding intelligence to all of them. The fight lasted 11 minutes. I did not participate. I did not need to. I sat on the courtyard steps with Lily on one knee and the bare-eared boy on the other, and watched the most dangerous women I had ever met do exactly what they had come to do. When it was over, Rosa walked up to me, covered in dust but not a scratch on her, and slapped my back hard enough to shift my spine. "You look terrible," she said. "You took my line." Holland found me by the courtyard well. His daughter was holding onto his arm, and his wife was holding onto his daughter, and all 3 of them were crying in the specific way people cry when they have been too afraid to cry for 11 months. He looked at me. He did not say thank you. He held up his fist and I tapped it with mine, and that was enough. The Beastman families were in a knot by the east wall. The parents who had come with the rescue team found their children, and the sound that followed was something I will not try to describe because I would get it wrong. Some things are louder than words and quieter than silence, and they do not fit in a sentence. Vera found me last. She stood 3 paces away, arms at her sides, face unreadable. "I was gone for 30 minutes, she said. "They had been watching for 2 weeks. I know. It will not happen again. I know that too." She nodded once, turned on her heel, and went to help Blanche secure the perimeter. She would process whatever she was feeling later, privately, and she would never discuss it. That was how Vera worked, and I respected it enough not to make her explain. Sandra and Richard arrived on a bicycle 20 minutes after it was over. Richard was drenched in sweat and breathing like he had pedaled across the entire city. Sandra stepped off the back, lit a cigarette, looked at the demolished gate, the unconscious soldiers, the crying families, and the hole in the roof where my armor had entered. "By the way," she said, exhaling smoke, "your workshop ceiling has a hole in it." I sat on the courtyard steps in the morning sunlight, surrounded by children I had failed to protect and people who had come to protect me, and for the first time in 3 days, I did not have a problem to solve. It was the strangest feeling. I almost did not recognize it. Kuran ended that night. The branch leader was found 4 days later in a back alley of the 4th district. The Kingdom Guard filed their report. Rosa's group provided testimony. The families were relocated to safe housing. Holland took his wife and daughter back to the capital, and before he left, he told me my armor design was ugly and he would fix it when he had his own workshop again. The children went home. Lily fell asleep in my arms on the walk back. Her ears twitched in her sleep, and I carried her the whole way, and I did not think about anything at all. 3 weeks after the kidnapping, I finished the washing machine. It was not a complicated thing. A drum, 6 magic stones, and a timing circuit I had been sketching since summer. Delay runes carved into the backs of the stones, so each one activated in sequence. Water, agitate, drain, rinse, heat, spin, 15 minutes from dirty to dry. The kind of project that would have taken me a weekend in my old life. Here, it had taken 3 months of stone calibration and 2 arguments with Elena about cost. She stood at the other end of the workbench now, arms crossed, goggles pushed up into her messy hair, watching the drum cycle through its last test run. The clothes inside tumbled. Clean water drained into the catch basin below. The time delay technique is the real invention, she said. Not this. She tapped the drum with her knuckle. Anyone could build a drum. Nobody else can make a stone wait 5 minutes before it fires. I knew she was right. I also knew I did not want to think about what the time delay technique was worth. Not today. Patent it before someone else does, she said. I mean it. I will. She stared at me for a long moment, then left to bring Sandra. Sandra arrived with Richard and a leather folder I recognized, the royalty report. She set it on the workbench without ceremony. Richard stood behind her, hands clasped, watching me the way he always did when the numbers were large enough to require a specific expression. I opened the folder, read the figure, closed the folder. 20 billion Cedor, the marine sports licenses from the coastal cities, the bathhouse franchise fees from the snow country, the ice maker residuals that still came in every month like breathing. All of it stacking up in a ledger account I had never seriously looked at because looking at it made me feel like I was reading someone else's mail. The washing machine specifications are ready for production whenever you approve them, Sandra said. She was already smoking. She had probably lit the cigarette before she walked through the door. I handed her the folder back. I want to take a trip. Her eyes moved, but her expression did not change. Where? Azuma. She studied me for 3 seconds, exactly long enough to decide what she thought about it, and exactly short enough not to let me see the decision. How long? A month, maybe longer. She exhaled smoke through her nose. The thin stream curled past the window light. I will come with you. I have been considering an eastern branch for the company. Elena can manage production here. She did not ask me why I wanted to go. I did not offer. The ceiling above us still had the patch from where my armor had launched through it 3 weeks ago. Neither of us looked at it. The linked carriage was Sandra's idea. 5 carriages connected by covered walkways, dining, lounge, sleeping quarters, and a luggage car at the back where my armor sat in a corner wrapped in canvas. A prototype for her tourism line between the kingdoms. We left on a Thursday, 13 of us. Rosa and her full party for escort. Jasper as our guide, his real name, his real face, no more masks. The first few days I spent on the upper deck watching the land change. Fields turned to forest, forest turned to pines. The road narrowed and the air shifted, cooler, damper, carrying something I could not name. Sandra joined me on the 4th afternoon. She sat in the opposite chair, lit a cigarette, and did not speak for 20 minutes. Then she pointed at the distant hills and said, "Those trees are unfamiliar." "Cedar," I said, "and pine." She looked at me. I looked at the trees. Neither of us explained what it meant that I could name them. Jasper appeared from the stairwell and leaned against the railing. He had been traveling light, a short sword, a shoulder pack, and whatever instincts a shinobi carries in place of luggage. "Half a day to the border," he said. "You will see the gate before sunset." We saw it before sunset. A massive red torii, wooden, lacquered, 10 meters tall at least, standing at the end of the road with no wall on either side. Beyond it, open fields stretched flat in every direction, green and flooded and planted in perfect rows. Rice paddies. I gripped the railing and did not say anything. Rosa pressed her face to the glass beside me and asked what those plants were. I told her they were rice. She had never heard of rice. She had never seen a torii. She had never been to a place that looked like this. I had. I had been to 100 places that looked like this. I had driven past them on highways in Niigata and Akita, with the windows down and the bike purring underneath me. I let go of the railing and went downstairs. Azuma had no walls. Jasper explained it casually. The local warriors were all A rank or above, every one of them. Walls were unnecessary when the farmers could kill a mid-tier monster during their lunch break and go back to harvesting. The castle town itself was Edo period Japan in another world's skin. Curved rooftops, sliding paper doors, shop signs written in a script that was not Japanese but arranged with the same visual grammar. Women in long robes, men with top knots and short swords on their hips. The smell of grilled fish and soy sauce from a street vendor who was turning skewers over a charcoal brazier. I walked through the market district with Rosa and May the first afternoon. Rosa pointed at everything and asked what it was. May said nothing, but she stopped at a sword display and studied the blades for a long time before moving on. We found a soba shop, small, 6 stools at the counter, a woman rolling buckwheat dough behind a screen. "This is a noodle restaurant," I said. "What kind of noodles?" Rosa leaned forward so far she nearly fell off the stool. "The thin black kind. The soba came in earthenware bowls with bonito broth and a side of 7-spice pepper in a wooden gourd. I picked up the chopsticks. They had chopsticks here, of course they did, and ate without speaking. The flavor was concentrated and clean. It tasted like a shop I had been to once in Osaka, in my early 30s, on a day when I had ridden the bike down from Kyoto and stopped because the smell was too good to pass. Rosa had 3 bowls. May had 1, slowly, with the same quiet focus she brought to fishing. The waitress told us the city had been founded by a man called the Founder, the First Lord, hundreds of years ago. She said it casually, the way people talk about legends. She also mentioned a witch who lived in the drinking district and knew the whole history. I paid the bill and did not go looking for the witch. I went to the temple the next morning, alone. It sat at the edge of the castle town, behind a low stone wall and a grove of cedar trees. The head monk was a quiet man with a shaved head and a dark robe, and he led me through the main hall to a small room at the back where the founder's possessions were kept. There were scrolls, a writing brush in a lacquered case, a wooden comb, a pair of straw sandals so old they had turned gray, and in the center of the shelf, laid on a square of silk, a flip phone, black, scratched, a hinge model with a small antenna nub on the upper corner. The screen was dark and the plastic had yellowed along the edges, the way plastic does after decades, not centuries. But it had been here for centuries. I asked the monk if I could hold it. He nodded. He did not know what it was. To him, it was a sacred relic of the founder, an object that mattered because the man who carried it had mattered. I picked it up with both hands. It weighed almost nothing. The hinge was stiff, but it still opened. The screen inside was blank and scratched, and the keypad had characters I recognized, not Japanese, not this world's script, but the specific layout of a phone made sometime between 1990 and 2000. A man had carried this phone from Earth into this world. He had kept it. He had never thrown it away, and when he died, the monks had placed it on silk and called it sacred. The battery had died 1,000 years ago, maybe longer. It would never turn on again. There was nothing on it to recover. No photos, no messages, no last call. Just a dead phone in a world that had never had phone signals. I held it for a while. Then I set it back on the silk, adjusted its position so it sat exactly where it had been, and bowed to the monk. He bowed back. Neither of us spoke. I walked out through the cedar grove and stood in the morning light for a long time before I went anywhere else. The drinking district was called Drunkard Alley, and it earned the name. Narrow, lantern-lit, lined with small bars that spilled noise and cooking smoke into the street. Jasper had told me the witch lived here, or more accurately, lived between here and the nearest bottle of sake. I had not gone looking for her. She found us. Sandra, Richard, and I were sitting at a counter stall eating grilled offal stew. The local version used orc intestines, which tasted better than they sounded, when a body crashed through the curtain behind us and landed on the stool to my left. She was an elf, tall, sharp-eared, visibly ancient in the way that elves are ancient. No wrinkles, but something geological in the eyes. She was also spectacularly drunk. Her cheeks were flushed, her silver hair was falling out of whatever it had been tied in, and she was already shouting at the cook for more sake before she had fully sat down. "The little brat," she said, when she noticed Jasper standing behind us. Then her eyes landed on me and widened. She stared. She sniffed. She leaned in close enough that I could smell the sake on her breath like weather. "You," she said. "You are the 4th one, Stella, the Archer Witch, Sagittarius among the 12 zodiac witches." She had been alive for over 2,000 years, and she had spent what appeared to be a significant portion of that time drinking. Her story came out in pieces, between cups of sake and long pauses where she seemed to lose her thread entirely before snapping back with a detail so specific it could only be true. 4 people from my world had crossed into this one. The first was a craftsman from the old period, the one they called the Founder. He had built a Zuma from nothing, taught the locals rice farming, soy fermentation, woodblock architecture, founded a dynasty, died old and content. The phone was his, from a time period that did not match his origins, which meant the crossing did not care about when you were from, only that you came. The second was a woman named Claire. She arrived in the deep wilderness, alone, and somehow survived. Stella's voice changed when she said the name, slower, careful, the drunk affect dropping like a mask. Claire had raised the 12 zodiac witches, all of them. She had found them as children, as orphans, as abandoned things, and she had raised them into what they became. The most powerful women in the world had been mothered by a woman from the same place I came from. The relics I had encountered, the music box, the ring, the objects the witches carried, were Claire's most precious possessions. Her personal belongings, given to the children she raised, kept for centuries after she died. Stella reached into her robe and pulled out a knife, short blade, Black lacquered scabbard. She drew it. The blade was rusted solid, a single mass of brown and orange corrosion that had eaten the steel from edge to spine. This was hers, Stella said. The drunk waver in her voice was gone. Can you fix it? I took the knife, turned it over. The rust was total. No salvageable edge, no clean metal underneath. A normal repair was impossible. The only option was to dissolve the rust with purification magic and let whatever iron remained reform. I pressed both thumbs against the flat of the blade and let the purification flow. Slow, controlled. The way you strip old paint off good wood. You do not rush it because the thing underneath matters. The rust lifted in reddish flakes. Underneath, the steel was thin but intact. I cleaned the tang, reseated the hilt wrapping, drew the blade out and tested the edge. Dull but present. It would hold a sharpening. I handed it back. Stella looked at the blade for a long time. Then she set it on the counter, picked up her sake cup, and cried quietly into it. The tears rolled down her cheeks and into the drink, and she did not wipe them away. I pretended not to notice. Sandra, beside me, said nothing. Richard looked at his plate. The third one was a boy, Stella said after a while, voice rough. A student, Thomas. He stayed 1 year and went home. He found a way. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. And now you, 4 of us. A craftsman from the Edo period, a mother who raised 12 witches, a high school student who chose to leave, and a dead electrician from the modern age who had not been asked. I drank my sake and did not say what I was thinking, which was that the craftsman and I would have understood each other. The next few days passed with the easy rhythm of a place that expected nothing from me. Sandra found a property for her eastern branch and spent most of her time negotiating permits and supply contracts. Rosa took her party into the mountains for a subjugation quest. Richard escorted Elise and Lily through the temple district, and I was fairly sure he was enjoying the duty more than he would ever say. I bought a villa, former inn, 2 stories, cedar construction, tatami rooms, a hot bath fed by an underground spring, and a basement I could convert into a workshop. 7 billion Sidor, which was more than I had ever spent on anything, and less than the royalties from a single month. May bought the property next door. She told me after the papers were signed. We were walking back from the real estate guild, a large wooden building that smelled like fresh pine, and she said it the way she said most things, without preamble and without emphasis, as if she were reporting the weather. I bought the house next to yours. I looked at her. She looked at the road. It is a good property, she said. The price was reasonable. I did not ask her why she had chosen that specific property out of every property in Azuma. I did not need to ask. Since the kidnapping, she had been adjusting her orbit. Small corrections, structural, the kind of thing you only notice if you are paying attention to what someone does instead of what they say. I had been paying attention. Good, I said. The fishing here is supposed to be excellent. A small muscle moved at the corner of her mouth. It was not quite a smile. It was close enough. The weeks in Azuma settled into something I did not have a word for. I cooked. Miso, fermented soybean paste, sitting right there in the local market as if it had been waiting for me, opened up a world of food I had stopped thinking about. Miso soup, miso glazed fish, stir-fried vegetables with a miso and sake reduction that made Rosa eat 4 plates and ask me to move to Azuma permanently. Stella appeared at my villa 3 more times, always drunk, always carrying a different relic she wanted me to look at. A pocket watch with a cracked face. A book of fairy tales written in Japanese. Actual Japanese, not the local script. I repaired what I could and read the book cover to cover in 1 sitting while she slept on my floor. Sandra bought an orphanage for beastmen children on the outskirts and converted it into a dog breeding ranch. Even her charity was structurally profitable. The dragon hunt happened. Stella and Rosa led us into the mountains where the Dragon King range rose above the tree line like a wall of green teeth. We killed 3. I tested my armor in real combat for the first time. The gauntlets overheated and the visor fogged, but it held. I made notes for the redesign. On the last evening before we left, I sat alone in the outdoor bath behind my villa and watched the sunset through the steam. Cedar trees framed the view. The water was perfect. The air smelled like wood and copper, and the faint distant sweetness of rice paddies after rain. I thought about the phone on its square of silk, about the craftsman who had carried it here from a world with phone signals and convenience stores and bullet trains, and decided that this was enough. About Claire, who had raised 12 extraordinary women and left her most precious things with them because that is what mothers do. I thought about the student who had found a way home and taken it. I had not looked for a way home. The thought surprised me less than it should have. The bath cooled. I got out, dried off, and packed for the trip back. The villa would be here when I returned. The rice paddies would still be green. The phone would still be dark. The trip had given me what I came for. I could not have told you what that was, but the space behind my ribs felt different, wider, or quieter, or simply occupied by something that had not been there before. I closed the front door, loaded the carriage, and went home. 3 days after leaving my Azuma villa, we stood at the foot of the Dragon King Mountains, and I made the mistake of looking up. The range went vertical, not gradually, not like foothills building to something reasonable. Vertical, the kind of mountain that made you wonder what the world had against flat ground. Rosa had her greatsword already across her back, grinning like she had been waiting for this her entire life. Vera stood beside her with an axe resting against her shoulder, scanning the ridgeline with the calm focus of someone who had done this before and intended to do it better this time. 20 females, Stella said, pulling the number from a flask and a 2,000-year memory in equal measure. We cull 20 and the breeding population stays stable. Leave too many and they come down to the villages looking for high nutrient food. She paused. By which I mean people. I activated the armor. The command word felt natural by now. The orichalcum scales locking tight, the stun gauntlets humming faint purple at my wrists, the flight jets along my back, thighs, and forearms pressurized with a familiar hiss. I had rebuilt the heat venting after the last hunt fogged my visor. New design. Should hold. Should. Stella kicked me in the backside so hard I launched 3 meters before the jets caught me. Her voice carried up through the canopy. You are the bait, craftsman. Fly pretty. I climbed. Below me, Rosa and Vera moved through the tree line like red and green blurs, covering ground at a pace that made my jet-assisted flight feel almost redundant. Stella knocked an arrow without looking at the bow, her ancient eyes reading the sky the way I read circuit diagrams. The first dragon came from the east, 20 meters of serpentine body, Eastern style, all coils and horns and teeth that could fit a carriage between them. It spotted me and banked hard. I fired the thunder beam straight into its open mouth. The bolt entered the jaw and exited somewhere I did not need to examine closely. The dragon dropped. Rosa's distant cheer echoed off the mountain face. That is one, old man. By afternoon, we had 20. Stella's arrows accounted for most of them, guided by Vera's wind magic into trajectories that should not have been possible for a physical projectile. Rosa handled anything that hit the ground still moving, which was 3. I handled the bait work, which was all of them, and I would be lying if I said the 4th near miss did not make me reconsider my career choices. We made camp at the river that evening. Rosa had already broken down the carcasses with her greatsword, while Stella flash froze the meat blocks with ice magic and wrapped them in broad leaves for transport. I stripped the armor and sat on a fallen log, watching the fire take hold while the last light bled out of the sky. I had dragon meat, 20 dragons worth, and I had been thinking about what to do with it since before we left Azuma. Tomorrow, I said, we stop at the temple on the way down. Day after that, I am making dinner at my villa. All of you, Sandra, Elena, Richard, everyone. Rosa's head snapped up. What kind of dinner? The kind you have never had. I did not elaborate. The recipe was from my old world, and I was going to make them wait for it. Vera raised an eyebrow. You are being deliberately cryptic. I am being deliberately hungry. The anticipation makes the food better. Blanche, who had been quietly collecting dragon scales into a leather pouch, looked up with her usual serene half smile. You are enjoying this. I was. I absolutely was. 2 days later, 15 people packed the villa's ground floor banquet hall, and I stood behind 6 magic stoves with 6 iron pots and a grin I could not have hidden if I tried. This, I announced, holding up a slab of dragon meat that glowed faintly red at the grain, is sukiyaki. Nobody knew what that meant. That was the point. I had spent the previous day building the sauce from scratch. Sweet wine for the base, where I would have used rice wine back home. Fish sauce from the Azuma market standing in for soy, sugar. Minotaur fat rendered down to a clean tallow that sizzled the moment it hit the pan. The smell alone brought Sandra out of her office and across the hall before I had finished the first batch. I sliced the dragon meat thin, laid it across the heated tallow, poured the sauce, and let it bubble. Added vegetables, cracked an egg into a bowl for dipping. Rosa was first. She picked up a slice with her chopsticks, dipped it, put it in her mouth, and went completely still. This, she said, very quietly for her, is the best thing I have ever eaten. The room came apart. 15 people hit 6 pots simultaneously. Sandra ate 3 servings without speaking. Elena kept pulling meat from the pot before it was fully cooked and burning her tongue. Vera, who I had never seen lose her composure over food, closed her eyes after the the second bite and did not open them for a full 10 seconds. Stella watched from the end of the table with her sake flask and her ancient, grief-stained smile. She ate slowly and said nothing for most of the meal. Then, when the pots were nearly empty and Rosa was trying to remove her shirt for reasons that Blanche was physically preventing, Stella set down her cup. "The recipe," she said. I looked at her. "What about it?" "I want it." She reached into her robe and produced a document. The number at the bottom had 10 digits. 10 billion Seedor. She slid it across the table without negotiating, without haggling, without blinking. I stared at the number. "Stella, this is insane." Her mouth twitched. "The recipe is worth more than that. I am being frugal." Sandra leaned over and read the figure. Her cigarette nearly fell out of her mouth. She looked at me, looked at Stella, and then looked at the empty pot of sukiyaki. "Richard," her voice was perfectly level, "get this recipe for our restaurant chain." Yesterday, Richard, who had been sitting quietly beside Elise for the entire dinner, straightened. "Yes, young mistress." The party ran another 2 hours. By the end of it, May had asked to go fishing with me again. Rosa had been physically wrapped in a tablecloth by Blanche to prevent further wardrobe incidents, and Stella had vanished into the night with her flask and her 10 billion Seedor receipt, leaving behind only the smell of sake and 2,000 years of quiet satisfaction. 10 days in Azuma. I packed the villa, loaded the carriage, and watched the castle town shrink behind us through the rear window. The trip had given me what I came for, though I still could not have said exactly what that was. Back in Edelstein, the rhythm returned. Morning repairs at the workshop, afternoon house calls, a bicycle tire here, a refrigerator there, a vacuum cleaner that someone had fed too much magic into until the suction nearly pulled the floorboards up. The ordinary work that I had built my life around in this world. And it felt right the way putting on a familiar coat felt right. I made tomato ketchup from scratch because the world did not have it, and Lily left her vegetables on the plate. I built a blender from a rotation magic stone and a mithril cutter. I cooked omelet rice for Lily, and she ate every bite and asked for it again the next day. I built a playground in my vacant lot using alchemy I had not known I could do, transmuting dirt straight into metal, because the image in my head was clearer than the physics should have allowed. Slide, jungle gym, swings, sandbox. By the time Elise arrived with the children, the lot looked like an elementary schoolyard from my old life. The days stacked. I renamed my bowl restaurant to something simpler. Sandra dropped by on her day off because she was bored, which she framed as requiring my company for business purposes, which fooled neither of us. We walked the market, bought pottery, ate omelet rice at my restaurant, while my chef memorized the technique after a single demonstration. Sandra bought a cat figurine despite owning a dog. Normal days, good days, the kind I had built an entire philosophy around preserving. Then the Gemini witches arrived. They walked into my workshop in perfect synchronization. 2 elf women with white hair and emerald eyes, and matching expressions of earnest purpose. One had a right-sided ponytail, the other left. They introduced themselves in unison, which was immediately and profoundly unsettling. "We are the twin constellation witches," they said together. "We have heard about you from Stella." I asked them to stop talking at the same time. They blinked in unison, which did not help. They explained they were the ones who had built every school in this world, every academy, every curriculum, every examination structure, 2,000 years of educational infrastructure, all based on their original system. Claire had called them teachers once, and they had taken it literally and changed civilization. The problem was that their system was terrible, not in theory, in execution. I learned this when I visited the Edelstein Gemini Academy the following week, a prestigious institution housed behind walls high enough to repel a siege, with a metal gate that clanged shut behind us like a prison door. The classrooms had rows of wooden tables, wooden chairs, and nothing else. No blackboards, no decorations, no lockers. The windows were narrow and set high, like arrow slits. The food was bread and milk, served once, no seconds. Breaks were 15 minutes. Club activities did not exist. Recess did not exist. I walked the corridors for an hour. The witches walked beside me, occasionally pointing out features they considered excellent. I did not have the heart to tell them that everything they were pointing at was the problem. When they asked what I thought, I chose my words carefully. This building is optimized for administrators, not for students. Their synchronized blink again. Then Gemma, the one on the right, tilted her head. What would students need that administrators would not? I went home. I sat at my workbench, and I started designing. 10 days later, I stood at the construction site with the twins, Sandra, Elena, and a warehouse full of prototypes, and I showed them what students actually need. Uniforms first, white-based, clean-lined, with a choice of skirt length for girls and a military collar jacket for boys. Sandra had sourced the fabric and the seamstresses. Rosa and the girls had modeled the prototypes the previous day, and even Vera, who had dropped out of this exact academy years ago, had spun around in the skirt with an expression I had never seen on her face before. Uniforms erase the gap, I said. A noble and a commoner wearing the same clothes stand on the same ground. That is the point. The twins looked at each other, then back at me. Then they nodded together. And for once, the synchronization felt like agreement rather than something from a horror story. Next, the cafeteria. I had spent a week with my restaurant chef perfecting school-ready food. Stuffed bread rolls with fillings that could be eaten cold between classes. A meal ticket system running through a machine I had built from a heated iron plate and numbered paper. Monthly payment instead of per ticket, because students should not have to count coins when they are hungry. The twins tasted the filled bread, and Gemma closed her eyes the way Vera had closed hers over the sukiyaki. "This is what lunch should be," she said quietly. Then the schedule. 50-minute classes with 10-minute breaks between them. Morning sessions, afternoon sessions, and after 3 in the afternoon, the part I had been waiting for, clubs. "What is a club?" Gwen asked. I told them. A swordsmanship club, where students learned from working adventurers. An embroidery club, a gardening club, a music group, a library committee. Activities that had nothing to do with examinations and everything to do with giving students a reason to be at school that was not fear of failure. The twins approved everything in a single meeting, every element. No revisions, no pushback. They had spent 2,000 years building a system they believed in, and when someone showed them what they had been missing, they did not argue. They listened. That was the part I had not expected. 2 weeks later, 10 billion Seedor appeared in my account. The twins' payment for the redesign, unsigned and unannounced. Same number as Stella's recipe fee. I was starting to suspect that 10 billion was the standard witch denomination for things they considered priceless. Sandra came to my workshop on a Tuesday afternoon with Richard behind her and a folder under her arm, and I knew from the way she set it on my workbench that I was not going to enjoy my evening. "The Sand Beast Kingdom," she said, opening the folder to a map that covered my entire work surface. Sahara, 12 tribes, recently unified under a warrior queen, the lioness witch, Leona. I looked at the map. Desert, vast, featureless, broken only by a single oasis marked in blue ink at the center, and scattered ruins marked in red along the eastern edge. "She needs a commercial anchor," Sandra continued, "something that puts the kingdom on the trade map, something that gives 12 tribes a reason to stay unified instead of splitting the moment she looks away." I poured tea for both of us. Richard declined politely and stood by the door. Sandra lit a cigarette, inhaled, and watched me study the map. "What are the ruins?" I asked. She pointed. "Colosseum, Eastern Ruins District, stone construction, partially intact. Predates the tribal period by several centuries. How big? Large enough for spectator events. The dimensions are in the folder." I pulled the page. Stone arena, tiered seating, open roof. The kind of structure that a warrior culture would build for exactly one purpose: watching people fight. A colosseum. In a desert kingdom built by warriors. With 12 tribes who had spent generations fighting each other and now needed a reason to channel that energy into something that did not end in civil war. The concept assembled itself before Sandra finished her next sentence. I could see it. A restored arena, tournaments, spectators from across the continent, food stalls, spice trade, tourism infrastructure built around the one thing this kingdom already knew how to do better than anyone: fight. I reached for my sketchpad. Sandra watched me pull it open. "You have not agreed yet. I have an idea." Her mouth did something that was almost a smile. "I assumed you would." I was already drawing. The Colosseum first, rebuilt with reinforced stone and proper seating tiers. Adjacent market structures for vendors. A spice quarter, because a desert kingdom sitting on trade routes had to be sitting on something the rest of the continent wanted. And at the center, the arena floor, wide enough for mounted combat and visible from every seat. 2 weeks, Sandra said. "We depart in 2 weeks." I did not look up from the sketchpad. "I will need the full structural survey before we leave." Richard produced a second folder from behind his back. Sandra's cigarette smoke curled toward the ceiling, and the golden afternoon light caught the map and the sketches, and the quiet satisfaction on her face that she thought I could not see. I saw it. I always saw it. I just never said anything, because the moment you named the thing between you and Sandra, she stopped showing up at your door, and I had learned a long time ago that the door staying open mattered more than knowing why. The desert arrived without warning. 1 hour we were crossing scrubland with patches of green, and the next, the world was white sand in every direction, the sun sitting on top of us like it had nowhere else to be. The linked carriage had been converted to sled mode 2 days earlier, and the runners hissed across the dunes with a sound like fabric tearing. The air tasted like hot metal. 4 days south from the border, Sandra had spent most of that time in the office car with Richard and a woman named Julia, going through development proposals and maps and logistics documents thick enough to stop a sword. I could hear the scratch of pens through the wall whenever I walked past. Rosa spent the trip on the roof. She would climb up every morning, sit cross-legged on the observation platform, and watch the horizon like she was expecting something interesting to attack. Occasionally, something did. A giant scorpion the size of a small building tried to intercept us on day 3, and Blanche stepped off the carriage with a hammer bigger than she was, walked toward it like she was going to the market, and turned it into rubble with a single swing. She came back smiling and asked if anyone wanted a cold drink. I spent the nights maintaining my armor, checking the magic stones, testing the joints, making sure the discharge system would fire when I needed it. I did not know I would need it. I just knew the desert was not the kind of place that forgave a man for being unprepared. The Surya Oasis was bigger than anything I had imagined. An entire district of a major city could have fit inside the perimeter, and the water was so clear that I could see the bottom from 50 paces away. Palm trees lined the edges. Animals I had never seen drank calmly at the shore. Beastmen in light hide armor watched our carriage approach with the kind of evaluative stillness that said they had never needed to be nervous about anything. 20 of them had been following us for the last half day. Rosa and Vera had reported them early, and Sandra had decided to let them be. They were not hostile. They were assessing. The carriage stopped at a cluster of tents at the edge of the settlement, and the advance guard parted to let someone through. I had read about Leona in Sandra's briefing, the Lioness Witch, they called her, queen of the Sand Beast Kingdom of Sahara. She had unified 12 desert tribes by defeating all 11 of their champions in single combat. I expected someone impressive. She was more than that. Nearly 2 meters tall, dark skin, emerald green hair pulled back in a single tail, wearing beast hide armor that left no ambiguity about the fact that she could throw any person present over the nearest dune. Her arms were thicker than my thighs. She walked through the crowd the way a boulder walks through a river, and she stopped directly in front of me. "So, you are the 4th one," she said. Her voice was low and clear, the kind of voice that did not need to be raised. "Claire and Libra spoke of you." She held out a clay cup, fermented mare's milk. The surface had a greasy shimmer, and the smell was exactly as bad as I had expected. I drank it without making a face. It was not good. It was not terrible. It was a test, and I had been an electrician for 15 years. I had drunk worse at job site celebrations. Leona watched me swallow. Something shifted behind her eyes. "Good," she took the cup back. "You are worth listening to." 2 days later, Leona sent me into the jungle with a guide family to survey the terrain. The Annihilate jungle covered 60% of the kingdom, a massive expanse of tropical forest, dense enough that the heat changed character completely the moment you stepped under the canopy. Outside was dry and white. Inside was humid and green and alive. The guide was a dog beastman named Duke, a former tribal champion who knew every trail and every dangerous creature in the forest. His wife, Beth, had a nose that could identify edible plants from 20 paces. Their daughter, a gray-furred 3-year-old named Shia, rode on my shoulders and pointed at everything that moved. I noticed the plants on the second afternoon. A root that Beth pulled from the ground looked exactly like turmeric. I broke it open. The color was right. The smell was close enough to stop me in my tracks. Then I found the coriander, then the cumin. I stood in a tropical jungle on another continent of another world and realized I was holding the ingredients for curry. "Duke," I said, "how many of these plants grow in this jungle?" He looked at what I was holding. "Those? They grow everywhere. The children pull them up as toys." I dried the spices with a heat rune. I ground them with a food processor I had brought from my workshop. I built a fire in the clearing where Duke's village sat, borrowed an iron pot that I had not expected them to have, and made curry. Beth brought tomatoes from the village garden. I used a bird that May had caught on patrol. I cooked it the way my grandfather had taught me, the recipe from a trip to Africa when I was 14. The one he said worked in any country on any continent with any ingredients as long as you had the 3 base spices. When it was ready, I served it to Duke's family first. Beth took 1 bite and stopped moving. Duke took 1 bite and said nothing. Their daughter took 1 bite and held her bowl out for more before before she had swallowed. For about 30 seconds, no one in that clearing said a word. Then everyone wanted more. I explained it to Julia that evening in a report she would carry back to Sandra. The kingdom was sitting on a spice trade that the North would pay heavily for. The plants grew wild. The labor to harvest them was minimal. The commodity was lightweight, non-perishable, and unlike anything the Edelstein kingdom had ever tasted. I was describing a national industry that cost nothing to start except the knowledge of what the plants were. Sandra, when she read the report, smiled. I was told about the smile secondhand. She had already started drafting the trade agreements before Julia finished the briefing. Leona threw a feast, a bonfire the size of a watchtower, a beast the size of a small house roasted whole on a spit that took 6 warriors to turn, cactus alcohol that tasted sweet on the way down and burned like a forge fire on the way back up. I should have stopped at the 3rd cup. I know this because the 3rd cup was the last thing I remembered clearly. What happened after that was assembled from eyewitness accounts the following morning. According to Rosa, who was the least reliable narrator available, I had shared whiskey with a bear beastman who cried from the taste, danced with 2 tribal representatives, performed several feats of minor magic that no one could describe consistently, challenged all 12 tribal representatives to fight me in the Colosseum I had proposed, and tried to kiss Sandra. Sandra confirmed the last part by not speaking to me until after breakfast. Leona delivered the summary. She was sitting on a camp chair outside my tent when I woke up, holding a cup of coffee she had made from my supplies and wearing the expression of someone who was having the best morning of her year. "You challenged the 12 tribes," she said. I sat in the sand with my head between my knees. "I was drunk. You were. The 12 clan leaders have accepted. 3 of their best fighters will represent them. The match is in 3 days. I looked up. I could apologize. Explain that I was not in my right mind. You could. She drank from my coffee. But in this culture, willingness to put yourself on the line for your promises is the highest form of respect. You offered to fight for what you proposed. Every warrior in the kingdom heard you. If you withdraw, the Colosseum is just a ruin with a new coat of paint. It was drunk politics," she smiled. "In this kingdom, those are the same thing." I spent the next 2 days training. I built a wooden striking dummy from scrap lumber and set it up behind the carriage. Wing Chun drills first, then the karate combinations my grandfather had taught me. The armor responded well. The impact absorption stones dampened the recoil. The firestones charged correctly. The discharge system held its calibration. The armor was my second prototype. Orichalcum scale mail, black and fitted. Stun gauntlets on both forearms with 10-star magic stones in the wrist housing. A fire punch function I had added after the Kuran operation. A light discharge I had never used in combat. And the convergent discharge, the lightning function that I had been trying not to think about since the day I destroyed the test gauntlet and swore off weapons forever. I was not a warrior. I was a craftsman wearing his own products. The difference mattered to me, even if it did not matter to anyone else. Leona introduced my 3 opponents on the 2nd morning. A bird beastman named Bad, polite and formal, with wings on his back and talons where his feet should have been. A cat beast woman named Cassie, who sniffed my sleeve and rubbed her face against my arm and told me I smelled like cats. A tiger beastman named Gab, who was already massive at normal size and apparently could grow to 3 meters when the fight started. He pulled Cassie off me by the scruff of her neck and shook my hand. His grip was careful, which meant he knew exactly how strong he was. 3 fights, 3 different problems. I went back to the striking dummy and hit it until my arms were numb. The Colosseum was beautiful. Gargantia stone, harder than metal, carved into tiered seating that rose 40 rows above the arena floor. The beastmen had cleaned it in 3 days, hauling out centuries of sand with their bare hands. Every seat was full. Leona sat in the throne position at the top, flanked by Sandra and the 12 clan leaders. I stood in the waiting room below the arena and listened to the crowd through the stone walls. My hands were shaking, not from the cold. "You will be fine," Leona had told me that morning. "Win or lose, the fight itself is what matters." I did not find that comforting. The announcer called my name and I walked into the light. The crowd roared something I could not distinguish, and I raised my fist because that seemed like the thing to do, and the armor assembled around me in pieces, each segment locking into place with a sound like a lock turning. The firestones ignited along the forearms. The visor sealed. From inside the helmet, the world narrowed to what mattered. Bad came first. He dropped from the sky without warning, talons forward, and the speed was something I had not prepared for. He was fast in the air, the way water was fast going downhill. I fired the convergent discharge and missed. He banked, circled, dove again, hit my shoulder. The impact absorption stones took it, but the force pushed me back 3 steps, 30 seconds. That was how long the fight lasted. He dove for the 3rd time, and I met him with the fire punch. The gauntlet ignited. The fist connected with his chest. The flames engulfed him mid-dive, and he hit the ground trailing smoke and feathers. He did not get up. I was running toward him before the count started. "Medic!" I shouted. "I need a healer, now!" The arena went quiet. A healer came from the sideline. Bad's chest was burned. His breathing was shallow but steady. He opened one eye, looked at me, and said something I could barely hear over the ringing in my ears. "Best hit I have ever taken." They carried him out. I stood in the center of the arena and tried to get my breathing under control. Leona had not moved from her seat. She was watching me, and what she was watching was the fact that I had called for the healer before the announcer had called the match. Cassie came second. She did not drop from the sky. She appeared at the edge of the arena, and then she was everywhere. I could not track her visually. She was faster than Bad by a margin that made Bad look slow, and he had been fast enough to scare me. She left after images, actual after images, as if the air was remembering where she had been and had not caught up to where she was. Her knives hit my armor from directions I could not predict. Back, side, shoulder. She was testing the shell. She could not damage the orichalcum. The impact absorption stones handled the force, but she did not need to damage me. She needed to find a gap, and if the fight lasted long enough, she would. I had one move. I had built it into the chest plate 2 weeks ago and never tested it in combat. A light stone engraved with every amplification rune I knew, connected to 6 smaller stones in a circuit. The idea was simple. All 6 stones discharged their stored light simultaneously. The result was a flash bright enough to blind everything within 30 paces. I triggered it. The arena went white. Even through the visor, even with my eyes shut, the light was a physical thing, a wall of brightness that hit the back of my skull. Cassie was 4 paces to my right when the flash fired. She stopped moving. Her hands came up to cover her eyes. 4 seconds. That was how long the blindness lasted. I closed the distance in 2, grabbed her right wrist, turned it behind her back, and applied a joint lock the way my karate instructor had shown me 20 years ago. Controlled pressure. She went to one knee. "My win," I said. "That okay?" She blinked up at me. Her vision was coming back. She tested the lock, found it solid, and laughed. "Fine," she said. "But next time, no tricks." They let her walk out on her own. She was unharmed. The crowd made a sound that was half approval and half complaint, the way a sports audience does when someone wins on a technicality. Leona was leaning forward in her seat. Gab walked into the arena and the ground shook. He had been large when I met him. Now he was something else, 3 meters tall. The muscle mass had scaled with the height, and his arms were the width of tree trunks. He carried 2 axes, one in each hand, and each axe was the size of a door. The blades caught the sunlight and threw it back in flat white sheets. The crowd went silent. Not the polite silence of anticipation, the hard silence of people who were not sure what they were about to watch. "Craftsman," he said. His voice was deeper now, resonating from somewhere inside that enormous ribcage. "Show me what you showed the others." I activated the second form, purely cosmetic. The armor panels slid. The color shifted from black to green, and the jets on my back lit with emerald light. It looked impressive. It did nothing. But Gab did not know that. He grinned, and the grin was the happiest thing I had seen in the desert. He charged. The first axe hit the ground where I had been standing, and the stone floor exploded. Fragments of Gargantia rock sprayed upward in a fan. I was already moving, already airborne, the jets carrying me sideways. The second axe came in a horizontal sweep that would have cut the Colosseum wall in half if it had connected. I fired the convergent discharge, both hands, full power. The lightning arced across his chest, and he walked through it. His fur was smoking, and he was still coming. The impact absorption stones in my left gauntlet cracked. I heard the sound through the armor, a clean, sharp fracture, like a window pane breaking in winter. The stone was rated for forces I had never tested against, and Gab's fist had exceeded the rating on the first hit. He hit me again, forearm to chest. The armor held, but I went backward through the air like something thrown. I landed on my feet because the jet stabilized me, but the right gauntlet's stone was fracturing now too. 2 of the 10-star stones were compromised. 2 more were running hot. This was not working. The discharge was not enough. The stones were breaking. He was stronger than the equipment was designed for, and I was running out of equipment. I had one option left, the full discharge. Everything the cracked stones had left channeled through both gauntlets simultaneously. It would burn out the stones permanently. It would leave the armor unpowered, and it might not be enough. Gab raised both axes. The swing would be overhead. both blades, full force from 3 meters of muscle and fury. I planted my feet. I pointed both gauntlets forward. I opened every circuit, every rune, every connection between the stones and the discharge array, and I let it all go at once. The lightning was not purple this time. It was white. The discharge melted the axe heads in his hands. The electricity hit the neural cluster in his chest, and his entire body seized. He dropped the ruined axe handles. His legs locked. For 1 second, he stood there like a statue made of lightning, and then he fell. The stones in both gauntlets shattered. The visor display went dark. The jets cut out. I went to one knee because my legs decided they were finished taking instructions. The arena was silent. Gab was down. His fur was smoking. His chest was rising and falling. May hit him with a water sphere from the stands, and the steam rose in a white column. The count ended. I was still on one knee. The crowd made a sound I had never heard before. It started low and built until it was not a sound anymore, but a pressure, a physical thing, a vibration in the stone floor and the walls and the air. Leona stood. She did not applaud. She did not cheer. She stood up from the throne and looked down at me, and the look said everything the crowd was saying, but with the weight of a queen behind it. I raised one fist. It was the only part of me that still worked. I was never doing this again. I sat in a chair that did not belong to me, while a man I had never met cut my hair. Richard had arranged this. Richard arranged everything that Sandra could not be bothered to arrange herself, which meant Richard arranged most of the moving parts of my life whenever it intersected with hers. The beauty parlor was on the east side of the commercial district, 3 blocks from my workshop, and I had walked past it 100 times without once considering going inside. Arms up, please. The attendant draped a cloth across my shoulders and began trimming. I watched in the mirror as my usual self disappeared under precise scissor work and something he called a finishing cream that smelled like crushed herbs and money. Richard stood near the door, holding a garment bag over one arm. "You could have warned me," I said. "I did warn you." His expression did not change. 3 days ago, you said, and I quote, "Sure, whatever." That sounded accurate. The attendant finished, stepped back, and presented the result as though he had sculpted something. I looked the same, cleaner, maybe. My hair was shorter on the sides, and the stubble was gone. The man in the mirror looked like he might own something other than a workshop. Richard handed me the garment bag. Inside was a black outfit that resembled something between a military dress uniform and a school blazer. Dark fabric, gold embroidery along the collar and cuffs, fastened with cord loops instead of buttons. It fit better than anything I owned, which was not a high bar. "Sandra selected this," Richard said. "Of course she did." I put it on. The boots were polished. The cuffs sat exactly where cuffs were supposed to sit. I looked at myself in the mirror again and felt like a fraud, but a well-dressed fraud. "How do I look?" Richard tilted his head, like someone who should not be kept waiting. The carriage was ridiculous. 10 seats, a small compartment with chilled wine, a crystal dish of hard candy on a shelf that did not rattle despite the cobblestones. Sandra had sent it, naturally. Rosa sat across from me, still in her armor, legs crossed, grinning like she was being taken to a show. Vera sat beside the window with her arms folded and her cloak pulled tight. May was next to me, quiet, watching the street through the curtain gap with the focused calm of someone cataloging every exit. "You look good," Rosa said. "I look like a waiter at a restaurant I cannot afford." She laughed. Vera did not. May glanced at me, then went back to the window. I took a piece of candy and put it in my mouth. Cherry. The wine stayed where it was. I wanted a clear head for whatever this turned out to be, and clear heads and chilled wine in crystal decanters did not mix. The carriage slowed. I pulled the curtain aside and saw the venue. A royal guest house built for foreign dignitaries. White stone, tall arched windows, iron lanterns burning despite the morning sun. Knights in full armor flanked the entrance, standing so still they might have been decorative. "This is the place?" Sandra secured it through the crown, May said. "No merchant guild has used it before." I let the curtain fall. Sandra had asked me to attend this meeting because the other guild heads wanted to see the craftsmen behind the products. She had asked directly, in person, without pretense, and Sandra did not ask directly unless the thing she was asking for mattered more than her pride. So I was here, in a carriage with candy and wine, wearing clothes that cost more than my first 3 months of workshop revenue. The door opened. A knight extended his hand to help me down, and I ignored it because I was not that kind of person yet, and probably never would be. The waiting room had marble floors and a chandelier that could have lit a stadium. A painting of someone important hung on the far wall. I did not know who it was, and I did not ask. Richard was already there. He stood near the inner door, dressed sharply, posture perfect. He looked like he belonged in this building. I did not. 30 minutes, he said. They will come for you. I sat on a velvet chair and immediately regretted it because it was the kind of chair that made you sit up straight whether you wanted to or not. Rosa dropped into the chair beside me with the carelessness of someone who had never once worried about furniture. So, 4 guild heads. 5 now, I said. That is the point. Who are they? I had done the reading. Sandra's briefing notes, delivered by Richard 2 days ago, which I had skimmed over coffee. Bahamut, Dragonman, runs the Weapons Guild, 700 years old, which means he has about 200 left. The fairy. Her name is Felicia. She runs the Food Merchant Empire, 1500 years old, looks like a child, talks like a chairman. Celia, Dark Elf, the Crab Witch. She built the banking system. And Michaela. Michaela is here? She runs the Magic Tool Guild. She has been here the whole time. Rosa whistled. That is a room full of people who are used to being the most important person in whatever room they are in. Yes. And you are walking into it? Sandra asked. May said nothing. Vera uncrossed her arms, then crossed them again. The chandelier hummed faintly overhead. The door opened. 2 knights in ceremonial armor stood at attention. The meeting will begin. Please follow us. They announced me by workshop name. I walked through the double doors, and the hall opened around me like a cathedral. Long, dark table. Stained glass pouring colored light across the floor. High ceiling. Quiet. 4 guild heads sat at the table. I had seen 3 of them described in Sandra's notes. Seeing them in person was different. Bahamut was enormous. 3 meters of red-scaled dragonman in a magnificent dark robe, branching horns casting shadows across the table. One eye was covered by a patch. The other watched me the way a furnace watches kindling. His guards stood behind him, 2 slim dragonmen who did not blink. Felicia sat on a raised cushion because she was the size of a child. Translucent dragonfly wings folded behind a tailored green suit. She leaned on one elbow and looked at me with the expression of someone who found most things amusing and few things interesting. Celia, the Crab Witch, white hair drawn up in a bun, emerald eyes, a black dress that looked like morning clothes. She smoked a golden pipe that released something sweet into the air. Behind her stood a girl in a kimono with a sword at her hip, maybe 16. Rosa had told me afterward that this girl, Tomoe, was incredibly strong. I believed it without evidence. And Michaela. She had changed her hair, a simple ponytail now instead of the flowing waves I remembered. A quieter dress. She sat with Abel behind her, and when she saw me, she offered a smile that was polite and professional and nothing else. I noted the shift. The confrontation register between us had downgraded to something like acknowledgement. Sandra stood at the head of the table, silver blue hair pinned partially back, dark formal coat with silver clasps, her best posture. Richard and Elena flanked her. She looked like she had been born in this room. She directed me to a chair. I sat. We will begin, Sandra said. Her voice carried without effort. The room was built for voices to carry, and hers was built for rooms like this. Felicia spoke first. She did not wait for an invitation. She told Sandra that none of the 4 guild heads expected anything from one another. No debts, no alliances, no mutual obligation. The structure was simpler than that. If 4 of the 5 agreed that a guild was unnecessary, that guild was dissolved on the spot. She said this the way someone describes the weather. Michaela confirmed it. Sandra's new seat came with a trapdoor built into the floor, and the 4 people who could open it were sitting across from her. Bahamut added, in a voice like a slow landslide, that the honor of being called the world's best was real, but so was the risk of losing it. He was not threatening her. He was explaining the architecture. Sandra absorbed all of it. Her expression did not change. Her hands did not move. She had spent the last 3 years building a company that had earned this seat, and now she was learning that the seat could be pulled out from under her at any moment by the 4 people she was joining. Then it was her turn. She stood. She did not clear her throat. She did not look at notes. She did not look at me. Alexandrite Trading Company accepts the invitation to join the 5 great merchant guilds. The room was already quiet, but it became a different kind of quiet. We intend to hold our seat by producing value, not by maintaining alliances. Her voice was level, not loud, not emotional, not performing. We have no old debts to collect and no new ones to create. She sat down. 4 sentences. She had said everything in 4 sentences, and none of them mentioned her family. None of them mentioned being disowned. None of them mentioned Barry, or the broken engagement, or the years she spent rebuilding from nothing with a chain cigarette and a ledger book, and the kind of fury that looks like calm if you do not know where to look. She did not name any of it. She named what was next. The hall was quiet for 2 seconds longer than a hall like that is usually quiet. Then Michaela applauded. She was the first. Her hands came together with the precise, measured rhythm of someone who recognized what she had just witnessed. The others followed. I watched Sandra's face during the applause. She did not let anything show. Not pride, not relief, not the weight of everything she had built and survived, and refused to explain to anyone who had not earned the right to hear it. I looked away. I did not want to intrude on something that private. I was glad she could not see my face either, because I was not sure what was on it, and I did not want to find out. After the formal declaration, the meeting became something else. Each guild head turned their attention to me, and I understood why Sandra had asked me to come. This was not about ceremony. This was about the 4 most powerful merchants in the world taking the measure of the man who had built the products behind Sandra's rise. Felicia spoke first, naturally. She invited me to visit her guild sometime. She mentioned a name, Thomas. She said Thomas had been her friend, that he had taught her things about the world I came from. She wanted to hear more. I told her that Sandra had built the company. I had built the tools. She had shaped them and sent them into the world, and that was why she succeeded. Felicia grinned. It was a child's grin on a face that was 1,500 years old, and it meant something I could not read. Bahamut leaned forward. The table creaked. He said he was interested in the weapons of my world and whether they could be replicated with magic. I told him no. Not because it was impossible, but because I refused to let weapon knowledge spread where it could be used for killing at scale. I would build for my own protection. That was the line. He studied me. The one visible eye was amber and ancient and did not blink. Interesting, he said. His voice vibrated through the table. I will visit your workshop. Celia spoke last. She asked me to repair some of Atsuko's belongings. She offered an amount so large I did not bother converting it. I told her I did not need that. I would charge a fair price. She looked at me for a long moment, the golden pipe trailing sweet smoke between us, and then she nodded. Michaela waved. Just a small wave, fingers only, with a quiet smile. She said nothing. She did not need to. The wave said, I see you. We are past what we were. This is where we are now. Sandra closed the meeting. Her voice was steady. She thanked the guild heads. She said Alexandrite would hold its seat by being useful, and if the day came when it was not useful, she would accept whatever followed. The meeting ended. I stood, and the chair released me from its velvet grip, and I walked out of the hall with the distinct feeling that I had been measured by 4 people who measured the world for a living, and that I had neither impressed them nor disappointed them, which was exactly what I wanted. Bahamut came to the workshop the next day. He had to duck through every door and turn sideways through the stairwell, and when he sat on my workbench sofa, the frame groaned in a way that suggested it had opinions about dragonmen. His guard placed a box on the table. Inside was a bottle of dragon sphere, an emerald green liquor in a glass shaped like a coiled dragon. Bahamut said it was from the dragon kingdom and not typically given to non-dragons. I thanked him and put it on the shelf where I kept things too valuable to use and too interesting to throw away. He did not try to recruit me. He said he had understood the answer before asking and saw no point in wasting time. I appreciated that. Then he told me about Thomas. Thomas had arrived 3 years before me, 17 years old, a high school student from Tokyo. He had appeared the same way I did, in darkness, surrounded by people who did not know what to do with him. He spent 1 year in this world. He worked with Leona. He learned fast, fought well, and carried himself with the kind of quiet stubbornness that made people pay attention. He was ordinary, Bahamut said. His voice was low, and the workshop seemed smaller with it. In the way that the people who change things are ordinary. You work the same way. I did not know what to do with that. A 700-year-old dragonman who had watched civilizations rise and collapse was sitting in my workshop telling me that I reminded him of a 17-year-old who had gone home. What do you mean, the same way? Both of you keep showing up where I did not expect you. I let that sit. The lamplight flickered on the magic stone dust that covered every surface. He went back, I said, to our world. He found a way. I do not know what it was, only that he chose it. I wanted to ask more. I wanted to ask what he knew about the mechanism, whether it was magic or something else, whether it was replicable, whether Thomas had left instructions, or a map, or even a sentence scratched into a wall somewhere. But Bahamut's expression told me he had given me everything he had. He did not know the how, only the fact. Thomas had found a way home, and he had chosen to take it. He was stupid and brought no profit, Bahamut said. Something shifted in the deep amber of his remaining eye. But the time I spent with him shines especially in 1,800 years of living. He stood. The sofa recovered its shape slowly, like it was exhaling. His guard opened the door for him. Wait, I said. He turned. If you want to stay in touch, I will buy you a drink. My usual place. Nothing fancy. Bahamut looked at me. For a moment, I thought he would refuse, because dragonmen who had lived for nearly 2 millennia probably did not drink at neighborhood taverns. Then, his scarred face shifted, and the expression that appeared on it was, unmistakably, a smile. Someday, he said. He left. I sat at the workbench for a while. I did not pick up any tools. I did not start any drawings. I looked at the emerald bottle on the shelf and thought about a 17-year-old kid who had walked into this world and walked back out again, and about the fact that someone had loved him for it 700 years later, and about the fact that I was still here. I did not do any work for the rest of the day. Celia arrived 2 days later. She came with Tomo, The girl in the kimono with the sword. Rosa had been right about Tomo. She moved through the door with the controlled precision of someone who could end a conversation permanently, and she stood behind Celia the way a blade stands in its sheath. Celia sat in the chair across from my desk. She declined coffee. She accepted silence. She placed a small notebook on the table. I recognized it. It was a bank book, old and leather-bound, filled with handwriting that I could read because it was written in a language from my world. Atsuko's bank book, 400 million in the local currency. I told her what it was without reading further, and she nodded as though she had expected that answer. Then she set the bank book aside and said what she had come to say. The 12 zodiac witches visit Atsuko's grave every 10 years. The next visit is soon. We travel to the elf country by spirit magic. It is a day trip. She looked at me with emerald eyes that had watched the world for over 2,000 years. I want you to come with us. I set my coffee down. Why? Because you repair things that belong to people she loved, and you do it without being asked, and she would have wanted to meet you. The room was quiet. Tomo stood near the door, motionless. The lamplight caught the golden pipe in Celia's hand and threw a small warm circle on the ceiling. She was asking me to visit the grave of a woman who had come to this world from the same place I had. A woman who had raised 12 elves, taught them skills that changed civilizations, and left behind a music box, a pocket watch, a fairy tale book, a bank book, and a rusted knife. A woman whose students kept showing up at my door with broken relics and something they could not name. I will need advance notice, I said. At least 3 days to prepare, of course. And it has to be on my day off, of course. Then fine. Celia stood. She collected the bank book carefully, holding it the way you hold something that is worth exactly what it cost the person who wrote in it. She looked at me once more, and the expression on her face was not gratitude. It was something quieter and older and harder to name. Thank you, she said. She left with Tomo. The sword girl bowed slightly at the door, which was unexpected, and then they were gone. I sat in the workshop. The lamp hummed. The cats, one on the shelf and one on the workbench, watched me with the disinterest of creatures who understood nothing about graves or debts, or the strange weight of saying yes to something you were always going to say yes to. I had agreed to visit the grave of a woman I had never met, in a country that did not normally allow humans, with 12 witches who were each older than most civilizations. And the reason I had agreed was simple. She had been here before me. She had done what I was doing. She had built things for people who needed them, and she had done it without being asked, and the people she had built for still carried the pieces. That was enough. It was more than enough. I picked up a pencil and started sketching something new. I was not sure what it was yet, but the workshop was quiet, and the afternoon light was warm, and somewhere in the elf country, there was a grave that I would visit when the time came, and for now, there was work to do. Summer arrived the way it always does in the Edelstein kingdom, suddenly, brutally, and with Elena standing in my workshop complaining about the heat before I had finished my first cup of coffee. I ignored her and kept working on the parasailing boat. The hull was a 6-person frame I had reinforced with dinosaur lizard shell, light enough to plane on open water, strong enough that Rosa could not break it by sitting down too hard. The propeller shafts were Titan golem bone, 2 rear screws for thrust, 1 front screw for braking, a high-speed rotation stone mounted on a 3rd rear propeller that I had already decided no one except me was allowed to touch. Elena had built the seats, lowered for wind resistance, angled so passengers would not slide during turns. The diving set was already finished. 10-star magic stone inscribed with air, rubber cobra leather wetsuit, regulator, fins. I had almost killed myself during the first test by inscribing oxygen instead of air. Pure oxygen at depth will destroy your lungs. That mistake stayed between me and the workshop ceiling. The jet ski was last, 2-seater, impeller-driven, plastic wyvern shell body that floated without trying. I had ridden jet skis with my grandfather in Okinawa when I was 15, and the muscle memory of how they felt informed every angle of the hull. 23 people confirmed for the trip. Rosa's entire party, both adventurer groups, Elise and Lily, the Beastman families, Sandra, Richard, Elena, and Jasper. I extended the linked carriage to 10 cars: observation car, dining car, men's quarters, women's quarters, private party cars, a bath car, and a supplies car with double-layered refrigeration. The parasailing boat rode on a flatbed trailer at the back, towed behind everything else. Elena watched me bolt the last propeller shaft into the hull and said nothing for a moment. Then she leaned against the workbench, crossed her arms, and told me the seats she had designed were better than anything I would have built. She was right. I told her the seats were adequate, which was the highest compliment I knew how to give, and her expression said she knew that. We left on a Tuesday morning. The children were screaming before the carriage cleared the city gates. The linked carriage stretched behind the horses like a small village on wheels. Observation car at the front, with Vanilla the owl sitting on a perch Sandra had installed. Dining car behind it. Then the private quarters, the bath car, and the supplies car, with enough food for 4 days and 23 appetites. The parasailing boat rode on a flatbed at the very back, covered with a waxed canvas sheet, drawing stares from every carriage we passed on the road south. 4 days later, the harbor of Xanadu appeared through the observation car windows, and I barely recognized it. Paved roads. Actual paved roads with drainage channels and curbing, lined with palm trees that someone had planted in organized rows. The main market district now sat inside a glass tunnel, a long corridor of curved glass panels, with seawater circulating through channels in the walls, casting blue-green light across the vendor stalls below. The infrastructure grants from underwater scooter royalties had done more work than I expected. 2 years of compound investment, and the fishing town I remembered had become a resort. Jasper stood beside me on the observation deck and said nothing for a long moment. He had never seen the ocean. Where he came from, there were rivers and forests and assassination contracts, but no coastline. Big, he said. Rosa pushed between us and nearly sent Jasper over the railing. She pointed at the white castle on the headland and started listing every activity she intended to do before sundown. Parasailing, jet ski, spearfishing, wrestling a shark. I told her the shark was not on the schedule, and she told me everything was on the schedule. We checked in at the real estate guild, dropped the Beastman families at their inn, and drove the carriage down to my villa. The private beach was the same. White sand, quiet cove, warm shallow water, turning deep blue past the reef line. I stood on the porch and smelled salt, and heard waves, and felt the particular calm of returning to a place that had waited for me. The underwater scooters were still in the warehouse, slightly dusty, all functional after a quick check. The pier I had built last year was solid. The private beach was empty, except for a crab the size of a dinner plate that watched me from a rock and did not seem impressed. Good. Neither was I. We were going to get along fine. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. Jasper learned to drive the parasailing boat in 3 runs. He had the kind of hands that learned any machine by touching it. Quiet, precise, no hesitation. Elena figured out the winch. Rosa, Blanche, May, and Vera drew lots for the first parasailing flight, and Blanche won. And the sound she made when the parachute lifted her above the harbor was the most dignified shriek I had ever heard. We ate barbecue on the beach every evening. I taught Jasper to use the underwater spear gun. He came back with 4 fish and a look on his face that I had never seen. Pure, unguarded satisfaction. Rosa tried to steal the jet ski, and I had to physically block her from the high-speed throttle. May sat at the end of the pier with a borrowed fishing rod and caught nothing for 3 hours, and seemed perfectly content about it. One evening, I went drinking alone in the harbor entertainment district and met the king of Xanadu at an izakaya counter. He introduced himself as Habarim and claimed to be a magic tool artisan. We drank for half a day before his knights showed up and bowed to him in front of the entire bar. I looked at this tattooed man in an open shirt who had been ordering my drinks for 3 hours and told him I did not care if he was king of the ocean floor. He still owed me a round. He laughed so hard his knights drew their swords. The Marine Sports Festival was underway in the harbor. Boat races, underwater scooter competitions, obstacle courses. Other boats with outboard motor engines circled past the cove and the pilots stared at my parasailing rig. A few shouted questions. I waved them off. I was not competing. I was on vacation. I told Jasper and Elena we were going diving on the 3rd morning. 40 meters down, the light changed. The coral shelf above us blocked most of the surface glow, and what replaced it was the pale blue-green phosphorescence of the luminous rocks embedded in the seafloor. Schools of silver fish scattered when we passed. A saw shark longer than my arm drifted through the gap between 2 rock formations and did not seem to care about us. Jasper moved well in water. His body adapted to the diving suit like it adapted to everything, quickly, quietly, without complaint. Elena kicked ahead of us both, her messy hair streaming inside the wetsuit hood, pointing at everything. Then she stopped. I came up beside her and followed where she was pointing, past the edge of the coral shelf. Through a gap I would have missed if I had not been looking at the right angle, there was a building. Stone construction, arched entry, columns flanking it, the kind of architecture that suggested a civic building or a guild hall. It was covered in algae and barnacles, but the lines underneath were unmistakable, not natural, not a rock formation. Someone had built this, and then the sea had risen over it and buried it under centuries of coral. Elena used her water magic to speak. Her voice came through the bubble distorted, but but clear enough. Dungeon? I swam closer. The entry archway was intact. The darkness beyond it was the kind of darkness that felt deliberate. I had been near enough dungeon entrances to recognize the sensation, the air pressure differential, the faint pulling current, the sense that the space inside was larger than the space outside had any right to contain. I marked the coordinates on the magic stone compass strapped to my wrist. I surfaced. Rosa was already on the beach waiting. She heard the word dungeon and her eyes lit up like someone had offered her a fight. Next trip, I said. What do you mean next trip? I have other things to build. She looked at me like I had told her Christmas was canceled, but I meant it. The dungeon was real and it was not going anywhere. It had been sitting under 40 meters of ocean for centuries. It could wait another few months. What I needed to build could not wait. I did not know yet what that was. I would find out at dinner. Sandra found me at the tavern that evening. She had Richard and Elena with her. The three of them sat down across from me at the outdoor patio table, and I knew from the way Sandra was not smoking that something had happened. Sandra without a cigarette meant Sandra choosing her words. She told me about the meeting. The old merchant guilds of Xanadu, the ones that had existed here for decades before Alexandrite arrived, had been watching the marine sports equipment sales for 2 years. Underwater scooters, outboard motorboats. The products I had designed and Alexandrite had commercialized. The local guilds had taken our designs, modified the exteriors, and were now selling their own versions at lower margins. Legal, competitive, fine. But they wanted more. A merchant named Bomba, head of the oldest guild in Xanadu, had goaded Sandra at a festival reception. He told her that Alexandrite was a mainlander company playing at coastal business, and that if she had any confidence in what she sold, she would prove it. Sandra had looked at Bomba and asked him what he was proposing. The free competition. A boat race around the harbor and headland. Open entry, no restrictions on hull design. 1 lap. Fastest boat wins. I waited. I bet all of our Xanadu commercial rights, Sandra said. Distribution agreements, storefront licenses, market fees. Everything we hold in this country. I did not say anything. If we win, Bomba's guild dissolves. Completely. The oldest guild in Xanadu. Gone. Richard was staring at the table. Elena had stopped breathing. I asked for the race route dimensions. She gave me a folded sheet of parchment with the course drawn on it. Headland to headland, around the lighthouse rock, back to the harbor. Roughly 12 kilometers. I asked for the course record. She said the current best was just under 40 minutes. When is the race? 10 days. I folded the parchment and put it in my pocket. Sandra watched me. She did not apologize. She did not explain. She had made a calculation, one she believed in, and the calculation assumed I would solve it. The route goes past the reef on the north side? I asked. Yes. Depth there? 20 meters at the shallowest point. I stood up. I looked at Jasper, who had been sitting at the next table pretending not to listen. You are my co-pilot, I said. He nodded once. I walked to the workshop in the basement of my villa. The vacation sounds, waves, laughter, Rosa shouting at someone about the jet ski, faded as I went down the stairs. I closed the door behind me. I did not come out for 3 days. The workshop had underwater windows. During the day, blue-green light filtered through them, casting shifting patterns on the walls. At night, the luminous rocks outside gave the room a pale glow that made it feel like working inside a sunken ship. I spread the race course map on the workbench and stared at it until the lines stopped being a route and started being a problem. 40 minutes for 12 kilometers meant an average speed of roughly 18 kilometers per hour. Outboard motorboats with magic stone propulsion could manage that. The best hulls could push 25 in a straight line, maybe 30 with favorable wind. I did not need 30. I needed something that could cover 12 kilometers in under 5 minutes. The course went past a section where the depth dropped to 20 meters. 20 meters of open water between the surface and the seafloor. No coral, no rocks, no obstacles. Just clean ocean. I started sketching. The hull shape was wrong for the surface. The hull shape was right for something else entirely. Elena knocked on the 3rd morning. I told her I was not finished. She slid a plate of food under the door and told me Richard had brought fresh magic stones from the Alexandrite Xanadu office. 10-star, 6 of them. What are you building? She asked through the door. A boat. It does not sound like a boat. It will not look like one either. I went back to work. The vacation was over, but the race had not started yet. And between those two facts, there was a machine waiting to be built, and the machine was going to do something no one in this world had ever seen. Sandra had bet everything. I was going to make sure she had bet correctly. The workshop smelled like titanium and ambition. 7 days. Sandra had given me 7 days to win a race that 500 other teams had spent months preparing for. I had spent 3 of those days doing nothing but sketching, discarding, resketching, and arguing with myself about water pressure at 40 meters. The remaining 4 I spent building. The hull came first. titanium wyvern bone, 3 centimeters thick, shaped into a drum with a pointed nose. I had used wyvern bone for the motorboat and learned something critical then. The mineral density of wyvern bone exceeded anything conventional shipbuilders used in this world. Iron warped, wood splintered, wyvern bone held. The hull sections fit together with sealed air chambers between the inner and outer walls, each one pressure rated to withstand 40 meters of ocean depth. I tested each chamber by filling it with water and pressing it with a magic stone compressor until something cracked. 3 chambers cracked. I rebuilt them, doubled the seals, and tested again. Nothing cracked. Elena appeared on day 4. She did not ask what I was building. She looked at the hull sections, then at the ballast diagram on the workbench, then at me. "You are not building a boat. I am building a boat." She picked up the pressure seal I had just finished grinding, turned it over, put it down. "Boats do not have pressure seals." Her fingers ran along the hull curve. "This is designed to go under." I said nothing. She sat down at the other workbench and started cutting wyvern bone plates without being asked. We worked for 14 hours straight. The propulsion was the part that scared me. 4 10-star magic stones, tuned for water resistance rather than surface friction. On the surface, a boat fights 2 things: wind drag and the friction of the hull against the waterline. Underwater, you fight water resistance from every direction, but you gain something critical: no surface chop, no wave interference, no drag from the hull slapping against the boundary between air and water. The hull moves through a single medium. If the propulsion can overcome the resistance, the speed ceiling is dramatically higher than anything on the surface. I had been thinking about this since the motorboat, not planning it, just knowing it was possible. The way an electrician looks at a junction box and knows what it could handle even if nobody is asking. Elena handled the outer hull riveting while I built the compass. This world did not have one that worked at depth. Magnetic compasses existed, but they were surface instruments. I built an array of 3 magnetized magic stones in a fluid-dampened housing, calibrated against the workshop's cardinal markings. The compass worked on the same principle it always had. Physics did not change because you went underwater. By the 6th night, the hull was done. The propulsion array was mounted. The ballast system, 2 water magic stones that could flood or purge the forward compartment to control descent rate, was tested 3 times. The navigation array was installed, the hatch cover sealed with rubber Cobra leather gaskets. On the 7th morning, 2 cats were sleeping at the workshop door. The metal had been warm all night. I tested the pressure hull at midnight. I towed it to the harbor with a rope and a dinghy. No engine, no attention. The harbor was empty. Every other team was sleeping or drinking or polishing their weapons. I had no weapons. What I had was a sealed drum with a pointed nose and 2 propellers at the stern. I opened the ballast port and let the bow dip. The water came in slow. The hull tilted. At 2 meters, I sealed the port and checked every joint. Dry. At 5 meters, the propulsion engaged at 1/10 power. The hull moved forward, smooth. No vibration, no shudder. The water carried it like it had been waiting. At 20 meters, I checked the pressure gauges. Green. At 30, green. At 40, 1 gauge flickered. I held my breath. It steadied. Green. I surfaced, towed the hull back to the covered mooring, tied the tarp down, and walked back to the villa. The cats were still sleeping at the workshop door. I stepped over them and went to bed. The day before the race, I visited the race officials. Felicia came with me. The Fairy Guild head of Wenti Food Merchant had taken to appearing at my side during official functions with the comfortable certainty of someone who had been doing this for 1,500 years and found me entertaining. She sat on my shoulder. She weighed nothing. The officials were 2 men in matching uniforms behind a folding table covered in registration papers. I asked one question. The course corridor. It is defined in the regulations as the navigable space between the start and finish lines. Can you confirm that the corridor is defined in 3 dimensions, including depth? The official blinked. He pulled the rulebook from under the table. He read the relevant section aloud. The course corridor was defined as the space between the southern and northern boundary markers, laterally bounded by the offshore reef line and the shoreline, and vertically unbounded. Any vessel remaining within those lateral and longitudinal boundaries was racing within the course. There was no depth restriction. He looked at me. I thanked him. He stamped my registration. Why does this matter? He sounded genuinely curious. Thoroughness, I said. Felicia, still on my shoulder, said nothing until we were outside. Then she laughed. It sounded like a bell being flicked with a fingernail. You are going to run the course underwater. I looked at her. She looked at me. She had lived for 1,500 years. Very little surprised her. This surprised her. She bought me dinner at the best restaurant in Xanadu. grilled octopus, cold beer, sunset over the harbor. She ate a portion the size of a thimble and drank wine from a cup the size of an acorn. I asked her not to tell anyone. She said she would not, because watching it happen live would be more fun. 517 boats. The harbor looked like a siege. Hulls armored in iron plate, decks mounted with magic stone cannons, harpoon launchers, ram prows shaped like dragon skulls. One boat had a catapult, an actual catapult, crews of 8, 10, 12, loading ammunition and checking armor. A-rank adventurers hired as combat crew, stretching and warming up on the decks like they were heading into a dungeon. The noise was enormous. Horns, chanting, the metallic clatter of weapons being racked. Our boat was at the back, number 517, dead last at the starting line. It looked like a covered drum with a pointed nose. No weapons, no armor plating, no visible engine housing. 2 seats inside the hull, a hatch on top. Jasper climbed in first. He settled into the pilot seat and ran his hands over the tiller controls. He had learned the parasailing boat in 3 runs. He had adapted to the diving suit in minutes. I had picked him as co-pilot before Sandra even made the bet. Ready? He nodded once. The same nod from every phase we had worked together. No hesitation, no questions. Just ready. I climbed in after him and sealed the hatch. The hatch cover locked with a rubber gasket seal. The interior went quiet. All the noise, all the horns, all the cannons and chanting, gone. Just the 2 of us and the sound of water lapping against the hull. Through the forward observation port, I could see the starting line, 516 boats ahead of us. The race was 150 kilometers, straight line, south to north along the entire Xanadu coast. The first kilometer was a fair play zone. After that, anything was legal. Attack, board, ram, sink. Every team had signed a consent form acknowledging they might not come back. King Habarim stood on the royal platform overlooking the harbor. Even from the back of the line, I could hear him. He had the kind of voice that did not need a magic amplifier, but used one anyway. The start cannon fired. Every boat ahead of us surged forward. Spray, smoke, the crash of hulls accelerating into open water. The harbor erupted. We did not move. I could imagine the commentary, the tracking board on shore, the one Paige had built with her magic, showing 516 entries pulling away from the starting line and 1 entry sitting still. I could imagine Sandra at the finish line, watching the board, smoking, saying nothing. I could imagine Bomba next to her, smiling. At the 1 kilometer mark, when every other boat was well past the fair play zone and the first collisions were happening, I looked at Jasper. Now, I opened the forward ballast port. Seawater flooded the bow compartment. The nose dipped. The hull tilted forward, 5 degrees, then 10, then 15. Through the observation port, the waterline climbed the glass. Blue swallowed the sky. At 5 meters, I sealed the ballast and engaged the propulsion array at 2/10 power. The 4 10-star magic stones hummed. The hull slid forward and down, angling through the water column like a needle. At 10 meters, the surface light dimmed. At 20, the ocean turned from bright blue to deep blue-green. At 30, we passed through a thermocline and the water cooled against the hull. At 40 meters, I leveled the ballast. The hull stabilized, horizontal, steady. I engaged the propulsion at 4/10 power, 150 kilometers per hour. The hull did not shake. The hull did not vibrate. The water at this depth was a continuous medium. No chop, no boundary interference, no surface drag. The propulsion stones pushed against a uniform resistance, and the hull cut through it like a blade through silk. Through the forward port, the ocean floor streamed past. Coral formations, rock shelves, the luminous glow of phosphorescent plants blurring into streaks of green and blue. Jasper's hands were steady on the tiller. His breathing was even. His eyes tracked the compass array and the depth gauge and the forward port in a rotation that never broke rhythm. He had done things that could not fail before. He told me this was more exciting than any of them. He said it while smiling. "This is the best thing I have ever done," he said. I watched the compass needle hold course, north. The hull was running true. 150 kilometers at 150 kilometers per hour. 1 hour, maybe less. Above us, somewhere on the surface, 516 boats were fighting each other. They were ramming hulls, launching harpoons, boarding enemy decks, sinking competitors with magic stone cannons. They were fighting for position in a race that was already over. They just did not know it yet. I thought about Sandra. She had bet everything on this, not on a boat, on me. She had looked at the race, looked at the odds, looked at her craftsman who had spent his whole life refusing to be anyone's weapon, and she had wagered the entire company's position in Xanadu that he would figure something out. She had not asked what, she had not asked how, she had just bet. The same woman who had found me on day 1 handed me a workbench and said, "Make something useful." 14 phases later, the pattern had not changed. She appeared at my door the moment I stopped being useful. I opened it anyway. The compass held north, the depth held 40, the speed held 150. We were going to win. The tracking board told the story. Paige had built it to display the position of every racing vessel in real time. 517 magical badges, 517 dots on a transparent display the size of a barn wall. The spectators could see every boat, every collision, every sinking. It was the most sophisticated piece of magic engineering in the tournament, and it was about to show something its designer had never imagined. 516 dots clustered on the surface, spreading north from the starting harbor in a chaotic swarm of combat and speed. Boats sinking, dots disappearing, boats pulling ahead, dots separating from the pack. The surface leaders were past the halfway point, moving fast. One dot was not with them. One dot was below the surface line, below the depth markers, below everything. It was at 40 meters, and it was moving north at a speed the display could barely register. The dot was ahead of every surface entry by a margin that grew wider every second. Sandra stood at the finish line. Bomba stood next to her. He had positioned himself there deliberately, the way a man does when he wants to enjoy watching someone lose. He had been talking. He had said things about small girls and gambling and knowing one's place. Sandra had responded to each comment the same way. Indeed. She said it without inflection. She said it without looking at him. She was looking at the board. She was looking at the dot below the surface that was 3 minutes from crossing the finish corridor, while the surface leaders were still 20 minutes out. Bomba had not noticed the dot. He was watching the surface swarm, tracking his own guild's boat, which was in 4th place and climbing. His boat had hired 4 A-rank adventurers and mounted 8-star magic stone cannons. It was a war vessel. It was doing everything right on the surface. It was not going to win. The dot crossed the finish corridor, below the surface, at 40 meters, moving at 150 kilometers per hour. The tracking board registered it as the first entry to complete the course. 1st place. No collision, no combat, no surface contact at any point after the 1st kilometer. 3 seconds later, the ocean churned. A column of bubbles broke the surface 50 meters past the finish line. The nose of the hull breached first, rising at a steep angle, water sheeting off the titanium wyvern bone plating. Then the body of the hull surfaced, settling into the water with a deep, satisfied roll. The hatch opened. Jasper climbed out first, squinting in the sunlight, dripping wet from condensation. I climbed out after him. The crowd did not cheer immediately. They stared. 500 people on the beach, in the stands, in the VIP areas, staring at a drum-shaped hull with no weapons, no armor, no visible damage, sitting in the water past the finish line 20 minutes before anyone else. Then someone in the front row said it. It went under. The crowd erupted. I looked at the finish line area. Sandra was standing exactly where she had been standing. Bomba was next to her. His expression had changed. He was looking at the tracking board, then at the hull, then back at the tracking board, trying to connect what had happened with something that made sense in a world where boats raced on the surface. Sandra's face did something I had never seen it do. It was not a smile. It was not relief. It was not triumph. It was something that happened in the space between all 3 of those things. Something that crossed her face for exactly 2 seconds before the control came back. In 14 phases of knowing her, through the Cream disaster, and the Quran crisis, and the desert, and the 5 guilds, and every bet she had ever made, I had never seen Sandra's composure break. It broke for 2 seconds. Then it was back. I would never mention it. She would never admit it happened. That was how we worked. Bomba started talking before I had even climbed onto the pier. He was loud. He was red-faced. He was using words like fraud and violation and unprecedented manipulation of course boundaries. He demanded an immediate protest hearing. He demanded the result be overturned. He demanded that the officials explain how a vessel that had spent the entire race underwater could be considered a legitimate racing entry. The officials had an answer. They read it from the rulebook that I had asked them to confirm the day before. The course corridor was defined as the navigable space between the start and finish boundaries, laterally bounded by the reef line and the shoreline, vertically unbounded. The Alexandrite entry had remained within the defined corridor for the entirety of the race. The tracking board confirmed continuous position data. The entry was legitimate. Bomba's face went through several colors. He turned to Sandra. He told her this was not over. He said the guilds would review. He said there would be consequences. Sandra took a long drag of her herbal cigarette and exhaled the smoke slowly. The dissolution deadline is 90 days. I will expect confirmation in writing, she paused. As discussed and witnessed, he left. His 4 allied guild leaders left with him. I heard them arguing before they were even past the barriers, each one already positioning to sacrifice another's guild rather than their own. Sandra had done that on purpose. The bet was structured so that they had to choose among themselves which guild to dissolve. 5 old merchants who had spent decades protecting their own interests now had to destroy one of their own. The infighting would weaken all of them regardless of which one fell. Sandra did not watch them leave. She was looking at me. The composure was fully back. The herbal cigarette was steady. You won. You bet correctly. The victory party happened that evening at the villa. Sandra served drinks. That was my one condition. The woman who ran the 5th most powerful merchant guild in the kingdom, who had just secured the dissolution of a rival organization through a boat race, walked between tables in an apron with her hair pulled back and a tray of glasses balanced on one hand. She had never served anyone in her life. She was terrible at it. The glasses clinked. The tray tilted. She glared at every person who tried to help and told them she could handle it. She could not handle it. She handled it anyway. That was Sandra. Rosa demanded a ride in the submarine the next morning. I told her she could have one if she promised not to break anything. She promised with exactly the sincerity of someone who had no intention of keeping the promise. Elena sat on the deck railing and told anyone who would listen that she had helped build the hull. She left out the part where she figured out what it was on day 4 and said nothing to anyone. I appreciated that. She was a better secret keeper than I had expected from someone who talked as fast as she did. Jasper sat with a cold drink and said almost nothing. He had co-piloted a submarine through an ocean race at 150 kilometers per hour, and his reaction was a nod and a quiet beer. That was why I had picked him. King Habarim arrived in an open shirt and sandals and fist bumped me like we were at a bar. He said the Marine Sports Festival was the best thing that had ever happened to Xanadu, and that next year he was going to enter a boat himself. I told him he would lose. He laughed and said probably. The old man, Razranov, brought a custom trophy he had made himself. Transparent crystal plates shaped like a wave. He handed it to me and Jasper and said nothing else. The craftsmanship said everything. I stood on the deck and watched the party. The bonfire on the beach. The kids playing in the sand. Rosa arguing with someone about whether she could fit in the submarine hatch. Elena explaining thrust vectors to Jasper, who already understood them. Sandra carrying a tray of skewers from the grill. Her hair coming loose from the tie. A smudge of barbecue sauce on her forearm. Back in my old life, I had built things for money. Wiring, plumbing, pest control. I built what people needed and they paid me. And I went home and opened a beer alone, and that was enough. It had always been enough. Somewhere in the last 14 phases, the definition of enough had changed. I was not sure when it happened. I was not sure I wanted to know. Knowing would mean admitting something, and admitting things was not part of the arrangement. Sandra walked past with the tray. She did not look at me. She did not need to. She had found me the moment I stopped being useful. I had opened the door. That was how we worked. The bonfire crackled. The ocean was dark and warm. Somewhere 40 meters below the surface, the course I had run that morning was already being erased by the current. The record would stand. The guild would dissolve. The submarine would become another product in the Alexandrite catalog, another ordinary miracle from a dead electrician who had refused to stop building things. I finished my beer and went to help Sandra with the grill. She told me she did not need help. I stayed anyway. That was also how we worked. I sat at the desk upstairs with a blank sheet and a pen, and I wrote a list. It was not the kind of list I usually made. No supply orders, no client requests, no material calculations. This one had 4 entries, and the first was over 2,000 years old. The founder, a brewer's son from Edo period Japan, transported at 29. He arrived in a world without soy sauce and decided that was the first problem worth solving. He brewed miso in a village so small it did not have a name. By the time he died at 87, that village was a country. Azuma, the castle towns, the kimono, the wooden storefronts, the lanterns shaped like paper cranes. All of it existed because a homesick man liked period dramas. His descendants still ruled the place. His friend was a witch who kept his favorite dagger on a shelf for 2 millennia. The second entry was Claire, 76 years old when she arrived, too old for her body to channel the enormous magic potential it carried. She was placed in an elf village with 12 orphans and no instructions. She raised them. She read them stories. She taught them everything she remembered from a life on Earth. And when she died at 92, she gave each child one of her possessions without explaining what any of them were. Those 12 children named themselves after constellations. They left the forest. They became the most powerful beings in the world. And every 10 years, they walked back through the trees to put flowers on her grave. The third was Thomas, a high school student, 16 years old. He said the goddess had made a mistake, that his whole class had been sent somewhere together and he had ended up alone in the wrong world. He stayed 1 year. He learned swordsmanship from Leona. He learned elf spirit magic that humans were not supposed to be able to use. He left with a custom-made sword and never looked back. Leona said they would never meet again, and she was right. The fourth entry was me, 38, electrician. Died wiring a house when a child flipped a breaker I told him not to touch. I had been in this world for 2 years. I had 2 cats, a carrier owl, a workshop that smelled like flux, and a list of people who kept finding reasons to knock on my door. I stared at the 4th line for a while. The first 3 visitors all left something behind. A country, 12 daughters, nothing, and everything a 17-year-old carries out of a year he can never explain. I did not know yet what the 4th visitor leaves. I folded the list, put it in the desk drawer, and went downstairs to feed the cats. 3 days after I filed that list, Celia brought an elf to my door and left without looking back. She had mentioned it before. An acquaintance's granddaughter, talented at magic script research, needed practical experience. I had said yes, the way you say yes to something that seems far away. Then the morning came, and I arrived at the workshop at 7 to find the entrance already swept. Tessa stood beside the broom with her hands clasped, silver hair, gold eyes. The kind of coloring that made Celia's people look twice, because it meant she carried bloodlines that went back to the elder elves. She was wearing traveling clothes and carrying a single bag, and she bowed the way someone bows when they have been told to make a good first impression and have been rehearsing it since before sunrise. "Good morning," she said. I swept the entrance. "I hope that is acceptable." I looked at the entrance. It was cleaner than I had ever gotten it. I looked at her. She was 126 years old, which for an elf meant she was roughly the equivalent of a college freshman who had been alive long enough to see empires rise and fall without understanding any of it. "That is acceptable," I said. She followed me inside. Daifuku was on the windowsill. Kinako was on the sofa. Both of them opened one eye, assessed the stranger, and went back to sleep. Tessa's composure lasted about 4 seconds. "Oh," her voice dropped to a whisper. "They are beautiful." She knelt in front of Daifuku. He sniffed her hand, considered it, and began to purr. Kinako, unwilling to be outperformed, rolled over and presented his stomach. Tessa looked up at me with an expression that suggested I had just shown her the meaning of life. "They are cats," I said. "I know. I love them." Vanilla arrived from outside with the morning newspaper in her talons and landed on her perch by the window. Tessa's eyes went wider. "And that is an owl. That is Vanilla. She delivers mail and small purchases and does not like being bathed." Tessa looked at the cats. She looked at the owl. She looked at me. "You are not as difficult as I expected," she said. I considered this. "Who told you I was difficult?" "Everyone." I considered this further and decided it was probably accurate. I showed her the kitchen, the workshop downstairs, the guest room where she would sleep. She unpacked in 3 minutes. I made coffee. "Try it," I said, and set a cup in front of her. She took a sip and her face did something complicated. "It is bitter. Add milk and sugar." She added both. Took another sip. Her face rearranged itself into something like wonder. "This is wonderful. It grows on you." I sat down across from her with my own cup. "Your job starts now." The workboard lists today's task. We are building air conditioning stones, 5-star magic stones, 2 characters, suction and cold wind. I will show you the technique once. You practice on a spare. She nodded, already focused. I led her downstairs to the workshop and set up the carving station. I demonstrated the process, the angle of the stylus, the depth of the stroke, the way your understanding of the character's meaning shaped how the mana flowed through the cut. She watched without blinking. I gave her a spare stone and the stylus. Her first attempt was uneven. The cold wind character listed to the left, and the depth was inconsistent. She frowned at it, set it aside without being told, and started again. The second stone was clean, even strokes, correct depth. The character activated with a faint hum, and a ribbon of cool air lifted from the surface. She looked up at me. I looked at the stone. I said nothing. She noticed that I said nothing and filed it. I noticed that she noticed, and I filed that too. "Good," I said. "Do 4 more. We install them this afternoon." Tessa settled into the rhythm of the workshop faster than I expected. She swept the entrance every morning at 7. She made coffee, her own with enough sugar to qualify as dessert, mine black. She learned the filing system in 2 days. She asked questions that were either very good or very strange, and I was never sure which until I answered them. "Master," she said on the 3rd morning. She had started calling me that on her first day and had not stopped. I had corrected her once. She had looked at me with those gold eyes and said, "But you are my master." I did not correct her again. "Master, why do you carve the characters by hand when a template would be faster?" "Because the stone responds to comprehension. A template copies the shape. The hand carries the meaning." She thought about this. So 2 craftsmen carving the same character on the same stone would get different results. Yes. And a craftsman who does not understand the character he is carving would get almost nothing, less than 10% effect, and the stone cracks faster. She picked up her stylus and went back to work. 3 stones later, she looked up again. "Master, you are good at this. I have been doing it for 2 years. That is not why you are good at it." She said this with the flat certainty of someone who has not yet learned to wrap observations in politeness. I did not argue. It was probably the most useful thing about her. Sandra sent word on the 4th day. The Super Cento in Snow Country had problems. The staircase I had designed was 3 kilometers long because the construction team had built the exact depth differential I specified without anyone questioning whether 3 kilometers of stairs was a reasonable thing to ask human legs to climb. The outdoor bath source had slime contamination getting worse. She wanted me there. I told Tessa we were going north. She had been with me for less than 10 days, and her employment was supposed to last a month. She could stay or come. She chose to come before I finished the sentence. We spent 3 days clearing the backlog, air conditioning installations, refrigerator repairs, a broken rotation mechanism on a client's automated whisk. Tessa handled the stone carving on half the jobs while I did the wiring and assembly. She was not fast yet, but she was accurate, and accuracy was the one I could not teach. On the morning of departure, I walked out to find the linked carriage already assembled. It was not the same carriage from last year. Sandra had expanded it. Wider dining car, a proper bath car, external corridors on every section, so you could walk between cars and see the countryside instead of staring at wood paneling. Richard was standing by the lead car, clipboard in hand, checking names. He looked like a man who had organized everything down to the minute and was now prepared to manage the gap between the plan and what was about to happen. "Everyone is confirmed," he said. "Rosa's party, Vera, Elena, Elise, and Lily, Tessa," he paused, "and Michaela Klein with her staff." I looked at the second carriage hitched behind ours. Dark lacquer, gold fittings, curtains drawn. Abel stood beside it, polite and professional as always. "She has business in Snow Country," Richard said. Sandra approved it. I nodded. A year ago, Michaela Klein had been trying to monopolize the 7th attribute and bring every magic craftsman in the kingdom under her control. Now she was traveling in the car behind mine to the same destination, and the strangest thing about it was that it did not feel strange. I could not identify exactly when the situation had changed. Somewhere between the guild meetings and the submarine race, she had stopped being an opponent and started being someone who occupied the same rooms I did without either of us reaching for a weapon. Elise arrived with Lily on her hip. The little one squirmed down immediately and ran toward the 2 wolves harnessed to the carriage, shouting their names. Richard watched Elise walk past him, then looked at his clipboard harder. "Richard," he cleared his throat. "Yes?" Elise mentioned she has never been to the Super Cento. "You know more about that facility than anyone. You might want to tell her about it on the way." His ears turned red. "I will check on Sandra." He walked away very quickly toward the rear car. I watched him go and decided that a man who could organize a 20-person expedition across 2 kingdoms but could not hold a conversation with one woman he liked was both impressive and hopeless. The carriage moved at speed. The road between Edelstein and Snow Country was wide enough for 20 lanes, and the 2 wolves pulling us did not seem to notice the weight. Through the panoramic windows of the dining car, the landscape unrolled. Farmland giving way to forest, forest giving way to hills, the air sharpening as we moved north. I sat with Elena and Richard in the dining car while Miles served cake. Tessa was somewhere in the back. Sandra had invited her and Michaela for a tea party in Michaela's car, which was either diplomacy or curiosity or both. "The corridors outside are new," Elena said, leaning against the window frame. "I can actually walk between cars without feeling like I am going to fall off." "I added railing," I said. and widened the walkway by half a meter. You also added a bath car. Long journeys are better with a bath. She grinned. She was tanned from the Xanadu trip and still had salt residue in her bandana that she refused to wash out because she said it reminded her of the submarine. Elena was like that. She kept trophies from the things she had been part of, even when the trophy was a stiff piece of cloth. Richard sat across from us with his tea, watching the hills go past. He had the careful posture of a man who was thinking about someone in another car and pretending he was not. Elise is in the observation section, Elena said, without looking at him. In case you were wondering, his cup paused halfway to his mouth. I was not wondering. Of course not. I ate my cake and let them sort it out. The landscape turned to pine. The air through the corridor windows smelled like cold and bark, and something faintly mineral, the first hint of snow country. Somewhere behind us, Tessa was having tea with a woman who had once tried to control the magic tool industry and a merchant who had bet everything on a submarine. My apprentice did not seem to notice anything unusual about either of them. She took people as they came, without history, without suspicion, and I was not sure yet whether that was a strength or a gap I needed to fill. The carriage rocked gently. Rosa's laughter carried from the next car. Lily's voice floated through the corridor, high and bright, singing something to the cats. Vera was somewhere outside on the walkway. I could hear her boots on the wood. The group was as complete as it was going to be, and we were heading somewhere familiar. I leaned back and watched the pines thicken. A year ago, I had arrived in this world with nothing. No connections, no language, no understanding of the magic that ran through everything like wiring through a house. Now, I was on a carriage with a workshop full of people I had not planned for, heading north to fix a problem I had accidentally created, with an apprentice who called me master and 2 cats asleep on the dining car bench beside me. I still did not know what the 4th visitor leaves behind, but the list was getting longer, and none of it fit on a single sheet of paper anymore. The problem was exactly what Sandra had described, except worse in person. I stood at the top of the underground staircase with Tessa and counted the steps going down. I stopped counting at 400 because Tessa had already started sketching the width measurements, and the math was obvious. 1,000 steps, 3 kilometers of vertical descent to reach the food court. The elderly couple I had seen turn back the day before had made it 60 steps before the wife sat down on the railing and refused to continue. Master, there is also the outdoor bath source, Tessa said, not looking up from her notebook. Arya says the slime contamination has spread to the secondary feeder channel. I had designed this facility. The depth chart I gave the builders was conceptual, not literal, and the Snowdene construction team had followed the numbers without questioning them because they were snow country people who shoveled 3-meter drifts before breakfast. To them, 1,000 stairs was a light morning walk. That was my gap to fix. We spent the first 2 days in the villa workshop building scale models. An elevator came first. The principle was simple: a box, a counterweight, a pulley, and a rotation magic stone to drive the mechanism. I had repaired enough elevators in my previous life to know the physics. The magic stone replaced the motor. Everything else was gravity doing what gravity does. Tessa carved the miniature counterweight housing with a precision that surprised me. She added a decorative frame around the door that I would never have thought of, and a tiny sculpture of one of those white wombat creatures on top of the cabin. It was unnecessary and perfect. The escalator was harder. I got stuck on the guide rail mechanism until Tessa suggested offsetting the roller tracks by half a step width. I stared at her sketch for 10 seconds, then built it exactly as she drew it. It worked on the first test. The trolley bath was my favorite. Rails running through the hot spring pools, a cart that moved guests between the different baths while they sat in heated water, purification and heating stones embedded in the base, transportation and a soak at the same time. The slime problem turned out to be an opportunity. Tara brought a sample of the contaminated spring water, a jar of light purple sludge that smelled like wet clay and sulfur. I ran it through a mesh spider silk filter attached to a purification stone. The sludge separated cleanly. The base compound, once filtered, was a perfect medium for a mud bath. Tara mentioned that dark elves in her homeland use similar compounds for beauty treatments, feeding the slime herbs and perfume until it became something they called a beauty slime. So the contaminated outdoor bath became a dark elf mud spa. The problem was the attraction. I presented the models to Arya and Bartolo in a single meeting: elevator, escalator, trolley bath, mud spa conversion. Bartolo examined each model with hands that could have crushed the table, turned the elevator cabin over twice, set it down with exquisite care, and said he would have construction materials delivered by evening. His voice cracked on the last word. Arya looked at the mud spa model and said nothing for a moment. then told the craftsman to begin. 6 days of construction. I supervised the elevator shaft and escalator installation, while Tessa handled the trolley rail alignment. By the end of the week, the Supercento had its first elevator, its first escalator, a trolley bath line connecting 4 pools, and a mud spa where the closed outdoor bath had been. The facility I had designed was finally working the way it should have from the start. I found Aria in the smoking area on the 3rd evening after the construction finished. She was sitting on a stone bench with her long dark coat pulled tight, a thin pipe trailing sweet smoke into the cold air. Her silver hair was tucked behind one ear, the gold eye watching the snowfall without seeing it. She had been managing the Supercento project for 3 weeks since we arrived, and before that for months. Every detail, every staffing decision, every supply chain problem. But the construction was done now, and the problems were solved, and I had been watching her for those 3 weeks, looking for the next useful thing to do the way a person looks for a reason not to leave a room. I sat down beside her. The bench was cold through my trousers. "What are you still waiting to finish here?" I said. "That you have not already finished." She did not answer immediately. The pipe smoke curled between us. The snow landed on her coat and did not melt. "Nothing," she said. "Then go home." It was not more complex than that. She had not been to the elf country in 200 years. She had built the heating infrastructure that made Snowdene livable. She had taught the Dark Elves how to form a nation. She had done everything there was to do here and kept finding small things to manage so she would not have to face the road east. Arya looked at me with the eye that was not hidden by her hair. 2,000 years of something I could not read. "Tara sent you," she said. "Tara is standing in the doorway behind us," I said. Arya turned. Tara was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, watching her older sister with an expression that was not quite patience and not quite frustration. She had been standing there the whole time. "You are not subtle," Arya said to her. "I was not trying to be." 3 days later, Arya boarded a carriage heading east toward the elf country for the first time in 2 centuries. Tara went with her. I watched the carriage until it turned the corner past the pine line, and then I went back to the workshop because that was what I did when I did not know what else to do. The question I had asked her was the same one I had never asked myself. I noticed that I did not do anything about it. The hot spring town was the same as I remembered it. The cats remembered it too. Mochi sat on the stone where I had first found him and purred at nothing. We spent 2 days doing what the hot spring town was built for. Baths, food, more baths. Rosa dragged everyone to a mud spring that turned out to be exactly the kind of place where you could not see anything through the water, which was the only reason it worked as a mixed bath. Elena and Tara went to a fruit bath and came back smelling like a summer orchard. I made the mistake of trying a sake bath with Elena and nearly drowned when the alcohol fumes put us both to sleep in the water. On the last night before departure, I found Richard alone in the sake bath section. Not the dangerous one. A quieter pool near the back, open to the sky, steam rising into cold air. He was sitting chest deep in the water, staring at nothing the way a man stares when he is having an argument with himself and losing. I sat down across from him. The water was perfect. Neither of us spoke for a while. "You have been careful with her for 2 years, I said. He did not look at me. The steam rose between us. "She has been waiting for you to stop being careful for roughly the same amount of time." Richard's jaw tightened. His hands were flat on the stone rim of the bath, fingers spread. He had organized a 20-person cross-kingdom expedition, managed Sandra's logistics for 2 years without a single failure, and could not hold a conversation with one woman he liked. "That is not helpful advice," he said. "No," I said, "but it is accurate." We drank. The sake was warm and clean, and the sky above the bath was full of stars that did not exist in any world I had lived in before. I did not say anything else. There was nothing else to say. The information was delivered. What he did with it was his. The next morning, I saw them at the carriage, Richard and Elise. They were not standing closer than usual. He was not holding her hand or doing any of the things people do in stories when the moment finally arrives. But something was different. The clipboard was in his left hand instead of his right, and his right hand was at his side, and her left hand was at her side, and the distance between those 2 hands was about 3 inches less than it had been for 2 years. I did not ask. I did not need to. Tessa left from the same station. The Crab Witch had arranged formal training in the elf country. It was the right next step. She had spent a month in my workshop learning how I worked, which mostly meant learning how to drink at izakayas and how to think about problems sideways. The actual magic tool craftsmanship she needed was beyond what I could teach her in a month, and exactly what Falzon and Crepus could teach her in a century. She stood on the departure platform with her single travel bag and her silver hair catching the winter sun. She had swept my entrance at 7 on her first morning and made coffee without being asked and called me master on day 1 and never stop. She had gotten the air conditioning stone carving right on the second try. She had fixed my escalator design with a single sketch. She bowed. It was a proper bow, the kind the elves do, deeper than it needed to be. Master, she said, thank you for everything. Come back when you have learned more than me, I said. She looked up. Her gold eyes were steady and direct, the way they had been from the first day. No tears, no drama, just honesty. That will take a long time, she said. I know. She picked up her bag and walked to the carriage where Elena was waiting to take her to the Alexandrite office first. She did not look back. She did not need to. The bow had said everything. I stood on the platform until the carriage pulled away, and then I stood there for another minute because the platform was quiet and the sun was warm on my face, and I was not ready to stop being someone's master yet. Back in Edelstein, a few days of quiet. The workshop smelled like flux and stone dust, which was the same smell it always had. Mochi and Kanako were asleep in the window where the afternoon sun made a warm square on the wooden sill. Vanilla was somewhere in the rafters. The shelves held the same tools, the same half-finished projects, the same bottle of Dragon Sphere liquor that Bahamut had left. I was sitting at the bench doing nothing in particular. The shop was clean. The backlog was clear. Tessa's apron was still hanging on the hook by the door because I had not gotten around to taking it down, and I was not going to think about why. It was quiet. The kind of quiet that used to be exactly what I wanted. Someone knocked. I wiped my hands on a cloth and opened the door, and then I had to look up. And then I had to keep looking up. The woman standing in my doorway was enormous. Not heavy, tall, close to 2 meters, with wavy hair that fell past her shoulders and pointed elf ears, and a warmth that filled the doorway before she said a single word. She was broad-shouldered and big-boned in a way that read as presence rather than size. And she was smiling the way people smile when they have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. You are exactly as Stella described, she said. I blinked. Stella described me. She said you were a small man who fixed old things carefully and always made good coffee. I considered this. That is an accurate description. Her smile widened. She had the same ancient depth in her eyes that Stella did, the same geological patience that comes from being alive for 2,000 years and deciding to be cheerful about it. But where Stella's grief ran underneath everything like groundwater, this woman's warmth was the ground itself. She was the kind of person rooms rearranged themselves around. I am Victoria, she said, maiden of Virgo, one of the 12. I have a request. The 11th witch, the last of Claire's children I had not met, except for the 12th who remained somewhere I had not been. She had come to my door the way all of them eventually did, following a trail that started with a woman who died 2,000 years ago and raised 12 orphaned elves and left each one something they had been carrying ever since. Come in, I said. She ducked slightly to clear the doorframe. The cats did not wake up. The workshop, which had felt empty 10 seconds ago, felt full. I put the kettle on. Victoria sat across from me at the workbench, which I had cleared for the first time in months because I did not want to explain what half the tools were for. The kettle was done. I poured 2 cups of coffee and set one in front of her. Her hands wrapped around it, and the cup looked like a thimble. She told me what she wanted. Not a political arrangement, not a contract witnessed by a guild official in a back office. 12 minutes, signatures in triplicate, done before lunch. She wanted a ceremony. She wanted what her mother described to her when she was young enough to still believe that the things people described always came true. A white dress, rings exchanged in front of witnesses, music that meant something, flowers, a room built for this one purpose and no other. My mother told me about this ceremony, she said. Her voice was warm and enormous, the kind that filled corners you forgot a room had. She said it came from the world she was born in. She said it was the most beautiful thing people did for each other. I knew who her mother was, Claire, the second person from my world to arrive in this one, the woman who raised 12 orphaned elf children, taught them cat's cradle and origami, and the concept of marriage as something you chose rather than something that happened to you. She had been gone for over 2,000 years, and her fingerprints were still on everything. I have spent 200 years thinking about this ceremony, Victoria said. I would like to have it before I stop being young enough to care about the difference. I drank my coffee. I thought about it for exactly the amount of time it took to finish the cup. I need a few weeks, I said, and a budget. She gave me both. The budget was generous enough that I stopped counting after the second page. The few weeks were a different problem. I sat at the workbench after Victoria left and wrote a list. Wedding dress, rings, aisle, altar, stained glass, music, candles, flowers, cake, vows, kiss. I looked at the list and realized I was describing something I had never actually participated in. I had been to one wedding in my life, a coworker's daughter, in a church near the coast. I changed light bulbs in the foyer before the ceremony because the electrician they hired had canceled, and I happened to be there delivering a bathroom exhaust fan. I stood in the back for 20 minutes because leaving felt rude. I remembered the stained glass. I remembered the organ. I remembered the general shape of things without remembering the specifics. That was my entire qualification for designing the most important ceremony anyone in this world had ever asked for. I wrote down what I remembered: arched ceiling, stone walls, colored windows, a long aisle with benches on both sides, an altar at the front, candles, a bell in a tower. I remembered these things from the outside of churches I had driven past on my motorcycle. I remembered them from anime. I remembered them from magazine photographs I flipped past while waiting for my dentist. None of this was expert knowledge. None of it was precise. It was the version that existed in the general cultural memory of a Japanese man who never went to church, never got married, and never planned to do either. But that was the point. Claire had described this ceremony to her children from her own memory, which was incomplete and imprecise in the same ways mine was. What survived the distance between worlds was not the doctrine. It was the feeling. White dress, rings, someone looking at you from across a room that was built for this. I could build that. I drew until 2 in the morning, and then I stopped because I remembered something. A song. I had heard it at that one wedding, played by the organ while the bride walked. I could not have named it. I did not know if it was religious or secular or just old. But when I sat in the quiet of the workshop with the cats asleep on the windowsill, I could hear the melody clearly enough to hum it. I found a blank sheet of paper and transcribed it. It took 4 attempts, and the final version was probably not accurate, but it was what I had. It was what survived. Sandra turned the commission into a business in under a week. I brought her the plans, and she looked at them with the expression she used when she was calculating margins on something she had already decided to fund. She asked about the church. I told her what I wanted to build. She asked about capacity. I said over 100. She asked about cost. Victoria is covering everything, I said. Her cigarette paused halfway to her mouth. Everything? Construction, materials, furnishings, the choir, the reception hall, all of it. She set the cigarette down. She picked up the plans again and read them more carefully. We will call it the Alexandrite Church, she said. I did not ask why. She did not explain. The name went on the blueprints, and I moved on. Sandra assigned Richard to coordinate logistics. She assigned 3 of her executives to handle the guest list, the catering, and the reception. She found the test couple in her own staff, 2 of her people who had been living together for years and had never formalized it because weddings in this world were 12 minutes of paperwork in a guild office, and neither of them cared enough to bother. I told them they were getting the first real wedding in the history of this world. The groom said it was an honor. The bride said she would do it for the guild. Her eyes were wet before she finished the sentence. I built the church from memory and guesswork, and whatever Elena told me about how magic stones reacted to light. The arched ceiling went up first, stone, not wood, because I wanted it to last, and because the masons Sandra hired were better with stone than timber. The windows came next. I could not make real stained glass because I did not know how stained glass was made, but I knew what it was supposed to do: colored light, a room that glowed from within. I asked the Pisces witch for help. She had been working with light and magic stones since before my country existed. She listened to what I wanted, tilted her head, and said she would handle it. 3 days later, the windows were filled with panels of magic stones that cast colored light across the interior. Red and blue, and gold and green, shifting gently as the stones responded to the sunlight outside. It was not stained glass. It was better than stained glass. The aisle was white stone. The altar was a simple raised platform with no religious symbols because I did not know any, and inventing them felt wrong. The benches were oak, sanded smooth, with enough room for 120 guests on either side. I commissioned the rings from the guild's best metalworker, 2 bands, plain, unadorned, gold equivalent. I told him they needed to fit on a finger and mean forever. He said that was not a difficult specification. I said it was the most difficult specification I had ever given anyone. The candle service took the most thought. I remembered it from a magazine. The couple walks to tables along the sides and lights candles at each one. What I added was mine. I tuned the magic stones in the stained glass windows to respond to the specific light wavelength of the candle flames. When the candles were lit, the colored light in the windows would shift and intensify, a room that brightened as the ceremony progressed. I spent a midnight session calibrating that response. Nobody would notice it. The shift was subtle enough that people would feel it without identifying what had changed. I was proud of it in the specific way I was always proud of the things nobody saw. The choir was the last piece. Elena knew the headmaster at the Gemini Academy, and the headmaster knew 12 students with voices clean enough to fill a stone building. I gave them the melody I had transcribed at 2 in the morning and told them I did not know the words. They learned it as a melody. 12 voices, no accompaniment, just the notes I remembered from a church I stood in for 20 minutes because I was there to change light bulbs. The bell tower was the simplest part. A bell, a rope. Someone pulls the rope. The bell rings. I had built more complicated things before breakfast. 2 weeks and 4 days from the day Victoria asked, everything was ready. On the morning of the ceremony, I found Lily in the preparation room with the ring tray already in her hands. I had asked her 3 weeks ago if she wanted to carry the rings. She said yes before I finished the question. She had been practicing with the tray every day since. Elise told me Lily walked the length of their apartment 70 times in a row without dropping the cushion once. She was wearing a clean white dress that someone had made for her. Her cat ears were up. Her tail was still. She held the tray with both hands at exactly the height I had shown her, and she looked at me with the expression of a child who has been given a job and intends to do it correctly. You remember what to do? I said. Walk slow, she said. Do not drop them. Give the tray to the man at the front. That is exactly right. And if I get scared, you look back at me. I will be at the back of the room. I will nod. And then you keep walking. She considered this. Her tail twitched once. Okay, she said. The Alexandrite church was full. Over 100 guests filled the oak benches. Nobles on one side, merchants and guild officials on the other, and a scattering of faces I recognized from every arc of the last year. Rosa was in a red dress that she had already complained about twice. May was in blue with an open back, sitting very straight. Blanche wore white and looked like she belonged here more than anyone else in the room. Vera was in green, arms folded, trying not to look moved. Sandra stood at the front in a light purple dress with her hair pulled back. She gave the opening address. Her voice was clear and professional, and she did not explain why she named the building after her company. I did not expect her to. The 12 Zodiac witches were present, all 12, in one room, in front of outsiders, for the first time. I counted them from the back of the church. Stella with her silver hair and ancient bright eyes. The twins from Gemini with their matching ponytails. Leona, enormous and dark-skinned, sitting like a queen in the third row. Celia in black with her golden pipe, and the girl with the sword standing behind her. The Pisces witch who had built the windows, and the others I had met over the course of a year in this world, each one carrying the fingerprint of a woman who died 2,000 years ago and never stopped changing things. Claire's children, all of them. Here for the ceremony their mother described and never got to see. The test couple entered together, arm in arm. The bride was in a white dress that one of Sandra's tailors had designed from my rough sketches. The groom was in a suit that fit him better than anything he had worn at the bar. They walked the aisle and the room was quiet. I shouted congratulations from the back. It was loud enough that the groom flinched and then grinned. The bride's eyes were already wet. The choir began. 12 voices, no accompaniment. The melody I had transcribed at 2 in the morning from a memory I could not have named. It filled the stone ceiling and came back down changed. I did not know the words because there were no words, just the notes, just the thing that survived. The ceremony followed the order I had written. The officiant read the vows. The couple spoke. Lily appeared at the back of the aisle with the ring tray. She was very small. The aisle was very long. She walked slowly, holding the tray level. Her cat ears pointed straight ahead with concentration. Halfway down the aisle, someone in the crowd made a soft sound and she almost looked, but she did not. She reached the entrance to the altar area and stopped. She turned her head and looked back at me. I was standing at the rear wall. I nodded. She turned forward and walked the rest of the way. The rings were exchanged. His hand shook. Hers did not. The gold bands caught the colored light from the windows, and for a moment I saw what I had designed without knowing it. The room worked. The ceremony worked. The thing Claire described to 12 orphaned elf children 2,000 years ago was happening in a building I built from magazine memories and anime, and 20 minutes of standing in a church because I was there to fix the lights. The candles were lit. The couple walked to each table and touched their flame to the wicks, and as the candle count grew, the magic stones in the windows responded. The colored light shifted, deepened. The reds went warmer, the blues went richer. The room brightened from the inside, slowly, so slowly that no one looked up and said the light changed. They just felt it. A room that was more beautiful at the end than at the beginning, and no one could explain why. I watched the shift from the back wall. Nobody noticed. I was proud of it. The ceremony lasted 14 minutes. The room was quiet in the right way the entire time. The reception was everything the ceremony was not. The hall next door was set with long tables covered in food that 3 cooks had argued about for a week. There was roast beef, and there was fish, and there was a cake tall enough that the couple needed a step stool for the cutting. Rosa piled her plate so high that May told her to use 2 hands, and Rosa told May to worry about her own plate. There was a candle service at each table. There was a toast by Richard, who said 4 sentences, all of them exactly right, and whose voice wavered on the 3rd one in a way he would deny later. I shouted the toast from across the room because no one else was going to, and someone had to. There was dancing. I did not dance. I cannot dance, and I am honest about this. Sandra did not dance either, which I noticed without commenting on. We stood against the same wall for approximately 4 minutes before she moved to the other side of the room. This was the correct amount of time. Victoria gave a speech. It went longer than I told her it should. She talked about her mother and about the ceremony her mother described and about the man who built it from memories he admitted were incomplete. She said the ceremony was not incomplete. She said it was what traditions look like when they cross the distance between worlds. She said it was enough. I decided not to tell her she had gone overtime. The karaoke was Rosa's idea. She had discovered the magic microphone I built during the planning phase. It recorded music using recording magic stones and played it back using playback stones. I had designed it for the ceremony. Rosa decided it was for entertainment. "You should sing," she said. "I should not," I said. "You built the microphone. You have to test it." I tested it. It works. In front of people. I looked at the room full of wedding guests. I looked at the microphone. I thought about the fact that at the one wedding I attended in my previous life, I had sung a karaoke song during the reception, and it had gone reasonably well. That was a different world, and possibly a different voice. I took the microphone. The backing track played from the Stones. I sang. I cannot sing. This became clear immediately, not gradually, not after a verse, immediately. The first note left my mouth, and the room went quiet in the wrong way. I continued. There was no version of this where I stopped partway through. I have never left a job half-finished in either life. The song was 3 minutes, and I delivered all 3 minutes, and the silence at the end was total. Rosa leaned over from the front row. "What was that?" "A song," I said. "Was it supposed to sound like that?" "It was supposed to sound better." I set the microphone down. Somewhere in the back of the room, one of the Zodiac witches was laughing. I chose not to identify which one. I walked home. The reception ended late, and the streets were quiet, and the 2 cats fell into step beside me without being asked. They did this every night now. I did not remember when it started. Somewhere between the first match I made in Sandra's workshop and this evening, 2 cats had decided I was the direction home was in. I had not objected. The city looked different at night. The ice makers hummed in the tavern windows. The street lamps, my design, 3rd generation, self-regulating, cast even circles of white light on the cobblestones. Somewhere in the commercial district, a motorcycle engine idled, which meant someone had bought one of the 4 I had licensed Sandra to sell. I was 39 years old, 1 year older than I was when I died. I lived in a world that now had weddings and ice makers and motorcycles and submarines and curry and a school with a working cafeteria and a bathhouse in the snow country and an elevator that an elf rode for the first time last month. I had built most of these things. I had not planned to build any of them. My father told me once that happiness is personal, that it is whatever you decide it is, and no one else gets a vote. I believed him when I was 12. I believed him when I was 25 and my friends were getting married and I was fishing alone and perfectly content. I believed him when I was 38 and a kid flipped a breaker and the lights went out. I still believed him, but the word meant something different now than it did then. Not bigger, not smaller, different. The shape was the same. The contents had changed. I had not married anyone. I had not dated anyone. I had not changed my mind about any of that, and I was not going to. The vow held. It held because it was mine, and because my father was right, and because the life I had built in both worlds was exactly the one I chose. But tonight, I had stood at the back of a church I designed from magazine memories, and watched a girl carry rings down an aisle I drew on a workbench at midnight. I had listened to a song I did not know I remembered, played by 12 children who learned it because I hummed it once, and Someone wrote it down. I had watched the colored light shift when the candles were lit, and I was the only person in the room who knew why. I built the most romantic ceremony in the history of this world. I did not build it for myself. I built it because a woman I never met described it to her children 2,000 years ago, and one of those children knocked on my door and asked. That was enough. It was, exactly as my father promised, enough. The cats walked beside me. The stars were out. The workshop was 3 blocks ahead, and the kettle would be cold, and I would heat it again because that was what I did. I heated kettles and fixed wiring and built things that people needed, and the distance between that sentence and happiness was 0. I turned the corner. The workshop light was off. I unlocked the door and the cats went in first, the way they always did. I was home.